a cat is. So program synthesis is, I guess you could say it's like human learning, because it's like teaching the AI to write small programs that perfectly explain how things work. So for example, instead of showing the AI millions of math problems, it just learns the rules of math, and then it can solve new problems with just a few examples. So this is pretty crazy because this allows for generalization power. So program, synthesis helps AI understand the big picture better, so it can solve, new problems even with little data, which is how humans essentially learn. So this means it doesn't need as much data, and this mixes program synthesis with deep learning, which is pattern recognition, which means that it can become, way smarter than humans. Now, this is, a new and growing field, kind of like where deep learning was back in 2012, but researchers are starting to realize that this could be a big part of the puzzle for building smarter AI. So it's actually a pretty big moment for AI, basically saying, look, we actually need to, take new approaches to AGI, and this is going to be one of the key ways that they do take that. So another thing that I forgot to add and, cover in one specific video, but this is why we have the news videos, is that OpenAI shared their vision for shared prosperity. So this is where they talk about shared prosperity is near and measurable as the new jobs and growth that will come from building more AI infrastructure, from chip manufacturing facilities and power plants. And as our CEO Sam Altman has written, AI will soon help our children do things that we can't. Not far off is a future in which everyone's lives can be better than anyone else's life is now. And with such prosperity in sight, we want to work with policymakers to ensure that AI's benefits are shared responsibly and equitably. And this economic blueprint that they were outlining was designed to support the entrepreneurship and individual freedoms that have long been at the heart of the American innovation ecosystem. So overall, they're basically saying, look, they want shared prosperity for everyone. Now, I gotta be honest with you guys, this was actually met with a lot of backlash from, various different parts of the internet. And I probably am not using the best example of person to, quote this, but Gary Marcus says that's awful. If they make a lot of money, they aren't going to share it, and they will likely destroy more jobs than they create. And this is, one of the times where I see a lot of people agreeing with Gary Marcus, because if you aren't familiar with his reputation, some would say he has a reputation for just disagreeing with everything in the main AI space. I honestly do think Gary Marcus has a lot of valid points about AI, but I think sometimes his valid points get overshadowed by the fact that when there is a genuine breakthrough in AI, he just simply disregards it at another, hype train or another thing that's just too hyped up. So for me, I do think that sometimes it just goes a bit too far. But the point is that I did see a few posts about Reddit saying, we're about to experience a very different world in the future, but most people aren't even prepared for it. Now, if you want to talk about AI doing some, things that a lot of people wouldn't want it to do, which is, of course, no more hires, this is where we have the Salesforce CEO, Mark Benioff, actually talking about how he probably won't hire much more software developers this year because of the productivity gains they're gaining from AI. Now, at first glance, I think this is pretty crazy, because it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, oh my God, like all the software engineering jobs are gone. Like I said in another video, I think that is not the case. I think it's actually quite the opposite. But I do think for what AI is enabling, it's enabling for us to create more companies at scale. And what I mean by that is that, like, what you used to need maybe like 200 people to do, you now probably can do with like a 25-person lean team. And I think that's what this is saying, is that maybe we're not going to fire people, but maybe we're just not going to hire any more people.
We are going through a global labor shortage where you see all these declining birth rates. We understand that it is harder to hire, especially people here right in the United States in sales and service. You can see it. And this is going to give us the ability to do more. And as an example of that, look at engineering. I think in engineering this year at Salesforce, we're seriously debating maybe we aren't going to hire anybody this year, because we have seen such incredible productivity gains because of the agents that work side by side with our engineers and making them more productive. And we can all agree that software engineering has become a lot more productive in the last 2 years with these new models.
Now, software engineers aren't the only ones getting the short end of the stick. If we actually take a look at the Wall Street job losses, they actually might replace 200,000 roles with AI. So we can see here that it talks about how back middle office roles are, these are the ones that are at risk. And of course, the bank's profit could surge due to the improved productivity. So it says global banks might cut as many as 200,000 jobs in the next 3 to 5 years as AI encroaches on tasks currently carried out by human workers, according to Bloomberg Intelligence. And Chief Information and Technology officers surveyed with Business Insider indicated that on average, they expect a net of 3% of their their workforce to be cut. So customer services could see changes as bots manage client functions, while know your customer duties would also be vulnerables, and any jobs involving routine repetitive tasks are at risk. So it's going to be a really interesting time as the role of individuals in certain companies change. We're going to see new management roles, people managing teams. We're going to see different roles emerge. I mean, it's going to be a rapid transformation as companies try to reap the benefits as quickly as possible. And I do personally think the majority of these companies probably won't be hiring people again. They're definitely going to be trying to make as much money as they can, because I think people need to understand that most companies just exist to make a profit. I know that some companies exist out there to help the world, but when we're talking about banks, their job is literally to make money. So it wouldn't surprise me if they didn't hire much more people. But I do think there will be some new roles that are going to be super interesting, and I think it will make a lot of the human to human interactions with clients a lot more valuable and interesting. And I do think that there's going to need to be a lot more people working in security, because with all of this AI impersonating people's voice, it being able to talk exactly like you, it being able to take an image of you and then immediately start a Zoom call, I mean, it's going to be pretty crazy. Now if you're thinking what kinds of jobs and stuff people are going to be doing, maybe you might be managing an AI agent swarm, as Satya Nadella has said at a recent conference.
The real breakthrough for me is, can we demystify creation of these agents and make it simple? Just like how we say, create documents or we create spreadsheets. We should be able to create agents just like that. In fact, the way to conceptualize the world going forward is every one of us doing knowledge work will use Copilot to do our work, and we will create a swarm of agents to help us with our work and drive the productivity of our organization. And so to that end, we're building Copilot Studio. So think of this as simple as, if you can create a spreadsheet or a document, you should be able to create an agent. And that's what Copilot Studio does. So here I'm building, I happen to be a frontline worker, I want to create a field service agent, I have a field service system. So all I need to do is to be able to give it a prompt, right, that says in instructions, that say I want you to behave like a field service agent, and then I give it knowledge sources. In this case, there happen to be a SharePoint site with a lot of documents, as well as my field service applications. In this case, let's say it's a Dynamics application. So I give it the two sources of knowledge, I give it the instructions, click, 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 and I have an agent that now can dock with Copilot. So I can go into my Copilot and say, add field service agent. I can now start talking to my field service agent. So that's the simplicity, or that's the ease with which one can start creating agents, these thousands and hundreds of thousands of agents that will be there inside of an organization, just like documents and spreadsheets that are there inside.
Now, something that was also rather interesting was Sam Altman actually spoke about how he believes that we're actually going to be moving even faster. And remember how at the start of the video I spoke about, OpenAI are talking about how things are moving pretty quickly. In a recent interview, this was a statement that was pulled out because it is a change in the tone of his voice, and I don't really usually see that. There's usually like a consistent, I wouldn't say hype train, but there's usually a consistent theme of, we're going to do big things, we know where it's kind of headed, but recently it's like, okay, things are moving even faster. And what's crazy about this is that, like, when I've seen OpenAI's track record on the things that they've done in the past, I'm actually, I don't want to say surprised, but I'm actually somewhat excited, because I do know that whatever it is, it probably isn't as hypey as most people think. Like, I know all the time people hype up products and stuff, but this is truly like next level stuff when you actually think about what we're dealing with. They're dealing with, super intelligent AGI and that kind of thing. So implications are definitely profound, and if that stuff happens faster, implications are going to happen much faster too.
What's something you've rethought recently on AI that changed your mind?
I think a fast takeoff is more possible.
How fast?
It's hard to reason about. It's something that's in like a small amount.
Wow. What do you think is the worst advice people are given?
AI is control. I think it's the laziest fucking
Now, there was also this thing called evolutionary scale number 3. So this is basically about proteins, and how proteins are essentially tiny machines in your body that do super important stuff, like building muscles, fighting germs, and basically keeping you alive. And, scientists study these all the time to make new medicines, cure diseases, and even design useful things like glowing proteins. Now, there's this fancy new model, as I'm talking about, called ESM3. And this is basically the ultimate protein expert. It's trained to understand what they're made of, how they fall into shapes, and what they actually do. And it can actually create new proteins and invent, brand new ones. It's planned to, invent a glowing protein that is totally different to any that exist in nature. And it basically simulated 500 million years of evolution in a computer. And, they've essentially decided to open source this technology, so it's pretty crazy. So I do think that this is going to be the kind of thing that OpenAI release sometime soon. I'm not entirely sure what kind of, avenue they're going to go down, because there's just so many different verticals that they can challenge and they can take on, but it's going to be super interesting to see where this stuff does go. We also got to see the crazy effectiveness of AI in learning. So there was a new randomized controlled trial of students using GPT-4 as a tutor in Nigeria, and 6 weeks after school tutoring, AI tutoring equaled 2 years of typical learning gains, outperforming 80% of other educational interventions. And it helped all students, especially girls, who were initially behind. So I think this is one of the things that a lot of people are caught up on LLMs and large language models and AI for this and AI for that. And there are so many different verticals where this is truly helping a lot of people. And I think a lot of the times, all the stories I do cover just cover really intense AI news, but we're seeing that AI has a wide range of use cases. And there is actually a video I do need to include where someone is essentially blind, but they are now using the Meta glasses, and they can simply say with a prompt exactly, hey, what's in front of me? Hey, is my steak done? Hey, what does the sign say? And I mean, I can't imagine being blind and then this technology gets invented, how much of a lifesaver that is going to be. So it's just something that is just super incredible, and it's pretty wholesome. So another thing as well, there was also a crazy study about O1, and I covered this in detail, but it basically is not good in terms of the reasoning stuff. So, maybe that's why they're including that new architecture. But I think it was super interesting because they talk about how, just like they did with the Apple paper, there was a 30% reduction in accuracy when math problems were slightly variated, which kind of suggests that maybe the architecture that we're using isn't the most efficient. Even if we can get the solutions, there's a 30% reduction in accuracy when the problems are slightly variated, which is not good. So basically saying that, look, if these LLMs are so reliable and they're so good, why is there a 30% reduction, especially for these reasoning models on similar questions where we only change the numbers and the text? So it's definitely a little bit of a red flag, but it was something that I covered that was super interesting.
Now, something else that was rather concerning was the fact that we're now starting to get more and more conversations about AI in warfare. Not in the sense that, we're going to be using ChatGPT to, power killer humanoid robots, but in the fact that, AI is quickly becoming a national asset, a national thing that countries are really starting to pay attention to, because eventually AI will most likely be used to create weapons of national defense in terms of the inventions, in terms of what it's going to be capable of doing and managing systems. And in this short clip, Joshua Benjo actually talks about how, data centers in the future might actually become military targets for foreign nations that want to, take out a country or catch up in the AI race. So it's quite interesting, because this was something that, I wasn't really focused on. I didn't know that this, is a thing that will exist. I remember reading the very long-winded document called AI the Decade Ahead, and I was thinking about how, the role of AI is going to quickly change, and this is going to be something that, countries have to face. And of course, things like these AI labs, currently right now, they're just research organizations, it's just some really smart people at those labs. But eventually those labs are going to have to be really secure. You're going to have some securities clearance to be able to go in there. There's probably going to be, 10-foot walls with barbed wire on the outside. I mean, that is going to completely change once we do get to AGI or ASI. And I think that change is probably coming a lot closer than people think, because this technology has the potential to change everything, provided it's applied in the right way.
Imagine a country that is not leading and has nukes. You can guess which one. And they don't want to see, say, us launch weaponry that would be way above what they can defend against them. What's their option? Destroy our data centers. So data centers are going to become a military asset when they can run AGI.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. Are we excited about the ceasefire? I am pumped about the ceasefire between Israel and Hamas. It's a ceasefire, baby. What happened to that? What happened to the days when, like, Bruce Springsteen would write a song like that? It's what I desire, a ceasefire. And it would be a moment. I don't feel like we have enough of those today. We don't have moments. We don't. We don't have a nice moment. Like a nice, Now, people are mad at Israel because the ceasefire starts on Sunday, officially. And yesterday, I think they killed a bunch of people that were celebrating the ceasefire. That's what happened. There was a bunch of people celebrating the ceasefire, and Israel killed them. Well, listen, have you ever said, I'm starting a diet on Monday? What do you do Sunday? It's lasagna night. So this Israel's starting a diet of no killing of the Palestinians on Sunday. They're starting a strict ketogenic, no carbs, killing Palestinian babies at all for any reason on Sunday. But up until Sunday, you're going to loosen the belt loop a couple, no? I mean, it's like Sunday we're going to do the right thing, but tonight we dine in hell. I mean, that's kind of Israel ramps up deadly airstrikes on Gaza after a ceasefire deal is reached. They need a few days to get it out of their system, from what I understand. They need a few days. You can't go cold turkey on killing. You have to ease off. You got to ease off. You know, when I was in 5th grade, I was coming down a hill in Goshen, New York. It's a suburb in Rockland County. It might be Putnam. Either Putnam or Orange or Rockland County. It doesn't matter. The point is, I was coming down a hill. I pumped the brakes. I flew off the bike. And I got scars on the elbows. Rocks and everything went on the elbow because I pumped the brakes and I flew off. I jammed on the brakes. I didn't pump them. You got to pump the brake. You got to slow down at a speed that doesn't just jolt you. And I didn't. So Israel's going to have to, you got to give them a minute. They've really been killing now for the span of, 2 years? Is it 2 years of this? A lot of it, right? Almost 2 years? It's almost 2 years of them kind of, killing. So they have to take a little, and hopefully, by Sunday, they can kind of like chill. And now Hamas, remember Hamas? Hamas is going to let the hostages out. But before that happens, right here it says Israel Hamas ceasefire deal will go into effect. Too late for Akram Abu Ahmed to see his children again. His family's sole survivor after an Israeli airstrike, Ahmed was sleeping in the area of Gaza City in the early hours of Thursday, celebrating the news of the truce when he heard a loud sound and he was thrown into the air. Dust and screams around me. For Israel to attack, like it's a party to celebrate the truce. And Israel, I mean, it's out of line, but also like there's a level of irony there that cannot even fully be understood unless you are one of the people at that party having fun. Maybe there's a dance, like kind of like a ceasefire, like one of the dances they do. And then here it is. This is going on. Everyone's happy. And then you go, hold on, what's that? What's that noise? Look at how happy everyone is. Then there is a noise, and everybody looks at each other, and it's like the, it's the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Because, you're out there celebrating a ceasefire, and then you get killed. during the ceasefire celebration. It's 1 minute, it's a celebration of a ceasefire. The next minute, someone's leg is in your lap. And you're like, what is going on? I thought we were done with this. But Israel says, no, Sunday. You're a little early. You're a little early. We're starting this Sunday. We are not, today is not part of it. I wonder if Israel said that. Today is not part of it. We're going to get a few airstrikes in before we start. And they killed 115 people. Well, I'm going to call this right now. I don't know if I'm right. And I'm going to say this, and people might get angry with me or people might not agree with me. I'm going to make a stunning prediction on this program, on this show, in front of everybody, in front of the world. I'm going to put my name on the line right now. I'm very happy about the ceasefire deal, but I'm going to say this. I don't believe, I'm putting myself out there, I don't believe this is the end of the problems between these two. I just don't. Call me a cynic. I believe that there's going to be some residual bad blood. I'll say it. I believe personally, now it might not be true. I don't know. I'm just saying there could be perhaps, potentially, possibly, some residual bad blood between these two groups, because I got to be honest with you, I just think that even though they have this nice ceasefire, they did, Israel killed 28 children and 31 women at the ceasefire party where they all, hey, by the way, stop going to ceasefire parties. Apparently that's pretty hazardous to your health. Don't do that. Israel and Hamas, and it's kind of become a war on the civilians of Gaza, though. I mean, let's be honest. I know that it's supposed to be just a war on Hamas, but it feels to me, again, an observer, that it is more sort of becoming a war on the civilian because it's a lot of civilians. Now, I know that Israel will say that 4-year-old was in Hamas, and he might have been. I don't know. And that seems to be the argument. Many of these toddlers are in Hamas, but I don't know. I just think there could be some resistance. So right now in Gaza, they say 46,707 people have been killed, about 17,500 children, injured more than 109,000 people, and missing more than 11,000. Israel killed about 1139, injured 8730 with Israel. That's the Israeli death toll versus the Gaza death toll. Now, these death tolls may not be accurate. The missing people in Gaza are probably not thriving, is my guess. I would add most of the missing to the death toll. It would be if I was sitting down at the Wynn in Vegas and I was a gambling man, and they said, what do you think happened to those missing people in Gaza? I go, well, and then I would move the chips into the dead. There would be a table, one thing would say dead, a circle, and I would just take all the missing chips and I'd go, ugh. But I'd make a face because it'd be sad. I'd go, put them there. Because they're probably no longer with us. That would be my guess. I don't know. They could be thriving. I don't know. I mean, perhaps they're thriving. I don't think so. What are we going to do with these kids? Steve Witkoff, a real estate entrepreneur, went over there, and Netanyahu, he said, I'm meeting you on the Sabbath. And Netanyahu's like, well, I'm on the Sabbath. And Witkoff's like, hey, man, I don't give a shit. I don't care what you're doing. I'm also a Jew, but I don't give a fuck. We're getting this thing done. And he went over there, and he basically said, listen, there's going to be hell to pay. We've been a great friend to Israel. You have to be a friend to us. We need a ceasefire right now. Trump is coming in, and we're not going to do this anymore. Witkoff's a friend of Trump. He was golfing with Trump, the second assassination attempt. Witkoff's a real estate developer, and he's buddies with Trump. And basically, he's new to diplomacy, Witkoff. He hasn't done anything like this before, but Trump was like, you go over there and carry this message to Netanyahu. Tell him we're kind of done here. We're done with this. We cannot have this go on anymore. We need a ceasefire deal. And now Gaza is going to release the hostages. And I'm going to tell you this, and now people are going to get mad at me for saying this. I want grateful hostages. I want happy hostages. And I want hostages ready to turn the page. I do. even if you were in the hole for a year or 2 years, and I know it's not good and you have psychological issues and things like that, I know things were terrible. And I'm telling you right now, I'm not personally in the mood to do hostage trauma porn on every news show. Call me insensitive, I don't care. I want a happy hostage. Sorry. I want a hostage who's ready to turn the page. I don't want a hostage who's going to marinate in their misfortune in front of all of us. I'm sorry it happened. I didn't do it. But I want a happy hostage. I want a happy hostage. During the 42-day first phase, 33 of the remaining women, children, elderly, and severely ill hostages will be released in exchange for roughly 1,000 Palestinian security prisoners. Israel will partially withdraw from Gaza while helping facilitate the entry of 600 trucks of humanitarian aid into the Strip each day. The second stage will see the release of the remaining living hostages and conclude with the declaration of a permanent ceasefire. The third phase will see the release of bodies still held by Hamas. And the fourth phase will be Israel nuking Gaza. That's phase 4. But when the hostages come out, and I know this has been a terrible ordeal for them, and I'm not minimizing that. I'm speaking only about the optics and we need to move on from this. And I know the hostages are going to come out and they're going to go on shows and they're going to talk about how terrible this has been. And I understand that, but I'm just asking, please, for the sake of moving on, is there any way that we can just, kind of feature the hostages where they are more positive about their experiences, slightly happier to move on? There's got to be a few hostages that say, I wasn't doing a ton anyway. There's got to be a few hostages that go, listen, this was an interesting experience. I didn't love every part of it. This is what I want the hostages to say. This is what I want them to say. I want them to go, I didn't love every part of this, obviously. It was something, it came out of nowhere. But it's fascinating, this whole thing. Geopolitics. I think it's very interesting. I want a hostage to say something like that. I don't want them to go, and there was rape, and there was... I've had enough of the problems over there seeping into my issues when I'm trying to have a lunch. I want the one hostage to go, I'm telling you right now, I was sitting in a room and they were killing someone next to me, and it was tough, but this whole thing, this labyrinth of tunnels, they would kind of take us from here to there, and a lot of people were scared because they didn't know if they were going to die, but I personally found it kind of interesting, the layout of it. Just the layout of it in general is kind of interesting to me, and then I started thinking really about this whole thing we're in, this whole crazy world. One day I'm above ground, next day I'm in a tunnel, now I'm out, and I've learned not to take things so seriously. I hope there's a hostage that comes out who says, I've learned through this whole ordeal to not take things so seriously. I used to get really angry when my wife would burn the breakfast. Now I don't care anymore. It doesn't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm just hoping we find that hostage. We gotta find that hostage who's kind of easy come, easy go with it. Where you go, now tell us about your ordeal, and they go, listen, I gotta be honest with you. There's a lot of people that were obviously very upset, and I understand that. And myself, there were times when it wasn't the best. But overall, I think it was a culturally enriching experience, and I feel kind of fine about it. That's all I want. I just want someone to say, there's going to be a lot of negativity right now, but it's not going to come from me. It was an interesting time. I met a lot of people. Interesting people. And I never would have met those people. It's like any experience. I never would have met those people if I wasn't dragged into that tunnel. I never would have met those people if I was not dragged into that tunnel. I never would have met those people, and we're lifelong friends now. By the way, it's also, you've shared an experience with people that no one's going to really have again. Maybe, probably. But you've done something so unique. And I want to remind all the hostages coming out of the tunnels, if you're okay and alive and you're fine, you've done something so unique and you have such a story. And I think we just got to look at it in a positive way. Let's not drown ourselves in self-pity. I want you to say, this was a really pivotal time in my life. What about someone who comes out and goes, I got a lot of writing done. I got a ton of writing done. They go, really? What was it like down there? And they go, more well-lit than you'd think. For a ton, I got a lot of writing done. I got a first draft of a novel I'm really proud of. And they go, is it about the ordeal? And they go, no, it's young adult fiction because I want it to sell. So it's actually young adult. They're Jewish. They're thinking in a marketing way. They go, it's YA. Is it about the whole Hamas thing? They go, no, it's sort of like a YA thing. You know, some magical elements, different realms, love, loss, whole thing. No, it's smart. Well, I wish them well over there. You know the way I've always felt about it. I've always felt the same way as I do now. And that is that my hope has always been for this topic to stop coming up at dinner when I'm there. That's been my geopolitical ideology, is that I hope that everyone shuts their mouth. Everyone's moving on. What is TikTok going to be banned? Will it go away? What's happening? Biden says he won't enforce it. The Supreme Court held it up. Trump likes TikTok. Trump says a lot of young people got him elected, which is true. But the Supreme Court is saying they backed a law that's requiring TikTok to be sold or banned. The Supreme Court is basically saying, I don't know. I see TikTok two ways. As a harbinger of the apocalypse, yes. A mirror to a failing, dysfunctional society, correct, yes. A place where people can earn money, also true. It's a thriving economy for a lot of people. I wouldn't ban it. Certainly not for this reason that it's Chinese spyware. Of course it's Chinese spyware, but it's the best kind of spyware ever. Because, they're probably watching our TikToks and they're terrified of us. That's what I would be. If I was China and I watched American TikToks, I would never want to invade. I wouldn't even want to visit. It doesn't show us in the greatest light. But now people are going on Red Note, the Chinese app. By the way, if they ban TikTok, every young kid should just become a Maoist, like CCP member, and learn Mandarin. Why not? If they ban TikTok, go hard. Not only Red Note, wear Fuck Taiwan shirts. I want every young kid who's mad about this in a Fuck Taiwan shirt. I want you to go, if you want to go hard, go hard. I want you to go fucking hard. Learn Mandarin and scream at your parents and scream at them in Mandarin from your room in a Fuck Taiwan shirt. Pledge your allegiance to the CCP. It's great. As TikTok ban looms, hundreds of thousands of Americans casting about for a new video sharing app have migrated to Xiaohongshu, a social media platform that translates to Little Red Book, which is a nickname for the classic compendium of quotations from Chairman Mao. It is all played out like a global practical joke on the American government. Threatened with exile from TikTok over concerns of Chinese interference, its users have simply scrolled to a different Chinese app. Well, that serves people right for banning TikTok. All of our young people who are making a living on TikTok should absolutely embrace the CCP publicly, and learn Mandarin, and because they like TikTok a lot. It's the app of their childhood. This is the app they grew up with it during the pandemic. And they've seen some of their friends get rich on it, and maybe they themselves have made a little bit of money on it, but they see it as an economy, and they see it as a place where they get their news and when they get their information. And it's a place where they're not watching mainstream news. They have no interest in that. They think it's bullshit. They're right. Doesn't mean everything on TikTok's great. Doesn't mean everything is well-sourced and balanced. It means that it's a place where they can get a bunch of different perspectives all over the place. I surrendered my phone number, reported my gender, and ticked off some of my interests, baby care, calligraphy, snacks. Then I absorbed a selection of the app's algorithmically selected videos. A girl in a lace veil eating an ice pop the size of her head. A woman preparing dinner in the back seat of a mini car lined with animal plushies. A stirring fan edit of the Luigi Mangione court appearances. This is Red Note we're talking about. This is someone's experience in Red Note. Soon I started to see videos pitched directly at me. Welcome notes created from the American TikTok user who recently arrived on Red Note's shore. So Red Note is the Chinese Communist CCP. They're like, you think TikTok's bad? You have no idea. And it proves an interesting point. Nobody is going to put their phone down. They will join Al Qaeda's app. It doesn't matter who has an app, by the way. What North Korea puts out an app, they're on that. There is no morality when it comes to boredom. You need to scroll. You're bored. So it doesn't matter what nefarious group puts out an app. It does not. If the Assad family, who just got kicked out of Syria, if Bashar Assad puts out an app, these kids are on it because they're bored. They're bored and they want to scroll. They don't care. Satan himself could put out an app. If the algorithm is enticing to these kids, they're on the app. They don't care. They're going in. Red Note is not even the least of it. As soon as like a terrorist group finds a way to entertain Americans, it's over. It's over. Truly. If a terrorist group found that Al Qaeda's wasting their time with cells in America trying to pull off attacks. If you listen to the Sean Ryan show every day, it's somebody else talking about Al Qaeda. But they're wasting their time. What they should start doing is dances in their backyard to get American teenagers on their side. It'll happen very quickly. It'll happen overnight. All you have to do is figure out an app that's entertaining because America wants to be entertained. I want to be entertained. We all just want to be entertained. So entertain us to death. Kill us through entertainment. That's what you have to do. That's what the Chinese probably realize. They're like, we need an app to entertain these people. That's going to win them over. And it does. It will. So if you're a terrorist group and you want to make a mark, you really have to figure out a social strategy. You have to figure out a social media strategy to entice American youth. Now, this is a woman or someone of other gender who's talking about her experience on the Red Note app. Let's listen to her. Let's see what she's got to say about Red Note, the Chinese app.
I joined Red Note. You can only do 15 characters, so my handle is Pretty Sweet Acres, and it's missing an E right there. Like, I don't know. It's total culture shock. There is a lot that's not in English, but I'm here for it. I decided to start with the Goat Run Club video, the very first one that went viral. So far, it's like gotten a few likes. You know what I mean? But the funniest thing, and I don't know if this is like a translation issue or if they literally think that these are sheep, but I've gotten a ton of comments that are like, oh my God, the sheep are so cute. Like the lambs, the sheep, they're goats. And it says they're goats. Sheep, tiny, so many sheep. Baby, run.
So is this Chinese people commenting directly? So the Chinese people aren't sure what a sheep or a lamb is. It doesn't matter. It's maybe the language isn't. Maybe it's just, it doesn't translate in the way that we think it does. Well, this is fun because now it's China and America getting together. And that's kind of interesting. I watch a lot of those Chinese videos. I like them. The Chinese rappers, and they rap and they make food. And some of the food looks good. Some of it's a little frightening. But it's cool if you ever see those like Chinese rappers. It's like a family of older, they do music, and then they're also cooking like crazy food. And I think they're big on TikTok. I watch all that creepy Chinese food stuff, where it's like really creepy Chinese food. Like a really creepy Chinese dish that they make. Like you'll see like a woman with a machete just hacking up a jellyfish and then eating it with her bare hands. I watched that. And I don't care who made it. I don't care if North Korea made it. It's interesting to watch. It's interesting content to watch. You watch something like really creepy on TikTok. That's what people want. And that's why we're all powerless. The algorithm is gonna win. So there's nothing you can really do about it. The mukbang, all of these things. People started with, like Trish Paytas started with mukbangs. Trish Paytas is now on like a world tour. Obviously she's very talented, but like, you know, you can get people, you can entice people any way you want. You got to get them in. You got to gross them out. You got to like captivate them in a certain way, and then you have them. And it's not good. I'm not saying this is like quality. I'm just saying you're kind of paralyzed in front of your phone. It's why the Costco family, Baal, the demon Baal, except the Rizzler, who I don't think knows. The Rizzler's unaware that he's surrounded by demons. You can see the Rizzler sometimes kind of quizzically look at them because they're so obviously demonic. The rest of the family, Big Justice AJ, the sister and the wife, are obviously the representation of an entity, a biblical entity called Baal. It's actually evil. And that's why they do the incantations. I've explained it a million times. But the Rizzler, I don't believe, is part of Baal. I think, because the Rizzler's not in their family. The Rizzler was picked to kind of market Baal and the evil family to the public. So every now and then, the Rizzler will do something like human, like cry, right? He'll be upset. We never see AJ and Big Justice show human emotion because that's not, because Baal has a tough time with that, the demon. The Rizzler comes in and he gets upset, and every now and then he'll look at the rest of the family and he'll go, oh, something's, I'm not like them. I think the Rizzler goes, there's something in them that's not in me. And that, my friend, the Rizzler, is Baal, is the biblical entity, the demon Baal. But what this is opened, by the way, the Pandora's box that this is open, and the reason that I talk about these algorithms and what they're pushing, people have called it brain rot. People have called it, there's all kinds of names for it. But what it is absolutely meaningless, pointless garbage that you are being fed, that is being mass marketed to you and your children, that doesn't make you smarter or sharper. And it doesn't mean that there's not good stuff on there. It doesn't mean that there's not really important and impactful stuff. It means that a lot of what is going on right now, like for example, there are so many people reviewing food, and it's not even from an educated, they're not educated, they're not chefs, they don't know anything about food, they don't know anything about anything, and they just go to a place and they eat the food and they go, this was good. That's it. They go to a place, they just sit there, they go, I'm trying Raising Cane's new fucking, or Dave's Hot Chicken's new fucking hot chicken fries. And they got the fries and then the hot chicken and this sauce and this and that. And then it's just somebody eats it and goes, that goes hard. That's the video. Someone eating French fries, they go, that goes hard. And that's it. And then all these companies are starting to sponsor these people and pay them money to go to these places and eat this stuff or try this stuff. So the future of entertainment in America is SponCon only. The future of entertainment in this country is companies paying people, teenagers, adults, whatever demo they're trying to get. It's paying people to go and try their products and review them positively on apps like TikTok or YouTube, Instagram, whatever it is. They're basically, they just, yo, that slaps. Yo, that goes hard. And it's like, sometimes it's like a teenage kid, and then sometimes like a full-on adult. Like an adult who just pulls up outside of a Sonic and goes, I'm gonna try the Sonic whatever, and then they're sitting in a car, and then they're eating the Sonic, and I don't know, it's like, I bet in the beginning of this, Sonic was like, this is disgusting. It's just like a gross person pulling up, shoving food in their face. We don't want this. We don't want it. And then I bet after a while they came in and ran the numbers and they go, no, this is real good. And the executives were like, wait a minute, are you sure? This thing's a monster. And they go, yeah, but there's millions of people are watching this morbidly obese person who cannot fit in their car eat, and they make the sounds like that weird, that like, and the executives at Sonic Republic, wait a minute, this is gross. We hate this, right? And they go, no. It's actually great. It's actually motivating thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people are watching people eat this shit, and they're gonna come get it. And the CEOs are like, wait a minute, they're not repulsed by this? They don't turn this off immediately? No, this is great. If you like civil rights and sleeping, it's important that you check out HelixSleep.com during the Martin Luther King Day flash sale, because Helix has some of the most comfortable mattresses in the world. All my visitors at my Hamptons home say to me, what are these beds? They're so great. I say they're Helix. So I'm telling you right now, everybody loves it. If you don't know what kind of mattress you want, go to HelixSleep.com and take a quiz. It's a short quiz. It'll tell you what type of mattress is perfect for you. Are you a side sleeper, back sleeper? You sleep warm or cold or whatever. I'm telling you, I've done so well with this company because I truly believe in it and I love it. Go to HelixSleep.com/TimD, okay? This is a big deal. You sleep through the whole night, okay? The sale, you're going to get 25% off site-wide plus 2 free Dream pillows. It's 27% off? Oh my God. 27% off site-wide with 2 free Dream pillows with a mattress purchase? That's the MLK flash sale. It's 27% off site-wide to celebrate the strides we've made in this country and also the beautiful sleep in the Helix. That's what it's about, is taking a load off, going like, you work hard to get places in this world and then you sleep. HelixSleep.com/TimD, HelixSleep.com/TimD, HelixSleep.com/TimD. Like the Costco cretins, there had to be a moment when Costco was like, well, we don't love this. What is this? Like these suits at Costco had to go, hold on, what is this? Is this going to turn people on? And then eventually they go, oh, they surrendered. They go, no, this is actually great. This is resonating with the, because the suits are probably, they're on like a little bit of a lag about how cretinized the public is. They don't know yet how cretinized the public has become. So they're probably like, wait a minute, like it's shocking even to them. And they have the worst opinions of the American people in advertising, have the lowest opinions of the American public. And even to them, they're probably shocked that some of this is working. They're like, really? So they like this. They like the dancing family who just screams about the cookie. They like it. It does well. The guys there playing golf in Scottsdale, they go, yeah, no, it's actually great. The guy, wait, hold on, Bob, that guy I showed you who screams about the cookie and the chicken thing. No, they actually like it. No way, they love it. Numbers are up. People are going in and they're getting these cookies and they're taking photos with them. That guy is getting, like, it's gotta shock the executives at some of these companies that this content actually drives the numbers. So now that they know it does, get ready. Get ready for the onslaught, because now they know, the executives of these companies know, the word we're going for is cringe. It's not like, it's gotta, people have to be puzzled at first. Like, it's about to get real weird now. Not that it's not weird around. The drones might be a campaign for Arby's. We don't know the drones could be Arby's. They might go, well, yeah, those drones that were over the military, Arby's. Like, it's gonna get so weird and so crazy with the way that companies are gonna choose to advertise stuff to you, because they know that you have to initially be repulsed. You have to initially be repulsed. Like, if I was KFC, I'd go, take a chicken tender and leave it by the scene of a murder. That's what I would say. I'd say, wait for someone to get murdered, and then take a tender and leave it by the scene of the murder so we can get involved. Just take it. Be careful, because we don't want them thinking you murdered the person, but just roll a tender by a body and take a photo, and then we become part of the news. Like, the way that companies are gonna market stuff now, like when I was growing up, they never had any respect for you. It was always like they played on your emotions, like the Budweiser Clydesdales would like take a knee after 9/11, you know? And it would be like from one American icon to another. Or the Frogs, Budweiser, you know what I mean? Jake from State Farm, any of that stuff, any of these Flo from Progressive, any of these characters that you got used to, okay? These campaigns were built around these wacky, zany characters. Now they're building marketing campaigns around psychologically unstable people. That Costco guy will take his family Benoit style. He will take them out somehow. It will end, that Costco marketing campaign will end worse than Fogel somehow. It'll end worse than Jared Fogle, the pedophile who lost a bunch of weight eating the BMT or whatever he ate. I'm telling you right now, they're now just reaching out to psychologically unstable people who consume their products day in and day out on camera. And these companies are going, we should get in bed with this psycho. We should get in bed with this nut job who's drinking syrup. There's gonna be a guy in the IHOP parking lot who drinks syrup out of the things, okay? And IHOP's gonna go, we should get in bed with that guy. We should do stuff with him. Why not? And you see what happens. You see it happens with Jared Fogle. Like, it's never a great idea to get in bed with someone who claims they love your product so much that it's the only thing going on in their life. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea, but this is coming. This is coming. So we don't know the next phase of this marketing, because I watch, and that's a lot of what you see on TikTok. A lot of what you see on TikTok is companies that have figured out how to start brand partnerships with people, okay? And they don't care who it is. They don't care who it. They'll start it with Bibi Netanyahu. Will literally light a bunch of babies on fire and then eat a crumble cookie. They don't give a shit. They will. Bibi Netanyahu will be reviewing crumble cookies within 4 months. I'm Bibi Netanyahu. This is Crumble Cookie Monday, and he'll just have the crumble cookie with the little cutter, and he'll eat it, and he'll go, pancake. I like it. Like, it's gonna get to that point. They don't really care. It doesn't matter to them. It doesn't matter, because these companies go, the people are monsters. We got to find monsters to market to the people. It's no longer like double mint gum with like the hot chicks. We're no longer going that route. We're no longer getting a model. We're no longer doing any of that. We're getting someone that looks like the people. We're getting a monster. We're going to get a monster to market this shit, because that's who it's for. So we're going to get a monster to do it. We're going to hand select one of these demons from the internet, and we're going to stuff their pockets with money, and we're going to go fill a tub in your house with Raising Cane sauce and bathe in it. You're a monster, and that's what we want. We want you. You're a monster, okay? The old school ones like McDonald's and Burger King, they're not quite getting it yet. You can still see they're trying to do like that old school shit, and it's not really working. They're still trying to do, they're like, at McDonald's, but they need to find a monster. Like, if you're a fast food company and your sales are low, if they're dipping, you got to get a monster. Like, Wendy's has got to get a monster. What about a guy on death row whose meal is Wendy's? It's his last meal, and he eats Wendy's every day until they put him to death for the murder. He murdered 2 sisters. He murdered and raped 2 sisters and lit their bodies on fire in the woods in rural Tennessee. And he's going to the chair, or whatever they have. He's going to lethal injection. But he's going to eat Wendy's the night before. That's what we're, he's going to eat a big bacon classic before they strap him to the gurney. And and they're going to give his family money, but he's got to talk about Wendy's when he's up there, strapped to getting ready to get injected. He's got to keep talking about Wendy's, even past the first shot. The first shot's to numb you, and then the second shot's what shuts down your organs. Even they're going to tell him, even though they're giving you the first shot, you got to keep talking about Wendy's. Keep talking about Wendy's. And then the second shot, obviously, you're not able to. They got to embrace that. You got to get a monster now, or a family of monsters to market your product to the American people. And if you're not doing that, you're crazy. The inauguration is coming up. Donald Trump will be inaugurated. The FBI is warned of a non-specific terror threat. There's going to be a lot of military. I'm not going to go. I thought about going. I was invited, and I appreciate that. I was invited VIP, and that's very nice of them. But I've got a birthday coming up. I got shows. I got things. I got this. We have fires in LA. My house was burned down. I lost my home. We're going to have a GoFundMe up for me very soon. It's tough to see everything you've built, a dream that I worked so hard for, go up in smoke, literally. And we're going to have a GoFundMe up for me to just get me even. As Vegas Matt would say, get even or get even worse. I just want to get even. Just make me whole. Just make me whole. Taxes, insurance, the mortgage, everything together, we need about $4 million to make me whole. Hopefully I'll run into a few friendly faces. U.S. Capitol riders return to D.C. to celebrate Trump's inauguration. If you are a Capitol rider, is this not the greatest day of your life? If you are a Capitol rioter, this is like the day that you didn't see coming, but this is everything. Heaven, if it's real, will pale in comparison for these. You got to be at least happy for that. There is no greater joy. There is no greater happiness. Members of the J6 community who hold nightly vigils at the D.C. jail that houses them have already secured official inauguration tickets, according to multiple sources, and are tapping allies in Trump's orbit to solicit additional tickets. You're a J6er. You're getting out of jail, and then your boy's coming in. I mean, it is, just think of it. They're just so happy. It just makes them happy. I'm asking you to withhold judgment on their act for a moment. I'm saying, have you ever seen someone happy? They're going to be happy. I mean, all smiles, all ear-to-ear smiles from the J6 crew. Just walking in there, they're kind of renegades. They should have leather jackets with like J6, like in the back of them, like leather jackets. I'm telling you, this is going to be the happiest day of their life. There is not the birth of their children. Nothing will compare to that. There will be nothing on their deathbed. When someone asks them, what really did it for you on this planet? They're gonna go, you're gonna laugh. But Trump's second inauguration, I got right out of jail, and I was back out in D.C. while he gets inaugurated. I'm hoping that someone doesn't do something. FBI is saying a non-specific threat, but they're referencing like New Orleans. Agencies warn of Trump's inauguration being a target for violent extremists. The FBI is like, we're very concerned with these violent extremists. And by that, we mean people on our payroll, our official payroll, all those violent extremists that we have interviewed 30 times. And no, we're very concerned with these violent extremists that we keep having lunch with. We keep recruiting them as informants, but they're violent and they're extreme. And we're very concerned with them. We don't like them. They're bad. And they present a grave public danger, which is why we've tried to, get them to work for us, and do often. The threat assessment compiled by the FBI, Secret Service, Capitol Police, and other agencies highlights various nightmare scenarios. Ooh. including bomb hoaxes, swatting calls, drone flights, and vehicle ramming attacks. Foreign terrorists, domestic extremists, and lone wolves are considered potential perpetrators. The assessment also notes that Iran has long sought revenge against Trump for the killing of General Soleimani, with 700,000 users on Telegram threatening to assassinate him the day after election. And no one is taking anything on Telegram seriously. I think that they're going to have a ton of security. I know for a fact they'll have a ton of security. We hope, of course, pray, whatever, that nothing happens and that everything is okay. But there's going to be a lot of people out there. This is not the time necessarily when something's going to pop off. I tend to think in terms of things like this that it'll be a day you don't expect. It's like 9/11. Tuesday after, morning 9/11. Nobody thought. I don't know if they do things on the day of the inauguration. I think it's going to be very difficult. That's another reason me getting in and out. It's annoying being herded from this one to that one, here to there, checkpoints and this and that. It's like, it would have been cool to see as an event. I get it. I hate conventions. I feel like it's going to be like a convention. It's going to be freezing. They're moving it inside. I thought it was going to be like more of a where it would be like me and Trump and Vance, and then they would have like a map of the world. I hope I didn't forget something important during today's patrol to attack, and they would go, "We'll take it under advisement." Like, it's not like that. It's more of an impersonal thing. I thought it was going to be like, I get a few minutes with Trump to just go, here's a few people I think you should look at. That's what I thought. That's why I wanted to go. Here's a few members of my family to keep an eye on. That's what I thought it was going to be. That was my hope, that I was going to be able to. I have a list of people that I think should be watched. I hope I didn't forget something important during today's patrol. The inauguration, I was going to be able to give that list to a member of the administration to pass along to Tulsi or someone. That's why I was going. Apparently, it's a huge ball that's kind of impersonal. I won't really have that kind of access, but I have a list of people for their own good. I want them to be watched by our new government. I hope I didn't forget something important during today's patrol. Friends. And I want them to be watched. So that's what I thought it was going to be. Like, come on in. Here's my list. That's what I thought it was going to be. Trump was informed about the potential harm that the cold temperatures could have on law enforcement horses. Interesting. Because the horses could freeze. May the stars guide you to victory. They got a lot of horses out there in case the crowd gets unruly. It's like 6th Street in Austin. Life in general can be chaotic, but if you're in charge of order fulfillment for an e-commerce business, you know that it's a special kind of chaos. But with ShipStation, you can count on your day-to-day remaining calm. Save hours and money every month by shipping from all of your stores with one login, automating repetitive tasks, and finding the best rates among the global carriers. All of them. You can focus on parts of your business because you never have to worry about shipping and fulfillment again with ShipStation. I love it. I've used it. My friends have used it. My family uses it. You want to focus on the parts of your business that you really need to. Originating customers and new ideas, research, development, sales, marketing. Let ShipStation handle the back office for you. I hope I didn't forget something important during today's patrol. Allow you to smoothly print shipping labels at the click of a button? I do. Have you been able to scale your business faster? I have. How does it feel to save thousands on shipping? Pretty good. With an industry-leading discounts from their rate shoppers? You need to get out there, start an e-commerce. But my friend's mother used to make ashtrays with the shells. And she would paint on the shell. And she'd sell them online. But she'd be confused who gets what, who ordered what. Terry from Ohio, what does Terry want? Want the tie-dye one?
Hope will find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Handling that. They're delivering a better customer experience. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce business. With ShipStation, it's the fastest, most affordable way to ship products to your customers. With discounts up to 88% off UPS, DHL Express, and USPS Freight. Up to 90% off FedEx rates. I'm telling you, they work with everyone.
Hope will find a way.
ShipStation.com and use code TimDillon to sign up for your free trial. That's ShipStation.com, code TimDillon, TimDillon. I'm telling you right now, This is the move. 6th Street in Austin, Texas. Which Austin, by the way, looks like California.
Welcome to Mobile Legends!
I was like Googling pictures of Austin, and it just looks like California with fires that are already ripped.
5 seconds till the enemy reaches the battlefield.
It's already the
Smash them.
deforestation is over.
All troops
Let's talk a
deployed.
little bit about these scumbags.
It is love that keeps us
trying to
alive.
rob people in California right now. Get up the midgets from selling Sunset and whatever scam they're running. Get them up on Instagram. They're running a scam. All these realtors are running a scam. This is the way to scam. They're like, use us for free, no commission. They're like, and by the way, if you pay a commission, we'll give it back to you. It's like, well, why would I pay one? You're either giving it for free or not. I also know people where people are inquiring. People are calling up residents of Altadena right now and saying, we will buy your land for $700,000. And then it's BlackRock. BlackRock, these demons from hell. Larry Fink comes out and goes, it's going to take 10 years to rebuild, scaring the shit out of everybody. It's going to take but
Such extravagant
comes out and
praises.
says it. His company, BlackRock, is out there calling people whose it's still warm. The smoldering ashes are still going.
In memory
And
of
BlackRock
the
is
fallen.
like, hey, hi, I'd like to buy some land. And they never say it's BlackRock. But then when you start doing all the, like, verification of funds, my friends are realtors in LA, and they start doing the verification of funds, and they start looking into it, it's BlackRock. Is calling, and they're like,
This is not the end for us.
hi, I would just like to, like, buy some land in Palisades, and maybe there's some people that might need some help, and people might just, they might value having some cash on your hand. So we'd like to come in and you go, oh, that's okay. Well, yeah, let's have the documentation. We start providing the documentation, and it all goes back to fucking BlackRock is trying to buy the land in Altadena and the Palisades, all these places, because people are desperate, and they go, we'll just buy the land. We'll buy the land from you. Get the midges from Selling Sunset. Get their Instagram up. Find out what scam they're running, because they are running a scam. I believe they did it. And if they sue me for defamation, remember this is for entertainment only. I personally believe the brothers from Selling Sunset started this fight. I'm just saying right now, I don't need evidence when I feel so strongly, by the way. I don't need evidence when I feel so strongly about something. The two little guys from Selling Sunset started this fire.
Life wasted.
I don't know why for season 5, but they're offering some scam deal
for one day
to people who've lost their home. They're offering like some strange game where they're like, we want to talk about it. This is how you know you're getting scammed. When people come online and do this, they go, we want to talk about the real scam. There's scammers out there taking advantage of people. We want to bring that to their attention. And the reason they're doing that is because they're saying, we found out that there's people out there that are not us. And if that's the case, it's a big problem for us. So we want to get ahead of this. We want to come out and warn you about people not associated with our scam, trying to scam you. By the way, when a fire like this breaks out, if you're a scammer, if you're a con, this is your moment. This is the time. Here we go. Let's let go. Anything got NBC News, got everyone involved. Let's watch these criminals. Let's watch these criminals. The guys from... Can you imagine your house has been lost?
There's no
and in your window pops in the little guy from Selling Sunset?
Is Selling Sunset. Jason, it's good to see you. Thank you. Wish it was under better circumstances. Something that's striking, right? And I think people don't really even understand it.
Let's stop this for a minute. I'm a little sick of capitalism. I really got to be honest. I'm starting to go red. Why during the fire is the realtor from Selling Sunset on the news?
And to wither.
Why in God's name, during an active fire, is the real estate agent from Selling Sunset on expert. They're bringing in. Why are we even thinking about that?
There are memories.
Why are we even
Time does
thinking
not
about
erase.
what's going to happen with the real estate market? It's on fire. It's literally on fire. Why would we bring in an expert? All right, let's see it.
California, I'm not. I'm a Midwest kid. What burned in the areas affected here, these are some of the fanciest places in all of Los Angeles, right?
Stop this.
You destroyed a turret.
Why in God's name? Why in God's do you want everyone the world over to hate us? Can you imagine a less sympathetic angle than someone who starts the interview by going, now, Jason, these houses were some of the fanciest, glitziest, glamorous houses that have ever been constructed. Am I right?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say most of the Pacific Palisades is gone, probably 75% of it. And I'd say the average home there was maybe 3 to 4 million. Certainly homes in the
No, it's higher.
$5 to $10 million range. I've sold, I've had clients and friends calling me all day, probably 40 to 50 calls actually from people that lost homes. Several of them were former clients who I sold homes to them in the Palisades in the 5 to 10 million.
How is this helping? Shouldn't they be doing like evacuation notice? Here's how to get out. Here's where you should go. Here's the church that has the water for you. Why is this lunatic talking about 50 homes he sold? Why aren't people going, by the way, the church has water.
Is too cold.
It has water. Go and drink. We have water at the church. Why aren't they doing that? Why is this psychopath going, I sold 50 homes in that neighborhood?
And all range of those, they're all gone.
Wow. What happens to these folks? There's a finite number of homes. You're talking about, a couple of thousand, 6,000 homes that will have been destroyed by this, many more damaged. Where do all those folks go?
I'll be
That's
the
such a good
beacon that
question.
guides Necrokeep
Right
through
now,
the dark.
hotels,
Legendary.
you can't find a hotel room. Forget about Los Angeles. You can't even find hotel rooms in Newport Beach, Orange County. I mean, all the way down to San Diego right now. So they're waiting in hotels until they can figure out with their insurance how much money they have to find a house. But we do have some clients that we are working with now to try to find property, and you wouldn't believe the story. I mean, we had a client today. We showed him a house for $13,000 a month, that was the asking price on the MLS, and we offered $20,000 a month up front for 6 months, and the landlord counted us at $23,000, $10,000 more than what we were even asking. You'll see lines of 15, 20 people just waiting to get in to these properties. There's just
that sort of sounds like gouging almost.
It is.
I don't know.
It's actually
that's why I'm mentioning it, because it should be exposed what some of these landlords are doing.
Necrokeep will bathe the daylight.
Wrong, really. You're taking advantage of people at that point. Help us understand what's going to happen here, right? I mean, you think about the Pacific Coast Highway, Malibu. These are sort of some of the more iconic places
too
in the
loud.
country. That's why they make a Netflix show about selling these homes that you're a star on.
We hold our ground.
I think so. It's going to take a long time. I think the city needs to do things like, for example, maybe exempt the mansion tax, for developers.
I agree. Well, what about for me? How about for me? I mean, I sold my home, but still, if I want to buy another one.
To be encouraged to come in and build here, we're going to need to expedite, the permitting process, and we're going to need California to increase the FAIR plan. The FAIR plan is the California fire insurance that's offered to the state.
That's right. That's right.
Right now, there are no other options. And the FAIR plan only goes up to $3 million. So most of these homes that burnt down weren't able to be insured through the California FAIR plan. We have to increase that.
Stunning.
This is not the end for us.
There's a long...
Stunning. He's like, and we also have to get California to get all the laws off the books that stop me from stealing your home. Get those laws off the books that stop me when I want to steal your home. It's not good. It's counterproductive. If I steal your house fair and square, it's my house. because I come to you and have you sign a couple of documents while you're crying. It's mine. Finders keepers, losers weepers.
A lot of friends and clients reaching out.
Yes.
Because they lost their homes over the last couple of days, and they need.
Why is yours fine?
They need help with places to live now.
Because you
Their
started the
families
fire.
are
You and your brother.
displaced, and
that's right.
as real estate agents, we obviously have an obligation
arsonists.
to help them find a place, even when it's going to be difficult with thousands of people that looking for places in areas and houses available. But the Oppenheim Group is offering to represent anybody for free, or we will credit you back any commission paid.
What do you mean by that?
If you've lost your house and you're now displaced,
credit you back.
we will help you find a place, or do our best to help you find a place to rent. Real estate agents need to come together and work hard.
That's who needs to come
for the
together. Is
community.
real estate agents. It's time to rate.
Reach out to us.
Find a way, even when all is forlorn.
Grab the phone with your charred hand and call me and my dirtbag team of scumbags. Get your charred claw, pull out your cell phone, call me and my brother, and we'll come there and rob you. You want to get robbed? Take your phone out of your pocket and come get robbed. We'll put you in a house for 20 grand a month and shouldn't rent for 9. We'll put you in a dump. We will put you and your family in a shit box for $30,000 a month. Call me and my brother with your charred hand, and I will put you in a shit box of a house for $40,000 a month. You want to talk about a shit box? We'll put you in a We'll put you in a house you want to burn down. We'll put you in a house every day you pray it burns. Because me and my brother, who may or may not have started the fires, are here to rob you. We're here to take. You're in a desperate situation. Pick up the phone. This is where we come in. You're desperate. You have smoke inhalation poisoning. You're not really thinking. You're dizzy. You're vomiting. You have headaches. Call me and my brother. We'll get it done. We specialize in representing people with headaches from inhaling smoke. That's what we specialize in. We specialize in the relocation of families who've lost properties and aren't thinking clearly. I love the angle of the news being like, so these are really nice homes. Where do these people live? Where do the rich live? These are beautiful. That's why there's TV shows on Netflix about them. That's why there's TV shows about them. Where are these people gonna go? Where are they gonna go? I don't know. Somewhere else? There'll be a lot of those people will be okay. He's like, the average home is $3 to $4 million. That's a lie. The average home in the Palisades is more than that. The average is a fake because the average, they'll include like an apartment complex that's not in the Palisades of like shitty condos. Like, averages are not real. The reality is everyone who lives in the Palisades, and I'm not shitting on them, and I hope they're okay, and I'm not saying that there is anything morally wrong with having money and nice things. I have them, it's fine. But it is hilarious to me that now this guy, like, seeing these real estate agents just come out there and go, listen. Now, by the way, you don't need to advertise. They're going to call. They're going to call. Why are you advertising? Don't you have 3 television shows you love? Don't you have 3 TV shows? How about you come out and say we're going to donate some money, we're going to do fundraisers, things like that. They know to call you. Yeah, you shamelessly put your face everywhere, all over the town. They know to call. Why do you need to run a commercial while people are burning alive? You don't need to do it. All your fucking dumb face is on every billboard, and every show about real estate involves you. You don't need to do a commercial about how you're going to help these people. They will call you. The people that need to will call you. And by the way, I hope this phone is flooded with really poor people. Everyone should call him that has nothing. Hello, is it Jason? He's from Oppenheim. My budget is $700. I live in shed. In Altadena, the shed burned down. I have nothing. Will you and your brother help me? I live in shed. It burned. Everybody burned. I smell the skin burn of the man Who's here? He used to hit me every now and then, but he's still a good man. He burned alive. Will you and your brother find me a room to live? I want to live in a room. No more shed. Room. TimDillonComedy.com.
Tears and laughter. Such extravagant phrases.
The enemy has slain the turtle.
We appreciate everybody. We love you. We thank you. And we believe it's our greatest days are ahead of us. We always do. We always have. And we hope for a safe inauguration. We hope that everybody is thriving. We hope that everything has it. Guys. There's so much more that unites us than
For
divides.
one day,
Some of that.
your people will bathe the desert.
There's so much more that unites us than divides us. It's like we're all the same, like we just,
There's
we
no
need a
further
little bit
from
of time. We need the Frozen. What about a Disney musical that Israel and Palestine? We need to get everything. We need a concert. We need a concert. We need Jelly Roll to go over there. And I've said it before, I'll say it again, we just need a concert. We're gonna get Oh, we need a concert for God. For both. What do you think? Is the Jelly Roll coming out of the tunnel?
I'll be the beacon that guides Metro to the dark.
My point is that it's a tunnel of southwestern, See Jelly Roll coming out of the tunnel? Out of the Hamas tunnel? Ladies and gentlemen, Jelly Roll! He walks out of the Hamas tunnel. And everybody's getting into it. All the little Palestinian kids and the Israeli, everybody's getting into it. Can we do that? Can we bring healing back with pop culture? You know what I mean? Can we do that? Can we get to Taylor Swift over there? Show them what now mediocrity is. You too can do this. Nothing. What she does. Can't she do a song? Can you imagine this? Is there any more powerful? It's the ruins of God, like a ruins. Taylor Swift is sitting there, red boots, and the guitar. And she starts to play the guitar. And then two people from Gaza, maybe because they're going to be amputees. I'm going to prepare everyone for this. It's not going to be nice. But again, I didn't do it. But they're dancing kind of beautifully with the one arm or the one leg. Like they're amputees, and Taylor's playing the guitar. And she's, it's a cruel summer. And the people, you have no idea. Wouldn't that be because it's topical? She goes, it's a cruel summer, and they're all nodding like, whoa, boy. And there's amputees and they're dancing, and then we cut to Jelly Roll, and he comes right out of the Hamas tunnel. And it's Jelly Roll. And it's nuts. We got T-Swift singing in the ruins with the stumps, the amputees, and they're dancing, and Jelly Roll comes out of the Hamas. Well, now it's crazy. Jelly Roll's doing the rap part of it, and then Taylor Swift on the guitar, and then Billie Eilish is like very sad and quiet. And then they do a close-up, and she's by a mass grave. Billie Eilish is sitting in the middle of a mass grave, and she's like,
It is a blessing to bloom.
And it's Billie Eilish, and you go, what are you watching in there? And you go, Billie Eilish is performing in a mass Palestinian grave. It's beautiful. And we have this moment. We have this moment of Jelly Roll coming out of the Hamas tunnel. We have Taylor Swift in the room, and Billie Eilish singing in a mass grave. Sabrina Carpenter and Nikki here in the Islamic thing, which is a little too, a little too Western for that part. But she's covered respectfully, and she's doing her thing. Can't we bring the fucking, if we can't do it, who's gonna do it? Who's gonna do it?
Such a painful goodbye.
It's my hope. And then I hope, and this will happen, and I swear to God, don't think I'm lying, There will be a moment on CNN when they go, and now, after the ceasefire has finally been ratified, let's talk about the rebuilding of Gaza. And to do that, we're bringing on Jason and Brett Oppenheim from the Oppenheim Group and the show Selling Sunset.
Shut down.
We're up. Thank you for joining us. You want to sit here?
No.
It's your show.
Well, but that's not what we do on YouTube. Experience. Don't sit.
Good move. I want to sit.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me shoot the special at the mothership. It was amazing. Thank you for saving it.
Thank you for doing it. Well, let's talk about it.
Yeah.
When we got there, someone, it's generally some executive type person decided to put lamps on every table and light the room up. And I got there, I was like, oh no. And there's like a tension in the air that you could feel.
It was the brightest I had ever seen the club.
Yeah, it was weird.
I could see earrings.
Yeah, you could see everything.
Everything.
Despair will be dispelled.
You could see their complexion. And then so Wednesday, the early show, we were shooting Wednesday, Thursday, the early show. Wednesday was tough. It was tough. People were,
it was tense.
They were having fun, but
you were doing really well. But your opening acts were struggling. Because it was a feeling when you got there, when I walked in.
Such extravagant places.
Fucking orgies. Yeah. You know what I mean? It felt like a conference hall. It felt weird. And everybody seemed like a little off-put by it. Like everyone, the audience
I was supposed to marry him.
But as soon as you started fucking around with the audience and going into them, they got loose.
They got loose. But it's like, it's funny, it's like when you shoot a special, you do comedy all the time, and then you go out and you shoot a special and you go, okay, I've done this a million times. It's gone great. And it'll go great now. And then you get it on film. And then you go out. And it's like, I'm like embarrassed because you're there. And in my head, I'm like, I hope he left. Because you're all excited. And you're like, I'm excited. I'm coming to see the special. I'm excited. And I'm like, well, thank God it came. I mean, I'm up there and I'm like doing bits and the audience is just staring at me. And I go, well, this is good. And then, but afterwards, you corrected it and said, you gotta make it like a comedy club.
Well, to those guys' credit, they all did exactly what I said, which is beautiful. They didn't push back at all.
They were smart.
Yeah, they had so much work that they put into making things interesting. They lit the walls weird. Yeah. They did all this stuff, but I said, you got to understand, all this stuff makes people self-conscious. The more they can see themselves, the more they can see other people, the more they're self-conscious, the more they won't laugh. And Tim's act was fucked up. Right. You have to cut loose on some jokes that in polite company you would laugh at.
That's right.
You would turn your head away from. So.
And what was a mind fuck is that I was here a month ago and I did 6 shows and they were like the best shows we've ever done.
You're like, this is the perfect place to film.
Why would I film it? Right. And we filmed it at the store. We didn't get the coverage. I had a good staff, but the coverage wasn't there.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And it
doesn't make any sense.
It's not ideal.
It doesn't make any sense. That's not a giant room. It's not like you're doing a coliseum.
It was not good.
Initiate retreat.
It's always good when you think you're gonna get in. Because the store, LA is weird. You have people that are sitting there like ironic cowboy hats. They have their hot influencer girlfriends. It's weird. It's not always great. Sometimes it's amazing. But we got out of 4 shows in LA. We got one really great show. Gabby Reese was there. Standing in the front row. Oh, that's awesome. She's the best. And I'm like, all right, so that's good, right? We got it. And everyone's like, we got it. And then we get the footage back, and we don't got it.
Do you have anything you use for clips, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh, that's what I was thinking about the first show Wednesday.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of clips in there.
There's clips.
You were fucking around with the crowd stuff.
Yeah. No. For sure, there's clips. But, like, the one we got at the store, the guy was a good guy, a nice guy, and he's a talented guy, but he just made some choices where he was, like, far out. He wasn't, like, we didn't have a ton of choices. And that was because here's the thing, they have a vision, too.
Right.
The people that shoot it. And I don't talk to any of them and figure out anything.
Oh, you have to do that.
I really learned.
Yeah.
I just showed up.
Yeah, I know.
The silence of Mecca Keep is too cold.
I I don't even like I'm bad at that part of it where I'm like, I don't do like the strategy meeting and go, what are we doing? Right. I just figure it's like, it's a mothership, it's a great club, you got a camera.
Yeah.
There's a stage.
Don't go too crazy with the design, and that's what the problem was.
Yeah.
We're really crazy with changing the atmosphere.
Yeah.
We wanted to, which probably works for some things, but it's not good for stand-up, and it's definitely not good for your kind of stand-up. Your kind of stand-up demands darkness.
Preferably very dark.
They did it with it was for Holtzman, really good. Paulie was actually, I don't know if Paulie's doing it at the store. I know he definitely did it. He definitely did it at the store. Right. I don't know if he did it at the mothership. But when he was good, I go, that's interesting. I don't know if I like it, but I like it for him. But for Holtzman, it's really good. That's amazing. He's fucking amazing.
I want to see Holtzman in this spot.
Did you see Surrounded Madison Square Garden?
I didn't see his set.
It was fucking amazing.
I imagine.
It was fucking amazing because
imagine.
It wasn't worked. You know, Holtzman will take something that day,
right,
and run with it.
It's wild.
That day. So he had this whole chunk about nobody likes Billy Joel. Fuck Billy Joel. Billy Joel banners.
At Billy Joel's home.
He's so Madison out like 300 times.
I know, it's crazy.
It's really,
that's so funny.
And he's just like, fuck Billy Joel. Nobody likes Billy Joel.
Yeah.
All the people that work here, oh, fucking Billy Joel's here.
Yeah. Oh, that's so funny. No, he's great, man.
I'm not doing it any justice. I'm not doing it any
justice. He's one of those guys, the stuff he does, he can only do.
Well, we made a real big effort to get him to talk because it felt like this is not a diss to the Comedy Store, but he had gotten into a position where they weren't utilizing him. They were just having him go up last at the end of these shows. You're talking about a 30-year comic.
Right.
He's really good.
Of course.
But he's weird. You gotta love it. I love it. And he has an audience now. Like, people come to see him at the Mothership and it's sold out. And they're expecting Holtzman.
Right.
Because it's like, you ever the stories about when Hedberg was coming up? When Hedberg was coming up, before everybody knew who he was, before he did like Letterman sets, before he did Comedy Central sets, you would put him on as a headliner, and they had this guy went on before him who was like rapping and doing backflips, super high energy, and Hedberg's just standing there talking about frozen bananas. I mean, you have to set the stage right, you have to set the tone right, and until people know what he does, and then they come to him, and that's kind of the thing with Holtzman. They don't know what's going on.
They have to know.
But once you know what's going on,
you're in.
And it's great because it's so unusual.
It's so interesting how delicate things are. I had a guy, friend of mine, really talented singer-songwriter in San Jose. And I go, why didn't you open a show with and we did like 3 songs, and it was like really a tough show. It was like a brutal show. Like after he did 3 songs, and I didn't realize it. But a bunch of people told me you don't have comedy follow music.
It's too weird.
It's too weird. It doesn't
different
work.
mindsets.
Yeah, and like he's singing songs.
Battery
and
80%.
Getting into it. And then he went on and did comedy, and it was just, it wasn't terrible, but it was very different. And it didn't feel.
You gotta knock people out of that mindset of music, and the problem is that most opening acts aren't strong enough to shut them out. They're not good enough.
I was supposed to marry him.
Right.
So by the time you're getting up, they're just still adjusting to the idea that they're laughing.
Yeah, it was dead, and I felt bad, and he kind of felt bad. He didn't say anything after, like he was sitting in the green room, like, good job, man. He's like, yeah, you too. And then it was just silent. Because we were so mad at him. And it wasn't his fault. He's an awesome guy. And we loved hanging out with him. He's from Northern California. So me and my opener were like, why don't you tag along? We'll do this road trip. Or maybe we flew. I think we flew. And I said, it'll be fun. The San Jose Improv's like an old theater that they've made into a club.
Great place.
Great place. And we were staying in like Palo Alto, which is fun. You walk around Stanford campus and, you know, see all the Asian people. It's nice just to see everyone. And, but then he got up, and it was like, I didn't know what, it was like running with weights on.
What did he sing about?
Just kind of like whatever he's doing. It's like acoustic music, but it's like it's like some of it's like socio-cult like commentary, so I was like, maybe that'll fit. It's kind of like folky, kind of like, you know, whatever, here's what's going on type stuff. And I was like, that might be good. And it was like, whoa, it was like quicksand. We got up and it was like quicksand right after him. And then he was like, you know, the next day we were all kind of having breakfast, and I was like, you know, I think tonight we'll just do the comedy. He goes, no, I get it. He goes, it changed the energy. I go, yeah. And I go, I'm sorry. I felt, and he goes, no, I'm sorry. I felt bad.
It's just like mixing peanut butter and steak.
Right.
You know, both of them are great.
Yeah, you just can't do it together.
Just don't put them together.
And it ruined the weekend because now we hated him. We were, but we like him. But I'm like, I don't even want to look at him now because of how difficult this was.
That's hilarious, especially San Jose Improv. That place is awesome.
It's always supposed to be awesome, and it was like, you know, it was tough. So it is comedy's such an interesting thing. You got to have an idea of like what you're going to see, who you're going to see.
Yeah.
And because I saw people that 8 o'clock Wednesday show, I'm like, they don't want to be here. Some of these people don't want to be here.
Well, I don't think that's the case.
Maybe it wasn't.
I think they were weirded out
by how lit it was.
It was so well lit.
It was so well lit.
There's a light in front of you on your table.
Yeah, it was crazy.
It was a bad idea.
And then Thursday shows were the best ever.
Yeah, that's perfect. Well, we got them to shut off everything.
Yeah.
And they said, oh, we're just going to leave these lights on. I'm like, let me see them off. Like the stage light, I go, let me see that off.
Right.
Let me dim it down. Let me see it off. Okay, take it off. No, get rid of it. Get rid of it. And they did everything.
Yeah.
It's so nice owning a club.
Of course.
There's no committee.
Yeah.
There's no committee. There's me and you. What do you want?
You're the dictator.
But it's not even a dictator. It's like I do whatever the comic wants. Like, whatever you need. Tell me what you want. We'll do it that way?
Yeah.
Okay, good. You want music? No music? Okay, no music. Whatever you want.
No, it's the most comic-friendly club, meaning like you can do anything you with. The reason that I need guidance because I don't know. Like, I just know I like being funny.
Well, what you need with a special is someone who knows you.
Right.
And someone, like, if I was directing or producing your special, this never would have happened. I would have said, no, we have to have it very dark. Like, let's take a look at it.
Right.
Let me hear the sound. Sound's got to be cranked all the way up.
Yeah.
We got to make sure there's no things that are missing, and we're good.
Right.
And just focus on Tim. Let him do his thing.
Right.
It's just everybody is an artist. Like we talked about the Aziz special.
Yeah.
No disrespect to Aziz. I think he's very funny. But that special that they did where Spike Jonze directed it, and he's sideways and you see directly backstage where people are mulling around.
Yeah. It's odd.
It's unnecessary.
Yeah.
There's unnecessary things that I'm seeing now.
Right. Yeah.
Like if I go, the best thing about live comedy is that you're there and it's just the person. You're just watching that person and you listen to what he's saying and you're locked into their head. Whatever jokes they're saying, whatever topics you're locked into their head and you're just looking right at them. You don't have to see the audience and see them on the side and see them from here and from there.
Right.
Everybody wants to like move angles and
everyone wants to reinvent the wheel, and sometimes that's good, but often I guess it's not.
I think from now on I'm going to do them live. I really do. I think after doing that one live, I'm like, even if it sucks, so I fucked up. So this is me when I fuck up, like fine.
Right.
I'm just going to prepare more like I did for this one. But I think this way, it's like there's no way to do anything weird. You know, there's no editing.
Live comedy to me is so fun. Cameras suck.
It's definitely an other element.
But
you can
I'm
get
glad
past
that we found the dynamic that worked.
It's like I always say do 4 to everybody.
Yeah.
You know, because a lot of times people were just doing 1.
It was good the Wednesday early show was a warm-up. Mm-hmm. And that it was a little tough so that the good ones felt amazing.
Yes.
So you had that.
Right.
You understood how good these were versus the Wednesday.
You also understand, like, you got to do some work. Like, it can go south. You can't be a little too relaxed out there.
No, and I learned that.
That's the best thing about bombing. If you have a bad set or even just flub a joke or something like that, boy, the next set you're so focused.
Yeah.
You're so, like, tuned in. And I try to be like that all the time. I try to, like, think about that all the time and make myself, like, if I'm a little too relaxed before I go on stage, like, hey, come on, motherfucker. Like, you've had some shaky sets before. You don't want a shaky set, right?
Yeah.
Like, get focused.
Right.
Get that fucking first joke ready.
It's also a weird time in the world, because we do have this weird drone thing, and
we have so many things going on.
There's a lot of weird shit.
Yeah, there's a lot of weird shit going on simultaneously.
There's like a lot of noise in people's heads.
Mm-hmm. Anxiety.
There's anxiety because people are, Whitney sat in LA just like these 5 drones in some, like they look like they're in like a, they're flying in a pattern or something. It's weird. And people don't know what's going on. There's a weird theory it's a missing nuclear weapon that they're looking for. There's a theory that these are foreign drones. And then we talked about the fact that maybe it is otherworldly. And no one's saying, the problem is no one's saying anything.
No one's saying anything.
The government. And I texted, people like Tucker, people like you. I have smart friends, plugged in friends. Nobody seems to know. Like Tucker made a great point. He goes, the cover-up's bipartisan, which is not a good sign. It's like ominous. It's weird.
If it's a cover-up. It might simply be that whatever this is so big that they can't talk about it publicly. They can't share it with Congress.
Right.
That's what gets scary. And that's the nuke one. Now, from what I understand, somebody put community notes on the video that I reposted. So I reposted a video of this guy who's a drone manufacturer. And he was saying that these drones could be trying to sniff out a nuclear warhead, and that there was a nuclear warhead that was missing. And this guy was saying this, but then someone in community notes, I think, said something about being part of that video was part of a misinformation campaign. I don't know what that means. Because when I hear misinformation, I feel like someone's saying that this is intentionally misrepresenting the truth. That's how I view misinformation. Like disinformation or incorrect information is one thing, but like misinformation always seems to me like this is like on purpose.
Right.
Right? Doesn't it?
Yeah, I would agree.
I might not be right in terms of like what the dictionary defines
disinformation to me, like a disinfo campaign, seems like it's a
concerted effort
strategy.
Yeah.
And you want that information out there to muddy the waters and confuse people.
Yeah. So and especially because they called it a campaign. So it's a part of a misinformation. You find it, Jamie?
I don't see the community notes.
If you click on the video, it doesn't have community notes?
I don't see anything else.
God damn, I swear to God, I saw it before.
Here's your post on it. If I click there.
No community notes? Maybe somebody pulled down the community notes.
Yeah, here's the thing, like, whether you agree with him or not, he is he's a CEO of a drone manufacturing company.
Yeah. He scared the fuck out of me.
He scared me.
I think the disinformation or misinformation, whatever they're calling it, was in regards to nuclear warheads that had not been recovered. And I think what the community notes were saying was that all the warheads from when Ukraine got disarmed
are accounted for.
Yeah. So, and then there was another guy. I don't know. I don't think it's the same guy. Is it the same guy that was saying that he put his hands on one? Is that him?
He's the one that said I talked to someone.
I spoke to someone. But you know what's interesting? My friend Bethany, who's like one of the Real Housewife chicks, who came up with that margarita. She made like a shitload of money.
Bethany Frankel?
Yeah, Bethany Frankel. Some guy called her, and we did a 3-way call. She goes, I just want you to be on the phone with this dude. And he was just basically like, listen, my dad worked for this and that. And he was, and he goes, he said a lot of what that guy said. He said they're looking for something, and whatever they're looking for, they want to find.
Yeah.
Badly.
Well, if they do have a Skunk Works program where they do have some very sophisticated drones that can do things that these drones are doing. But one of these things these drones are doing is hovering for very long periods of time.
Right.
5 hours. 5 hours of flight time is nuts for a drone. And they're not exhibiting this traditional heat signature. Any kind of engine, an electric engine, any engine is going to give off heat. It's going to give off friction. It just has to. So somehow or another, these things aren't doing that. So how are they doing that? Do they have a cooling system? And if they have a cooling system, what's powering the cooling system? And what kind of batteries are they operating under that they can fly for 5 hours at a time? So Ryan Graves, the fighter pilot who was on the podcast, talked about a couple of things that were theoretical, that people were openly working on in the 1960s and then kind of disappeared. One of them is anti-gravity drives, like something that works not on a propulsion system like we have with jets, but something completely different, some completely different type of technology. And the other one was cold fusion. And
Interesting.
That there does seem to be at least a few reports that people have been able to do fusion without generating all that radioactivity and that the heat and the different energy that comes from regular fusion.
Right. And that's something they've been trying to do forever.
Forever.
Yeah.
It seems like, what's the latest on cold fusion, Jeremy? It's one of those things where I think by the time it gets to a moron like me, like how many people know it exists? How many people suppress that it exists? How often does, if it's that seems to me to be an issue of national intelligence,
right?
Like national security.
Well, you had Annie Jacobson on, and she wrote that book about DARPA. Ooh. And that book talks about how many years in advance they've had a lot of these technologies.
By the time you're seeing that robot dog, you know that robot dog that they make? By the time you're seeing that motherfucker, that Boston Dynamics, that fucker can probably run 500 miles an hour.
That's right.
And it probably looks like a real cheetah.
So it's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I think they're way more advanced than what they let on. You know, especially when you're dealing with the government, right? If you're dealing with like some black ops, skunk work stuff that they're doing at Area 51,
right?
How do we know about it? By the time we know about it, it's already been used in war. Or it's already, you know, like the fucking stealth bomber.
Right. Or it has a commercial component where they're going to sell it.
Yeah.
Right.
By the time we know about the state of the art of weapon systems, like why would they tell us?
So there is a possibility that this is a drill, and they're exhibiting this technology, they're testing it, they're...
Yeah,
you know, that's
totally possible.
A possibility.
Yeah, if
that
you
seems
wanted
to be the most
test
benign
it, if you wanted to test like the capabilities of these things in urban environments and how people react, just throw them up in the air around New Jersey. You got the most volatile population on Earth.
It's the most volatile human beings on the planet. If you were going to test anything, it's over the skies of New Jersey.
It's a good place to test.
It's a motley crew of people in that state.
But Joey Diaz is the king of the state.
Joey Diaz is right.
He's the king of New Jersey.
Do you think there's a possibility that it's China?
Yes.
That's terrifying.
It's terrifying. There's all possibilities because as soon as they tell us, then we know.
Because they're going around sensitive military bases.
Yeah.
So
and they're coming from the ocean.
And Trump said he didn't want to comment if he had gotten an intelligence briefing, but I watched his press conference. He said the government knows. The military knows where they came from. They should tell people, and wouldn't comment on whether he received an intelligence briefing, which makes sense.
Yeah.
But was basically, he said in his estimation, he doesn't think it's enemy drones because they would have shot them down, even if they were late, unless there's a reason they're not shooting them down. So that's the whole thing.
Yeah.
If China's able to do that, because it's not Iran. There's no way it's Iran. It seems like, and I don't know if it's Russia.
But here's the thing: if you're going to shoot them down, you're going to shoot them down the skies of New Jersey.
That's a problem.
You're launching missiles into the sky over New Jersey. They miss sometimes. You know, they missed when they shot that balloon. Remember the balloon?
The spy balloon.
That balloon was going slow as fuck, and one of those missiles missed.
And China,
pretty sure that's true.
And that was
pretty sure that's true.
That's China's spy balloons.
That was a spy balloon by China.
Now, how do we know they come from the water?
Days. Well, they tracked these things. They were coming from 50 miles at least off the coast.
Wow.
Just to be able to go that far, that's so far. That's crazy. Like, that should take an hour to drive. U.S. says first missiles missed unidentified airline. Yeah, it missed. So our best fucking missile couldn't even hit a goddamn balloon. It's just floating. Yeah. It's not zipping through the sky like a jet. Right. It's just floating, and they missed. So where's that missile go? I don't know, but you don't want to be there when it fucking hits the ground.
So these drones, they're coming from the water. They're doing whatever they're doing, surveillance, whatever it is. They're sniffing around. Who knows? And then they're going back out to sea?
Some of them. You see, they're all different. Some of them seem to be traditional drones that are commercially available. Some of them. Some of them are orbs. There's people getting these photos of these fucking glowing balls.
Plasma orbs.
There's one that I saw on Twitter. I was like, man, I don't want to get into this right now. I'm going to bed. And so I forgot to save it, unfortunately, because it was just...
Is it when they're landing the plane and they're up really high?
No, it was, they were focusing in on a screen. So someone... Have you seen it?
I just saw it too, but it was on my For You feed, and I don't know if I can find it right now.
We're overwhelmed by these goddamn things. So I'm not even saving the interesting ones and sending them to Jamie. I don't know, man. I think some of them are... We've watched one that was from Arizona that was a few months ago, and we watched it jet off into the sky. We watched a video of it, and it moves. First of all, it's just a light. It's like a ball of light, and it rises, and they're all freaking out, like, where's it going? What the fuck? It's moving, it's moving, it's moving. And then it just goes like this, like starts moving towards space, and
Because we
looked at that. No sound. Yeah, I showed it to you. That's right. I showed it to you at the club. No sound and an insane speed. I don't know what the speed was, but whatever the fuck this thing is, it was as big as an SUV, and then instantaneously it was gone. It just took off.
And then there are some of them that people say are the size of cars.
Yeah, there was this one. It's the size of an SUV. Yeah. So what is this, Jamie?
Photographer says this is zoomed in from a 600 millimeter lens, which is a pretty big zoom. 20-year photographer, which, you know, I guess.
Whoa. Just seems relevant somehow. I'm 61 years old. I'm indeed a boomer and a paid photographer for almost 20 years. So yeah, not so much what the point was. Just one more thing. People keep saying that the government or whoever is deleting the post. Nah, it's people deleting them themselves because, wow, I don't know what that means. He sounds a little conspiracy. Look at his photo. Look at his photo.
So what is that?
Look at his photo, his crazy beard. I bet that guy knows some herbal remedies. Oh, that's not him. That's like...
Yeah. What is that that's a drone?
Who knows what that is? I mean, that's something he saw in the sky. Is there any images? Can we go to his page? Because that seems to be just a photo.
Yeah, everyone was sharing this photo. That's kind of like
right. But it seems like in his.
Oh, it's an orb.
I know. I was going to dig into that photographer, but you guys.
Right, but did you see that there was other images like you could scroll?
I know. Right.
Yeah. So Sony A. What is that, Jamie? How is that a badass?
It's a camera.
Is that like the shit?
It's new.
New. Okay, so top of the food chain, right? And that's what he saw.
Jamie, there's also a video of somebody from a plane, and they're seeing these orbs in the sky above the clouds. There's like a lot of stuff that is lit up.
Could we, before you do that, could we just go back to that image again real quick?
It's so weird.
That is crazy.
What the fuck is that?
That's kind of freaking me out. Because, like, what is that? I can't think of any conventional explanation if that thing is flying through the sky.
The other photo that they're zooming on the screen, it looks similar to this. I'm trying to find that one too. That's why I was trying to keep
That's so weird.
How likely is it that this technology is being tested out because it for whatever reason, we're on the verge of a major conflict with a country like China?
Very possible.
Yeah.
Very possible. It's also possible that, look at that one. Holy shit.
That's an orb.
What the fuck, dude?
But
that's a phone camera, though, right?
A lot of these look like weird lights that are getting blurred on cameras.
Right. Well, we talked about that, like the zoom feature in phones. Like, I've zoomed in on stuff before, and if it's a light in the sky, it gets real squirrely on your phone.
Dude, I'll tell you right now, I got completely...
That's where the Samsung phone has it way over the Apple phone, is the zoom power. I know it's digital, but it's 100x zoom, and it's pretty fucking good. When I zoom in on shit with that thing, it's so much better than my iPhone can do.
Dude, I got completely... I mean, this is... When you get... There's nothing better on the internet than when you're completely... When you get had.
Oh, you got had?
I got had, and it was like... Really, and I just sent Jamie the photo of this, and Jamie, I don't know if you can bring that up, I just texted it to you. I literally was showing this to people, going, look at this drone over my friend's house, and then they were just like, what are you, like an idiot? Look at this. I'm like an idiot. I was showing this to people, and I mean, I was showing this to people.
It's a flying pumpkin.
And,
No, it's the guy.
It's the guy. It's the guy. It's the, you know, it's the guy with the huge dick. It's like, and I'm showing this to people, and I'm, and they're,
oh my God, I thought it was a pumpkin.
And we're on my phone, we're like making it. We're trying to get closer, and then I look like an idiot, and now no one wants to hear what I have to say.
When you zoom it like that, it looks like a pumpkin.
Because I was like, dude, that's a drone, and then like when I zoom up, I mean, it's
that's
like,
so funny. That fucking photo, is that like the biggest meme of all time?
I think it's probably up there.
It's like that one and the lady with the sock hat screaming in the street when Trump won.
That's right. Those are huge. Those are big.
That poor lady. She probably had to grow her hair long.
Yeah. So I mean, it is weird that all of this stuff's happening, and but one thing that I, at least, am comforted by, a war with a country like China would destroy all life on Earth. Why would they want that?
Well, the thing is, if they could disable our weapon systems, if they can disable our grid, if they have infiltrated through espionage enough that they got deep into the inner workings of our systems, which seems like we're just not that organized the way China is.
No.
In regards to, you know, China doesn't let people buy land near their military bases.
Right.
We do. China doesn't let other people sell them routers with third-party inputs so they can fucking spy on your shit. We do.
We do.
We used to, at least.
Right.
And so we know that the CCP has infiltrated a bunch of universities. They know that they send their best and brightest students over here and they share their information with the CCP. You know, there was a story. God, I got to remember this right because I was barely paying attention to it. But it was a story where these people that were working on this project, the power went down for quite a bit. And these Chinese people that were working there freaked out because it turned out that they couldn't get in touch with the CCP. They couldn't check in like when they were supposed to.
Interesting.
So what it was they had people that were working for the CCP that were embedded in this like very significant project. And the CCP, they're smart, man. They know what the fuck they're doing. They give grants to colleges and universities.
Right.
They infiltrate. They know how to like use money and influence, and they get a bunch of information. And there's a bunch of worries that some of the information from ChatGPT has been leaked over from OpenAI, where they've gotten a hold of some of that information. There was some sort of a leak they were concerned with. But there's been a bunch of those situations. So if they have enough information where they know how our grid works, they know how our systems work, they know how to shut everything down, all they would have to do is strike first.
Right.
If you just completely disable the government, you completely disable the military, like quickly, can they really strike
I wonder
back?
what the goal would be.
Complete domination of the world.
No, well, that for sure. But like America's an unruly country. Would it be that they would just then take over the United States?
Well, they'd make us insignificant.
Right. That's the other thing.
But you don't have to take over the United States if you want to run the world.
Right.
You just have to disable it.
You just have to make it less effective.
I mean, these are terrible things to think of.
Well, no. But I mean,
every empire falls, and our empire has certainly been sticking its hands and its dirty nose all over the world.
All over the world.
All over the world and everything. And a lot of for good reasons, for national interest reasons. Yeah, this is it, Jamie.
Is that the orb?
Yeah, so this is one these guys are zooming in on. Like, okay, what the fuck is that? Like, what is that? That looks really weird. That thing looks really weird. That looks straight out of the Bible. That's like Ezekiel in the Bible. Like, what is that? That's a wheel within a wheel. What is that? But also, what kind of phone is this filmed on? What kind of lens was this filmed on? Is this complete distortion? Are you just looking at the moon?
Is plasma a technology that anybody has?
I mean, that's a weird question because I don't know how to answer that. You know, I know they've been doing stuff with plasma. They've been doing stuff. It depends on who you're believing, right? Because, like, if you ask Bob Lazar, he'll tell you that they were working on these gravity-defying propulsion systems in the 1980s, trying to back-engineer them. Is he telling the truth?
Yeah.
I don't fucking know. I just know when I see things that are really weird, like that, the first image, with the photographer caught, I don't know what that is. Like, Jamie, how good is that lens that guy's using? Like, would it possibly distort something normal and make it look like that?
Here's another. I have it back up on the screen. There's another post where they shared the the data from the metadata. It doesn't give you a lot more information, but it helps because people want to find out if they can sort of recreate it with the same sort of settings and whatnot.
Bro, that picture's 3,000 megabytes. 3,481 megabytes.
Oh, there's a period. It's 35.
Okay. I was like, that's crazy. Oh, it's it's only 34 megabytes.
It's a normal photo. I mean, it's really zoomed in to not, but this picture is also zoomed in because you can even see the mouse thing that has the cursor on it. So it's hard to know.
It's either us. It's either us. It's either another country going, here's what we can do.
Or it's intelligent life from somewhere else.
Or is intelligent life from somewhere else. I mean, those are the three possibilities. Us being the most benign, unless we're looking for nukes, which is terrifying.
Yeah. Did you find that original photo, Jamie, where he shared multiple photos of her, or is it just the metadata?
I hadn't looked it up yet. It's I was getting there.
The government
it's very odd.
Gaslighting people and saying these are all regular drones and you're mistaking planes for, and I'm sure there are instances of people mistaking planes for drones, but the idea that everybody has lost their mind in the past 2 weeks isn't true.
No. Here's another thing. Is there ever been a time, ever, that you could ever recall where the government gave you information about something that was 100% true and unbiased and accurate and maybe concerning to people?
Right.
Never.
Never.
It's like that lady, Karine Jean-Pierre, is that how you say her name?
Yeah, the press secretary.
What a terrible job. You just have to lie every day.
That's
her job. Yeah. And everyone's mad at her. But that's the fucking job.
It's the gig.
If you're working for a president that's reasonable, and the press is unreasonable, and they're saying things that aren't true, like that Kayleigh McEnany lady. McEnany.
Yeah. Kayleigh McEnany.
Sorry, Kayleigh. She's the best. She's the GOAT. And she always had receipts. She was like, oh, that's interesting. Because you said, at this point in time, and CNN said that, and she just always has the receipts. Right? But they were saying things that weren't true. It was the opposite is what worries me. When the government is saying things that aren't true, that's when it gets weird. And then the press is yelling at them, and she's saying, we've told you many times, Biden is sharp as a tack, like that kind of shit.
What terrifies me is if I was going to attack a country, it is now.
Oh, yeah.
Our president is incapacitated. Our vice president is going around the country drunk.
The new president isn't in office
yet. The new president is not in office yet. So you have this weird period of transition where people don't know who's got what authority.
We have a month.
And we have a solid month, and now all of this shit is happening right now.
Yeah.
And it's terrifying.
Well, apparently, Biden and Harris were both called to the White House.
Well, thank God they're on the case.
From wherever they were. I don't know if it has anything to do with this.
I feel great that those two are back.
Well, where have they been?
Finally, someone that can deal with this. I think Biden was in Africa, and I think she's like getting drunk at a Hillstone.
I told you I've been describing them as the last managers at Blockbuster.
I mean, that's what they are.
That's what it is.
It's true.
It's a dead-end job.
It's the end.
You don't even have to fucking show up. Just as bullshit.
It's the end.
We haven't heard a peep out of either one of them until, they started talking about it yesterday when the information about Biden's decline came out and how readily
it was covered up.
It was covered up instantaneously. Like they were seeing it right away, like from the first days in office. They were seeing him.
I heard before he ran. He met with donors, and I knew someone in the meeting, and they were like, "He doesn't seem great."
No.
This was before he ran the first time.
Bro, I was saying that during the election, and people were saying that, "Don't you know he stutters?" Like, don't you know he stutters? Like, this was one of the things that people were saying to me. He stutters. I was like, no. Go back to watch him from 40 years ago. He doesn't stutter. Watch him 20 years ago. He doesn't stutter. Watch him when he was the vice president. He didn't fucking stutter. That's not stuttering. You know what that is. If it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, it's probably a fucking duck, man. Unless DARPA.
Right. Unless DARPA made it, and then it's an orb.
It's really a duck nuke in Central Park ready to fucking kill the whole city.
Oh, boy. I mean, the scary thing is that we've been living in what feels like a movie for the last 5 years.
Yeah.
Like, it constantly keeps ratcheting up. We haven't had a normal time. There hasn't been a time when we've all just said, huh.
Right.
A normal. It went from Donald Trump winning to a pandemic to Biden, to realizing Biden was asleep and not running the country, to Trump running again, all the indictments, a lot of the bullshit indictments, almost getting killed with an assassin. And then another guy tries to assassinate him at a golf course. Then Trump wins with a lot of support, every swing state, every single poll, again, wrong. Now we have drones the size of cars hovering over Planet Fitnesses in fucking Metuchen, New Jersey, fucking Hillsborough Township, wherever the fuck. We have orbs in the sky. We can't explain how they got there. We have the president of China getting his country on war footing, firing generals that don't want to go to war, purging the military.
Really happening?
Purging the military of anybody who's like not into a very militarized China. He's
Really?
like, yeah. And that's, you can look that up, Jimmy.
Well, he
There's a bunch
probably
of articles about
sees
that.
what's going on in Ukraine and Russia.
Well, that's the
And
terrifying
that's
thing.
Taiwan.
The terrifying thing is, are they all just has he sat down with Putin and then Kim Jong-un or Il, or I forget, I think it's Un. It's Un.
Yeah.
And then is he like, listen, they're going to fuck with you in Ukraine, they're going to fuck with us in Taiwan, you know, like all these BRICS countries like Iran and stuff. At a certain point, you know, our allies are not, and you know, we have the UK, we have Europe's, you know, whatever Europe is, whatever's left.
Right.
And Israel, I guess, but we're it.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
So we've got to be a little careful about how we handle all of these different countries.
Yeah, I hope that when Trump gets in, he genuinely can bring peace. I don't know if that's possible. I don't know how that works. But
I think he's going to talk to these people. I think the
Yeah.
real problem is that, Biden, they've cut off communication.
Yeah, that's not good.
And it's really not good. And I understand maybe why they've done it, because Biden's not all there.
Yeah. Well, it's probably not good to have him go there and clearly not be all there, and them thinking they can get away with whatever.
And the
fuck they
people
want.
like Tony Blinken and Jake Sullivan and all these guys in the national security state are, without a doubt, taking orders from people above them, and we don't know who the fuck these people are.
Right.
And the consensus is we're gonna drain the Russian military through a bloody war with Ukraine over 2 regions, and we're gonna do all these things, and we're going to, we're gonna help the Assad regime get overthrown. Assad's not a good guy, and he's a terrible guy, I'm sure. But that's a strategic goal of the United States for a long time, and Israel, and to do that. Okay, Assad's no good. Now we have someone in there. I mean, let's see what that looks like. But there's a lot of instability. You have a lot of...
Well, they didn't like Assad so much, they were happy when the Taliban and Al-Qaeda took over.
Well, this is the thing. So now we have... there's no great choices in that part of the world. There's no, great Western democratic leader who's going to take over. It's just going to be a succession of dictators or religious theocrats, and it kind of always has been. Other than Iran, which was startlingly progressive until they had that coup, that BP and us and everybody else.
Whoops.
Mistake.
Another reason to be mad at us.
Yeah.
That's part of the problem. It's not us. It's not fucking country music and football. It's like,
Jamie,
whoa.
are you just going to terrify us the whole time?
So these are just stars that are a little bit
This
out
is
of
this is a John John Summit concert.
Okay.
This is Diplo. This
well,
is nothing.
the star out of focus on the bottom looks exactly like the photos.
So these are just stars.
Yeah, mostly that's what it seems like. I found the original post that one came from.
Thank you, Jamie.
Wow.
We're thinking we're getting nuked.
Stars look dope as fuck. That looks exactly. And the top
It's
one.
not China nuking us. It's just the stars.
The top one.
Beautiful.
looks exactly like it. Let it.
If I pause it at a
Yeah, the top one looks exactly like it.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, we're fine.
Biden's good,
except for all that Syria, Ukraine.
We're doing too much, and we need to, And there's this weird idea. People just don't like if you say something like, and I understand people associate there with movements that use the words America first and aren't good, but back in the 1930s and stuff. But if you say like we need to worry about America, or we need to put America first, or we need to have a concern about America, people think it's inherently racist, or like jingoistic, or like you hate other people, and it's like fascistic. But it's not. It's genuinely what most countries do that aren't meddling in problems all over the world.
Every country does.
You would never call Norway like a fascist country because they're worried about Norway. And the things that we're doing in the world, it's not always great. In fact, it seldom is. We're making a mess. And
it's not us, though. It's not you and me.
It's not me and you.
You say we.
It's not us.
The thing about it that everybody has to recognize is that none of this is free. This is all costing insane amounts of money, and people are profiting. And this is what Eisenhower warned about when he was leaving office.
Right.
And this is it, in the clearest sense of the word. It's not crystal clear to everybody why all this stuff is happening.
Right.
Most people don't even know about the coup in 2014 Ukraine.
They don't.
Most people don't know about the coup
most
in Iran.
people don't know that the president of the Ukraine right now, Zelensky, played the president on a television show.
Yeah.
A comedy show.
Yeah.
And the premise of the comedy show was that a comedian became the president. And then they made him the president. And Putin has got to be sitting there in his palace with his whores going, are they fucking kidding me? He's sitting in his palace by the Black Sea and he's going, they're making this guy the president of the Ukraine, and I'm sitting here, and it's hilarious. Like, it's not even well done anymore. That's the thing.
Right.
With what they're doing with like Epstein and all this stuff. It's not even artful the way they're doing it. It's lazy.
Yeah, it's like
all of this is lazy.
It's like a bad cop show.
They're like, this guy plays the president on TV, now you're the president. What? They call it the revolution of dignity. It's just the whole thing. And the CIA is going around and meddling in all these countries in a very like sloppy, ham-handed, like, Abbott and Costello like way. And then you just have to and they've sold it in such a brilliant way to people. They've sold it in this like altruistic way that we're helping people. And it's the revolution of dignity. The way they say it. We're just giving people that's all we're doing. We're over there dignifying. And, and all of these people, ignore like Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, like all the things that we've tried to do and failed miserably at. Democratizing the Middle East, all of these things. People pretend like they didn't happen. They go, no, this one's good. The Ukraine's good. This one's going to work. We're in there for the right reasons. We all believed that we weren't in Iraq for the right reasons, and it was a mistake.
Other than World War II, yeah. Other than World War II, is there ever a time where you could point to and say, oh, that one worked out? We made it better.
There's not a lot of good ones. There's not a lot of good ones. Vietnam is not a great one.
Vietnam was terrible. It was terrible.
No, the things we're good at are like when Bill Clinton was getting caught with Monica Lewinsky, he just bombed a chemical factory in Sudan for no reason. He just went, boom. We're good at like the hit and run.
I remember people openly, even back then, saying that he was doing that just to distract from the fact that he was in trouble.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he's just giving us something else to think about.
We just need to take it down a notch. We're like a chick who was hot forever and just got treated like that. and was a cunt to everyone.
And now she's 60.
And now she's 60.
She's at the bar.
And she's at the
calling
bar.
you gay because you're not hitting on her.
That's right. And the tits are out, and you're like, all right, but it's not what it was. And she doesn't understand that you can't go around the world treating people like shit now that you're older. You have to, like, fucking join a book club.
Not only just older, but older and rich.
She's rich, she's got a lot of money, and she doesn't care.
The crazy thing is they just keep sending money. Like, no matter what anybody thinks or says,
well,
the money just keeps flowing.
We think that the Ukraine is going to be, it's going to be like a client state of the U.S. State Department, which is what it has been. We don't have an interest in the people's dignity of the Ukraine. I hope people realize that. I'm not saying that people in the Ukraine don't deserve dignity or their own government or whatever they want. I mean, God bless.
Of course.
Our foreign policy aims are not... You don't go around the world going, who's not dignified? That's not what we do. And let's give them dignity. BlackRock, all of these companies are being promised farmland. They all have contracts to rebuild. Mineral wealth. Lindsey Graham, last time I was on, we talked about that. So you just, they want the Ukraine to be our client state in that part of the world where we are just enriching ourselves with the minerals in the Ukraine, their farmland, and, we have all the contracts to build their critical infrastructure. So,
have you heard Mike Benz talk about the whole Burisma thing?
Not in as much detail as I should have.
Yeah, he goes deep into what they were trying to do, and it's it's about energy, and it's about taking the control of energy away from Russia.
Right. When you realize how the world runs, it's interesting because when you're a kid or a young adult, you believe that the world is run on ideas. I think I think it partially is, but you think like some people have good ideas, some people have bad ideas. Those people fight, and hopefully good ideas win. But then when you realize, when you get older, it's like a lot of it seems to be about trade routes, minerals, energy. Like people have things.
Yeah.
They have actual things. They have mineral deposits. They have oil. They have openings to the sea. They have routes to move stuff from one place to another. They have actual physical things of great importance and great value. And the ideas seem to just coalesce around those things. Like if Ukraine didn't have that mineral wealth, and it wasn't strategically important with regards to Russia, and it didn't have the energy infrastructure that it did,
and we weren't involved in NATO,
and we weren't, no one would care. But it seems to be that this is really the way the world runs. It's about energy. It's about these minerals. It's about keeping certain trade routes open to do business, and then the ideas are sold to you based on the needs of the people that are, most people don't know what Burisma is.
Right.
Most people have no idea. But our whole policy in the Ukraine is probably revolving around things like that.
And probably most of our policy in the world.
Right.
And then there's weird ones, like the Afghanistan opium connection. That's a weird one. That their production went up like 96%.
Right.
As soon as we got in there, it's like, and then the reality was like we were trying to say we need to help these farmers guard their poppy fields so that they'll give us info on the Taliban.
Right.
How did that work out 20 years later? It really didn't. It really didn't work out. And then they were supplying most of the world's heroin. So most of the world's heroin was coming from a place where we were actually actively guarding. Do you ever see the Geraldo Rivera one?
Yes.
It's wild. Where
it's
he's
crazy.
He's kind of trying to gaslight people.
That's when he had his Fox News show, right?
Yeah. So he's walking around interviewing these people who are guarding these poppy fields, trying to find some sort of way to gaslight folks.
You gotta, if you're gonna do black projects all over the world, and the Congress isn't gonna give you money, you need to find a way to make money.
And there's no better way to make money than illegal drugs.
Drugs are a great way to make money. Human trafficking is a great way to make money. I mean, it's not. I'm not saying it's great, like morally great.
No,
but the intelligence community, there's these dark corners of the intelligence community that need money to operate and do the things they want, and it always seems like anytime there's a human trafficking thing going on or a drug thing, they always seem to be in the picture. The intelligence community, they're always like there. There's always like a guy that knows a guy who's an asset. It's never like they're nowhere near it.
Right.
They're always somewhere lurking around in that vicinity.
Now, isn't part of that their job?
Part of that is probably their job.
Right.
Yeah.
Like if you're someone who's got an eye on national security and you want to make sure the terrorists aren't plotting anything, you kind of have to be a part of everything nefarious.
To a degree.
I mean, like, clearly, I'm playing devil's advocate.
For sure. Of course. And I think you're right. As Dick Cheney said, we have to work with the bad people.
Is that what he said?
Yeah, he goes, we got to work with some bad, like we weren't before. That was the funny thing. After 9/11, he's like, we got to work with some bad people. There's too much. We're just working with too many good people. We actually have to start working with some bad actors. And it was just like, everyone was like, that makes sense.
So I'm going to bring in my business partners.
Right. So I'm going to bring in my friends and family. But you're right. I think to an extent, there is an argument to be made that you have to have tentacles in these different things. Now, do you have to run blackmail operations with Jeffrey Epstein and P. Diddy?
Do you think the government was involved in the P. Diddy stuff?
1,000%.
Really?
I think they wanted to blackmail serious Hollywood people, serious music people, serious athletes. I think that Diddy opens up a different world than Epstein opened up. And I think if you want control over people in that world, there's startling similarities between Diddy and Epstein. And, you know, I mean, Diddy had the same head of security as Michael Jackson.
What does that mean?
Well...
Was Michael Jackson in the government?
No, Michael Jackson has been credibly accused of inappropriate activities.
Oh, right.
And he had a security guard.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's just an interesting connection.
But generally, like, people that specialize in top-level celebrities like that, they work in the same circles.
Yes, but those are top...
Yeah, but I see, that's what's interesting is, like, we didn't know about the Diddy thing until... Look, I've been in Hollywood I was there for 25, 26 years or something like that. I didn't know about the Diddy parties.
No, I think you have to get invited to
a white party, like on like fucking People magazine or something like that.
Well, I think it's just one of those things that like you're invited to, and you could go and show up there and stay for an hour, and it's all completely missing. And then there are after parties or certain things.
Well, they would tell people, you know, at midnight, you better go the fuck home, or
it gets wild.
Be prepared to freak off.
And there's targets. I think people, they want leverage on certain people.
Certainly if you have artists, right? Like, say if you have an artist, he's the next Tupac.
Right.
And you imagine the amount of money a guy like that can generate. If you have some, like, super talented artist.
Right.
Fucking compromise.
Yeah. Well, that's right.
You got him.
And now you have him, and now he's got to kind of do what you want.
You know the Jimi Hendrix story?
No.
So, Jimi Hendrix, one of his bodyguards, or one of bodyguards, like someone who was involved with him, wrote a book. And the book was essentially alleging that Jimi Hendrix was killed by his manager, who was a mobster, because Jimi Hendrix was about to leave his manager. And what happens with a lot of these artists is whoever's controlling them might have ownership in their titles, might have ownership in their music. And if you think someone's going to leave and you kill them, like now you have all their music and you essentially can keep selling it forever. Especially someone like Hendrix. Like,
wow.
He's actually worth more to you dead
than alive.
Than if he leaves you and you're not making money from him anymore. He's worth more to you dead.
Well, there was that whole thing with Diddy and the Biggie shooting.
Well, also Diddy's exes, like his ex, someone who knew his ex, they all died of pneumonia.
Right.
You can give someone, there's certain chemicals, poisons that you can give people, and it results in pneumonia. You know, I don't know if these autopsies even check for that stuff.
Right. Probably not.
I don't know. I mean, what is it? Is it like cyanide? What is it, Jamie? That like, because we did Google this at one point in time. That there are certain poisons that you can give someone and they'll die like they died of pneumonia. And like a bunch of people around him died of pneumonia. That's a weird. I don't know anybody.
Hollywood will never recover from the last few, like the knowledge that a lot, and listen, there's so many talented people.
Here it is. Lung injury, renal failure, cyanide poisoning may also cause respiratory symptoms of bronchitis, lung edema, and pneumonia. You just give someone cyanide. And didn't one of his bodyguards say that they tried to poison him 3 times? It was like one of his bodyguards came out recently, and he was doing some interview and said they tried to poison him.
There's a lot of those claims in those interviews.
Yeah, who knows what's real?
It's hard to imagine that Hollywood recovers from just the slew of bad and truthful press.
So much shit went down.
So much dark shit.
Also, just how stupid. Like the Will Smith thing. When they gave him a standing ovation after that, this is so stupid. Like, what, you guys don't think straight. This is you're thinking nutty.
It's a very isolating, strange place, and I've lived there on and off for a long time. Not long, but 4 or 5 years. But like, I go, I do my sats. I have a few friends. It's not a place conducive to making friends. Everyone's too far away.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. And
we used to have the store. That was the hub.
That was a hub of comedy.
Yeah, that was where we would go. Yeah. We would all. It was so good. Those years were so good.
They were great years.
From 2014 to 2019, it was so good.
It was so good. Or you'd have like a friend who you wrote on a show, and then they had a crew of people because they all worked together. But now it's all fallen apart, and it's just kind of lonely and vacant.
It's a vapid culture now, right? Because like a lot of the comedy is like diluted significantly, and then you don't hear a lot about music coming out of LA anymore. I'm sure people are still making.
Well, LA, the music now is like young rappers who are all white and are all drinking cough syrup. And what happens now in LA is there's a parking lot like full of kids, and a van will pull up, and like 5 security guards get out of this van, and then they pick up this child who's like asleep because he's drank so much cough syrup, and then they sit him on the top of the van, and he says things that aren't words. He goes, one of them just yells "slut truck," and he's a talented guy, the Netspend kid, but he goes, they put him on the top of a truck, and he goes, "Slut truck," and then everyone cheers. I guess sluts are in the truck. I imagine this is something about this. Then they pick him up like a child. They pick him up, and he like kind of waves, and then they put him back in this van, and then they drive him away, and everyone goes nuts. That's the music industry now. That's what it is. It used to be like Joplin or Hendrix or whatever, or even Biggie or Tupac, whatever.
But there's also a bunch of people like Oliver Anthony that like emerge online. You know, Zach Bryan emerged just because of being online.
Well, this kid emerged online too, but I mean, But we're talking about LA. Listen, you can be talented. There's James McMurtry in Austin who's amazing and plays at the Continental Club. There's tons of great music.
Yeah.
But a lot of the young rappers are white suburban kids who have drug problems.
I think it's a weird place to be an artist now.
Yeah.
It's not the same place. It did, like, the soul of it was destroyed during the pandemic. There's something about like realizing that it's so inept and corrupt and stupid. The laws were so stupid, and everybody was just everyone was so weirded out that I think people lost confidence.
There's a darkness. It's so funny. It's like New York never has that darkness, and New York is this crazy frenetic place.
Right.
But you don't feel bad in New York.
No.
You don't feel like dark.
Right.
LA, you get depressed. You're like depressed, and it's pretty. That's the other thing.
I know
LA's
it's sunny
pretty,
out,
but
and
it's
you're
like
still
depressed. New York is like gray, and everyone's running around, but there's like a soul, to it.
Well, in New York, people aren't trying to get famous, and I think that permeates every aspect of what LA is.
Yeah.
It's this desire that so many people have when they're there to be famous. There's so much proximity to fame, and then there's so much like, who do you know? Do you know famous people? Are you going and hanging out with famous people? Oh, we went to George Clooney's house. You know, we went to this guy's house. We're hanging out with this guy in Malibu Beach.
Yeah.
You know, it's cool. Like, you're in the right, like, that's like, it's part of like the currency there. Is fame. And so that's a vapid thing.
Which is now meaningless.
Meaningless.
It has no meaning.
Hawk Tua.
no meaning.
She's more famous than most actors on television.
It has
shows for
no
years.
meaning because it isn't assigned anymore based on anything.
Right. It's not talent. Like,
right.
You're not Hendrix. You're just some person. And you have a Twitch
There are
channel.
people that are very talented, but then there are people also that are just, they're good at getting famous and staying famous.
Right.
And some of it, like this family that screams and yells in a Costco. And they sing songs in a Costco. That's their whole thing. And they've been on the Tonight Show.
Really?
You've never seen the Costco family? No. The Costco family is a family of cretins from Florida. And they scream and yell, and they have a song about Costco, and they eat these cookies. I mean, can you please back me up here because he thinks I'm
How
making
do I
this
not
up?
know about this?
No, they bring the boom. They have a whole. They have a whole show.
They bring the boom.
I think they're demons, and it's an incantation because they go double chocolate cookie, and I think it's a demonic incantation, and I believe they're the physical representation of an entity called Baal. And Roseanne talks about this.
What?
Look at this.
We never meet again. We never met at all. I love you all. Which is why it's best we pretend that nothing.
But this is an evolution. They got to the song.
Wait a minute, how many
after.
views are on this?
I mean, well, this is just the YouTube.
These are famous people, and this is something is wrong. This is as disturbing as the drones.
Well, here's the thing about TikTok, and the thing about Reels, and even Twitter to a certain extent. When you're just scrolling from video to video to video, like it doesn't have to be good to get your attention.
No, it's the cringe element of it is what makes, because every view is created equal.
Right.
So if you're repulsed by something and you keep showing it to people.
Right.
So that's how you got this family. Can you play their song?
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, Jamie, this is worse than the drones. And they're literally well known.
Do Christmas boom?
Yeah. I mean, this is like.
It's giving me ads for some reason right now.
YouTube wants money.
They just broke through the ad blocker.
Give me that money.
I mean, don't they ever have enough? These people.
Here we go.
This is satanic.
They stay on brand.
So the point, the boom here.
These guys deserve all the money in the world.
They eat this garbage, and then they rate it on a boom meter. So they go eat this chicken bacon
How
Costco.
famous are these people?
Very. I mean,
they're like very famous. Joe, it's
right now very famous. They're everywhere. This guy used to be a pro wrestler.
Maybe trying to maybe trying to.
So he knows how to perform.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay,
but it's like.
See, look, Mr. Beast bringing the double chunk chocolate cookie.
I mean, this is.
It's a double chunk chocolate cookie.
It's an incantation. It's demonic.
Well, that's why the drones are here.
But by the way, it is time. Like, as much as I don't want this to happen, like, it is time.
Don't you kind of want it to happen, though?
It might need to.
If it's aliens, I kind of want it to happen.
I think it might. They might have said, we're not doing that, the aliens. They might have heard double chocolate. and the aliens went, no, you fucking retards. We gave you technology thousands of years ago to figure it out. We visited the Sumerians. We gave them stuff. And you've used it to go to Costco. Enough. We're sending the orbs. It's too much.
Yeah, it is too much.
So to base your life on fame is stupid.
The thing is, though, if you're that guy, and that family, and now all of a sudden you're rich, which happened to a lot of these TikTok folks. All of a sudden you're rich. Why wouldn't you do it? Even if you're untalented.
I'm not blaming him. What I'm saying is that the culture, like Bill Hicks used to talk about, you pay a psychic price.
Yeah.
If people know that they can get famous like that, it spreads.
Yeah.
It spreads like, malaria.
Yeah.
And now everybody is being a monster to try to get attention.
Right.
Without any discernible skill. or talent. That infects the broader culture, and I think that's not a net positive.
I think you're absolutely accurate. Yeah. I wonder how long that's going to work. Like, is it going to be a trend that comes and goes, like many other things?
One hopes.
Or is it going to expand and get more stupid? Like, if it's just about attention, if attention becomes something you can monetize, so you're essentially asking people to do more and more extreme things. That's why you have a lot of these people doing pranks, getting beat up in the mall.
That's right.
This guy got shot. Remember that guy got shot?
Yep.
He kept harassing this guy. The guy just pulled out a gun and shot him in the stomach.
Right.
Could it get dumber? Like, let's imagine something dumber than TikTok. Let's imagine something dumber. Like, what's the next stage of dumb that's gonna shock you? That's gonna get a lot of attention.
I don't know, but it scares me if it continues to degenerate. What would be next? I mean, you look at the Costco people, you go, God help us. What is that a precursor to?
Right.
And that's the scary thing.
Well, you only have to do something.
I mean, there's people now that are reviewing McDonald's. Like, there's people that go to gas stations and eat.
Guy who makes food in the bathroom. And
Oh, yeah. They're making it a sink. Yeah.
I mean, something's wrong. It's time for the orbs. There's a lot of stuff like that now where you look at it and you go, this is really base level, gross stuff.
When my kid was young, my youngest was like 9. She was really into watching people eat on YouTube.
Right.
Mukbang.
It's huge. My little cousins are in. Have you ever seen lower middle class mom? And they're just feeding their kids poison? And every comment is like, stop feeding your kids this. And she's like, get ready with me. And then she just buys frozen food and cooks it, chops it and puts it in little lunch boxes. And these little monster kids grab it with their mitt and they just head out. And, it's weird that they're doing stuff like this. You got to play. I mean,
there's one.
Look at this. Look at this.
Lazy dinner for my middle class family of 7.
Joe, this is a cooking video. She's plating Kentucky Fried Chicken she got. She's plating fast food.
See, I'm torn here because I really do enjoy Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It is good, but this is odd that this is happening.
It is odd that she's like dishing this out and anybody gives a fuck. That's
strange. What's strange. And I think people are watching it because there is this weird factor of like, people are kind of fascinated by this American diet of processed food.
That's true too.
And I think people are interested in it because when people come from other countries, they're not aware of it. Or I mean, when people are watching stuff from other places,
right?
Like the strawberries, not even. But she, so I think stuff like this interests people, and it kind of they look at it and they're curious, and it's voyeurism.
Well, there's also a thing there that you're watching where there's a person who doesn't have a lot of money,
right?
Who's feeding their kids.
That's right, and she can do it. Maybe I can do it.
Well, there's a feeling, a weird, like when you're watching that, like that's a person who's barely getting by. They're barely getting by, right? They don't have like a significant amount of savings. They're not doing well with their career.
Right.
They're just trying to keep alive kids.
Right.
At a cheap price.
Yes.
And so they're showing you how they're doling out the food.
I know.
I mean,
but I prefer like the Rolling Stones to that.
Yes.
You know what I mean? I prefer like the movie Heat to that. Like, I don't want to watch you barely keep your kids alive with Kentucky Fried Chicken. It would be nice to have better things.
I don't, but we just watched it, and you told me about it, and that's why we watched it.
Yes,
and that's
but
giving them more attention.
It's my,
You're protesting.
I'm protesting, but it's like I'm also not a I'm not above any of the things I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
We're all human beings. I'm just noticing that they're probably negative.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not tempted to watch this stuff. I'm not saying I'm not fascinated by it. we're all kind of weirdly, oddly fascinated by it. I'm not saying I'm better than somebody that watches it because I'm watching it. I'm just going, I think it's probably negative. I think when mediocrity and stuff like that rises in the culture, it's not an overall net positive.
No.
When everybody's chasing fame, which is a very unstable thing that is, you know, strange and ultimately, you know, it's a bad goal system to have. So I think when kids are growing up and they're watching this stuff and they're going, oh, I should just be internet famous and that's how I'll make my money.
Well, you know that's like a giant goal among kids today.
Huge.
Like as far as like job aspiration, influencers very high on the list.
Do your kids know how like well known you are, or do you think they don't?
It'd be amazing if they didn't.
Well, I don't know. I'm
That'd
sure,
be pretty amazing.
But they know.
Yeah, they know. They're super aware. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm a freak when I go places.
And people just come up to you and it's a whole thing.
Yeah. Most people are real nice.
Right.
So it's not a real problem. It's
Right.
just like most people are just being nice. Right. That's fine. And most people are super respectful when you're with the family.
Of course.
They don't try to take too much of your time.
Right.
You know, it's what comes with the job.
Not my people.
Yeah.
They want my time.
Yeah, well, they want my time too.
Because I don't have a family,
You
so
don't
I'm
have a
just
family.
sitting there alone. They go.
Yeah. They'll sit right next to you.
And they'll point to their girlfriend and they'll go, tell her how the Clintons fuck kids. Tell her. I keep telling her. She doesn't believe me. Tell her.
No one suffers more than the girlfriends of our fans.
I mean, one woman came to me and she said, I think you're really funny. And she goes, but every day I hear either Joe Rogan's voice, Theo Von's voice, your voice.
Yeah.
And she goes, I just want it to stop. And sometimes she goes, sometimes she'll go like, I'll wake up and you're like yelling about something in my house. And my boyfriend's laughing. He goes, it's really funny. And she goes, why are you? And he goes, no, he's screaming about some waitress at a diner and ripped him off. And she goes, make it stop. Turn it off. Why are we listening to this? Why are we listening?
Well, ladies, you have your true crime shows.
You have them.
This is what we need as I can say this as men for sure,
Yeah.
and certainly as comedians, and including a lot of comedians. We need to talk shit.
Yeah,
it's very fun, and
Right.
it makes life enjoyable. It makes life make more sense.
Right.
The drones freak me out. Talking about you
Yeah.
rather about the drones
Yeah.
makes me laugh.
It's fun.
I would rather talk shit about what's going on in Ukraine and laugh with you than really stay up at night
Thinking
freaking out
about it,
about the fact
freaking
that we
out.
might be.
Because some people's job is to freak out. That's not our job.
I don't want to freak out.
Somebody in the Cheyenne Mountain, whatever, military
Right.
underground base, their job's to be like following dots.
Yeah. Why is that one up in the sky for 5 hours?
Right, to go
Is
what
that
is.
hours?
And I'm wondering, like, if Cheyenne Mountain Base, if they're like, are they all scrambling, like, what's going on? Or if you went down there, are they just like drinking coffee, like bored, going like, yeah, what is this drill end in 2 days?
Well, I can tell you from the people that I know, so I've been able to talk to some very important people. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on.
That's so fucking weird.
That's what's weird. And there's
weird.
A bunch of different theories, and all of them are not good.
None of them are comforting.
The big one is the coming off the water one is a real bad one.
Yeah.
And this is like this seems like not that big of a deal, but it is a big deal when you realize like how are you fitting 50 suburban sized drones on a ship? And you're maintaining them on that ship? Are you charging them on that ship? Like what kind of an energy source are they using? How are they up in the sky for 5 hours? How do they go 50 miles out to sea to wherever the fuck this thing is that they're launching from? Are they transmedium? It means, do you have a craft that's able to go into the water? And is there something in the water that's launching them? Do you have a giant military base under the water that I don't know about? Like, or does someone else have some sort of an enormous fucking underwater submarine that's capable of holding these things on it and we don't know it's there? That's terrifying too. So is it ours?
Someone's got to know.
Someone has to know.
Someone knows. And now it's not maybe someone that you've spoken to, but there's someone somewhere that's got to.
I bet it's very, very high up on the
We're
food chain.
talking about like the Men in Black, right?
Yeah.
Like it's not even one of the agencies. Like, we've all heard of like the CIA, the NSA. This is probably
Right.
like one smart guy told me once. He goes, I go, what's the highest top? I was like the CIA, and he laughed, and I go, why are you saying that? He goes, you are saying they're the highest up, but he goes, you've heard of them. He goes, the deepest stuff is you don't even know. You've never heard of it. The deepest stuff you've never heard of. He goes, you know what the CIA is, you know what the NSA is. He goes, there are things you have no idea what they are. So I don't know what's going on.
I genuinely hope it's UFOs.
I hope it's UFOs because maybe they're coming to help us.
Or stop us.
And put the Costco family in jail.
Stop us.
Stop us from the nuclear war.
Yeah, stop us
Maybe
from...
China and us are about to have a nuclear war, and these aliens have landed, and they're like, cut it out.
Yeah. Yeah. Like an adult showing up at the playground when two kids are about to fight. Like, hey.
Yeah.
Settle the fuck down.
Settle it down.
This is so stupid, and you guys are lying about why you're doing this in the first place.
Right.
I think that if I was an alien race, and I wanted people to get accustomed to the idea that they're being visited, I would do this. I would do exactly what they're doing. I'd have things that behave like drones, and they hover over the sky for a preposterous amount of time, way more than our drones can do. No heat signature, but they still move and behave like drones, and they're not doing anything, so we assume they're drones. So you get people comfortable with the idea of things in the sky all the time. Then you make them a little more complex. You have a few of them that come by that don't make any sense. You have a few that are mixed in with these other drones that are doing things like that one in Arizona that shoots off into the sky. You have a few, and then you keep ramping that up. You slowly trickle it in. Instead of having some fucking 3-mile long craft that's built like a boomerang hover over Washington, D.C. Instead of having that, you slowly get people accustomed to the idea that there's things in the sky that you can explain, and no one can explain. And then you just ramp it up. And then you have more disclosure conversations with Congress. You have more people coming out that are whistleblowers, like those guys that said when the David Rush hearings were going on, and those 3 guys that we're talking to, do we have crashed vehicles? They all said yes. Are they of this world? They all said no. Right. So are these guys just liars?
No. We know the aliens are there.
So if we not only know the aliens are there, but we have a crash retrieval program, that's real. First of all, why are they crashing? Why are so many of them?
Remember what Annie Jacobson is the one thing that didn't make any sense? She said like Roswell, she said it was like they flew a midget.
Yeah.
Who had a weird disease, so he looked like an alien to scare everyone.
Yeah.
Here's the Soviets. That was like weird. I was like, what is that? I love Helix mattresses. Everybody that visits me always asks what kind of mattresses people are sleeping on. I believe if you were kidnapped and you were sleeping on a Helix mattress, you would care and you would say to the kidnapper, why is it so comfortable and say 12 to midnight clock? Helix. My sleep has improved dramatically. Many people I know have had the same experience. What you should do is take their very short quiz, and they will find out what kind of sleeper you are, and they will match you and the way you sleep with a mattress that is perfect for you. And I'm telling you, 20% off plus 2 free pillows for all mattress orders. HelixSleep.com/TND. I mean, you're crazy to not. This is the best Christmas present you can give to anyone. Your spouse, your children, anyone. Truly. I love it. I will never sleep on another mattress. Everybody sleeping on another mattress right now is sick. And that's not an accident. Go to helix.com/Timby, 20% off, plus 2 free pillows for all mattress orders. Helix.com/Timby. Then, when we leave the house, it's phone, wallet, keys, how does my hair look? But if you're experiencing hair loss, you may not be so confident when you step outside your door. It's time to get that confidence back and restore your hair. With Hims, nobody wants to lose hair, but for men, it's actually very common. And now with Hims, the solution is simple. Try Hims Hair Loss Solutions, and you'll be joining hundreds of thousands of subscribers to get their flow back. The only thing worse than losing your hair forever is waiting for it to grow back. That's why you need Hims. You can start seeing your hair grow back in as little as 3 to 6 months. I have lots of friends that are using this, and it's very successful.
Now, apparently,
You answer a few questions. A medical provider will determine if this treatment is right for you, and if prescribed, your treatment is sent direct to you in discreet packaging for free. No insurance is needed, and one low price covers everything from treatments to ongoing care.
To us, well,
Hims has hundreds of thousands of trusted subscribers, so they can help get your confidence back with visibly thicker and fuller hair. This is a great product, and it's a great way to support the show. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/TIM. That's HIMS.com/TIM for your personalized hair loss treatment now. hims.com/TIM. Results vary based on studies on topical and oral minoxidil and finasteride. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if a prescription is appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for full details and important safety information. Isn't it funny how the people we love are most often the hardest to shop for? Luckily, there's one gift that everyone on your list is sure to enjoy, an Aura digital picture frame. Named #1 by Wirecutter, Aura frames make it incredibly easy to share unlimited photos and videos directly from your phone right to the frame. And when you give an Aura frame as a gift, you can personalize it and preload it with a thoughtful message and photos using the Aura app, making it an ideal present for long-distance loved ones. It's a gift so special, they'll use it every day. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get 35% off Aura's best-selling Carver matte frames by using promo code TIM at checkout. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code TIM. What's great about these frames is it's a digital picture frame. It's so easy to use. You can upload a bunch of different photos. And so instead of having one photo, you have digitally all kinds of different photos. Oh, look, that's the time we were at the lake. That's what people are going to be saying, because, and then that one goes away. And then people are going to go, look how, when you were young, they'll call the degenerate drug addict over, and they go, look, when you were young, wasn't that fun when you were young? Before you started stealing everyone's money and doing crack. $35 off. Use code TIM. Save on the perfect holiday gift this holiday season. That's when we were at the lake. Remember that on the boat? It was so fun at the lake. Before you became friends with those people, I told you not to be friends with them. And now look where we are. You're 3 days out of rehab and we got problems again. Because they're calling you again, and I told you I don't want you hanging out with them. Because we know what happens when you hang out with them. Look at this photo of yourself when you were happy at the lake, before you shaved your head and dyed the remaining hair you had purple and you started to cut yourself. Save on the perfect gift this holiday season. Exclusive 35% off Carver mat at auraframes.com. Use code TIM at checkout to save. I'm telling you to look at the photo. I want you to look at it because you're going to feel something. Look how happy you were. You were such a happy little girl. Look how happy you were. And I want you not to be on your phone all day. I think that's why you're on drugs. Because what you're looking at on your phone isn't making you happy. Save on the perfect gift by visiting auraframes.com to get 35% off best-selling Carver matte frames by using promo code TIM at checkout. That's AURAFrames.com, promo code TIM. This deal is exclusive to listeners, so get yours now in time for the holidays. Terms and conditions apply. It is a great thing to have different photos to remind people of different beautiful times in their life.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of different stories that came out of Roswell, because Roswell was too long ago. You know, Roswell's like, what did Jesus say to Matthew? Are you sure? That's what he said? Were you there? Roswell's 1947.
Right.
That's so long ago, man.
Right.
Everybody's dead. And also, it became a cultural focal point where everybody, I mean, the town has like alien merchandise everywhere. It's become like a part of the lore of the town. So it's tainted. The story, the purity of the story is tainted. But the people that were involved in the story initially, when they talked about it afterwards, that's what's compelling. When you find out that they printed in the newspaper that they had a crashed flying saucer, and that they took the rubble or the wreckage from this and flew it to Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in 2 separate jets in case one of them crashed, and then Truman met them there. And then when you find out that they were informed that they were supposed to do a press conference and show some wreckage from an obvious weather balloon and claim that this is what they found. And so you have this guy who's standing there. Is that Marcel? I think it's Jesse Marcel. You have him standing there, and they're holding this stuff that doesn't look anything like a flying disc. And they were informed that they were supposed to say this. And this is what he said later on in his life, that they told him to have this press conference, and they told him to explain it away, but that they didn't know what the fuck that was. They didn't know what it was, and that whatever it was, they had recovered some pieces of it, and you could take those pieces of it, and it was like a metal. But you could take this metal and you could crush it like a ball and then let it go, and it would immediately go back to what it was.
Right.
They don't know what it was made out of. They found these beams, some part of the wreckage that had writing on it. And they described this writing as looking like an ancient language or hieroglyphics, like very, very strange writing. Like people have drawn images of what this writing looks like. Those stories are all very interesting to me, because these are the people that had direct contact with the materials and were actually there, and their version of the story is they can't explain what the fuck that thing was. But the military was very interested in what that thing was. I believe that if that actually was a weather balloon, they wouldn't care at all. You certainly wouldn't have Wright-Patterson Air Force Base on standby, Truman meeting them there, 2 jets flying the wreckage to make sure they don't wreck. All that stuff is very interesting to me. And the stories from the Bible, the stories from, I mean, if you read Jacques Vallée's book on UFOs, there's stories that are from the 1700s, the 1800s. They're all really fucking similar. If I was an intelligent life force from somewhere else and I knew that there was these fucking psychotic monkeys down there with nuclear weapons and TikTok accounts, and these motherfuckers are building an AI that is probably going to be smarter than them in a year. They're building quantum computers. They've got nukes pointed at each other. You got to watch these fucks.
You do.
You got to watch them, especially if we're going through like a transition that every species goes through. Like maybe every species goes from you become warlike to control your environment and so that you're safe. You're still emerging from these primitive primates, so you still have these savage instincts. As time goes on, you develop technology and resources and agriculture and all these different things to sustain large populations of safe people where they don't have to think about hunting and gathering, and they can figure out technology.
Right.
And that over time, if you just let them keep going and don't let them blow themselves up. And when did the UFOs really start showing up? I mean, the reason why the mothership is called Fat Man and Little Boy is because in UFO folklore, that's when all the ships arrived. That's when the Kenneth Arnold sightings, when when they were over the White House. That's all right after World War II, right after the nukes got dropped, which completely makes sense.
Right.
Like that would be a point where they would have to step in and go, hey.
Right.
Let's let you know there's something way more powerful than you fucking crazy apes.
Right.
And if you play your cards right, you'll be us one day.
Right.
But if you nuke it, it starts from scratch, and now you're back to microbes and single-celled organisms and a molten planet. You know,
right.
And then it has to take a couple billion years to cool. And
right.
I mean, who knows what we could do?
It sets you back.
We might kill all life on the planet. We might turn this planet into a dead rock. I don't know what happens when all the nukes get detonated. I know it kills every person.
Right.
Every person. There's enough nukes to kill everyone. All of us. The whole world. That's so crazy. And if you were from another planet or a more advanced intelligence
that would
species,
concern you.
Yeah. I mean, maybe they evolved in a completely different way where they didn't have to go through this violence that we go through. If you asked anybody today, what's the possibility in your lifetime there would be no war? Nobody says that's going to happen.
Right.
That's kind of nuts. That as
Right.
technologically advanced as we are, as
It's
good
just
as,
such an accepted reality that there's always going to be a war somewhere.
and it's always going to be groups of people that are told to go somewhere and kill people they don't know.
Right.
Because they have leaders.
And it's amazing that China and us can't share, you know, like that there
Prosperity.
has to be
Yeah.
a winner and there has to be somebody on top.
Well, if you're a mob leader,
Yeah.
okay, and there's another guy on the other side of town, and he runs that side of town.
That's right.
And you've always had a good relationship. The families have always been, you sit down, you have
Right,
pasta on Sunday,
right.
you talk about business, but then one guy from your group goes over there and gets killed.
Right.
And then they lie and say that your guy killed them.
Right.
And then they start sending another guy dies. And then they lie about that. And then you know they lied about that. And then all of a sudden, you're not working together anymore. This guy wants more money for the shipments. Our guys are at the fucking docks.
And it just
while
goes,
you're
it gets
sitting
bad.
in your fucking penthouse. And then you have violence and you have chaos. But if the families are working together, everybody's making money.
Right.
There's 1 billion Chinese people. There's 330 million Americans. There's plenty of people to make money off of. Sell them stuff. Do the things
Well, that's
that
the
you've
other
always
thing
been
I think
doing
that
that's profitable.
that's what I always hoped would dissuade a conflict, was that there's so much economic opportunity.
Yes, we don't want to. If we
Yeah.
boycotted Chinese products,
No.
oh my God,
No.
we'd be so fucked.
Yeah, no,
we'd be so fucked. But we got to make it so that we can all share this idea that one person's not saying it, but secretly trying to overthrow governments. You know what I mean?
Well,
And
that's the whole thing.
part of the problem.
That's part of the problem.
And this is what I think the deep state really is scared about with Trump, because
Yeah.
he genuinely wants to stop the wars. Like he's
Right.
openly saying it.
Yes.
That we've got to stop people from dying.
Right.
That shouldn't be controversial. That
No.
shouldn't be something that the left opposes.
They also don't like that he can't be controlled.
Right.
And they have, for a very long time, used people's secrets and vulnerabilities to control them.
And financial.
And financial.
Right. The
things.
fact that he paid for the entire campaign himself.
Right.
That's different. Like he did or funded it or had, figured out how to get
There
money.
are...
It's different.
There's an accepted practice of how that town runs and how the world runs, and they don't like the idea that they can't control people.
It's just dangerous to let people continue to control people when the entire country is set up to have a limited amount of control for a limited amount of time so that the will of the people is met.
Right.
That was the idea behind it when they first started. It's the idea to prevent tyranny.
Right.
To not have some person stay in for more than 2 terms. There's a bunch of different fail shit. You got the House, you got the Senate, you got a bunch of different, you got
Right.
the Supreme Court, decide over things. They're appointed for life. You got a lot of things that are set in place, a lot of amendments and these things that are set in place to protect your rights. You can't fuck with those. You can't fuck with those. Because the moment you do, just to have your team win, you set it up where we're living in chaos. We're living in hell. There's never been a fucking socialist, Marxist, Leninist country ever that worked out. It's like this, and it's all coming from institutions like universities that are living in fantasy land. They're all fucking...
Well, they all just want to reorder this hierarchy and put themselves on top.
Yeah.
And they want to elevate mediocre people.
Yeah.
And, and that there's always a ulterior motive for whatever they say. One of the things that's encouraging over the last couple of years is that people culturally have begun to see through it.
Yeah.
They know what it is. They know what it is.
More now than I think ever before
More
because
now
of
than
COVID.
ever.
I think COVID woke a lot of
It
people
woke
up.
a lot of people up. And I think people are looking at all this stuff and they're going, if it feels irrational, it is.
Yeah.
You have a gut, you have instincts, you can trust them. If it sounds insane, it is.
It is. And for sure, these people that are telling you that everything is perfect and everything works amazing and everything is excellent, and stop listening to the people that are saying differently, they're not telling you the truth. There's
Right.
no way they can be. There's no way
No.
they can be about anything. Fill in the blank, whatever subject we're talking about. Pharmaceutical drugs, we're talking about the environment, whether we're talking about energy. No one's telling you the truth.
What do you think about this kid who shot the CEO? Do you think he'll get convicted?
Well, it's pretty obvious that he shot him, if that's the
Right.
guy. I mean, there's a video of him doing it. Was he denied a claim, or was someone near him denied a claim?
He had these back problems. United Healthcare was not his healthcare provider, but they are the biggest, I believe, and they deny the most claims. And the target is interesting that he chose that guy. I guess he chose him as a symbol of the inequity in the healthcare system and how fucked up it is. It is a fucked up
Why
system.
wouldn't he go after a CEO of the company that actually
That's a
denied him?
great question, and that's a question that people are asking.
Was he mentally ill? Well, obviously. To be
Well,
able to do that, you have to be at least at some level.
He
mentally
was
ill.
a smart guy who had an Ivy League education and a wealthy family, but apparently he had maybe had a psychic break in the last 3 or 4 months where he
was writing manifestos and reading a lot of Unabomber stuff. And
really?
Yeah.
Unabomber?
Yeah, he was a big fan of Ted Kaczynski. And he disappeared for like 3 or 4 months. His family was looking for him. Friends of his were looking for him. He went to some commune in Hawaii. And there's actually a video of the guy in Hawaii that was like, we let everyone in that has love in their heart. And Luigi had love in his heart, So I think he was like hanging out with them. And his back problem was very, disruptive. It fucked his life up.
What happened to his back?
I don't know. He had something.
Did he get fused?
I don't know if he got fused, but I know that
I saw some
there was a back issue.
X-ray images on like a clickbait YouTube video that was talking about his healthcare claim.
Yeah, there was I think his profile picture was like his back. He had like some surgery, so maybe you're right. That's
a scary one. When you get surgery on your back, I don't know anybody who's gotten surgery on their back where it made it feel so much better.
Right.
It's a very troublesome area to work on. I do know people that have gotten artificial discs, particularly in their neck, and it worked out really well.
Right.
Yeah, there's people.
My grandmother had a pig valve in her heart.
That's in his header photo, so people assume that's him.
That's his low back.
That's again.
Yeah.
That'd be a weird thing.
So those are screws, right?
Yeah, that means he got his discs fused in his low back. So what happens when you do that, especially if you look at that young man, he's very jacked and active. What happens is now the disc above that is going to get an unusual leverage on it, right? It's not moving the same way because all of them are supposed to articulate together. So all the discs,
right.
So you have discs and then you have your spinal column, so you have these bones and the discs, right? And the discs are mushy, and they're supposed to you're supposed to have muscles around those bones, so it stabilizes everything, and everything kind of moves and bends and becomes pliable. As soon as you have a bunch of them that don't move anymore, now this area is going to take a lot of pressure.
What do we think?
And a lot of times people have to get that one fused.
Do we think
too.
he had an injury? Is that what would make something?
I believe he did. Yeah, I believe he did. But that's a really common place to get your back injured. There's if anyone's listening and this is happening to you, there's other different ways that, and I'm not saying that some people don't need back surgery. I'm not a doctor. I'm just saying that I know of many people that were considering back surgery that found alternative methods to heal their back, and they didn't need to be fused.
Yeah.
Some people are bone on bone. And those are the people that are the best candidates. Those people have been suffering for a long time. They're the best candidates for these articulating titanium discs.
Right.
My buddy Eddie has one in his back. I have a couple friends that have them in their necks. I know 4 UFC fighters that have them in their necks. So they take your shitty disc out, and a lot of these guys are experiencing like crazy pain, like elbow pain, atrophy of their muscles because their nerves are pinched. They put this disc in, instant relief.
Right.
Then I know some other people that have done it, and they're still struggling.
What do you think about the reaction to it when people were kind of cheering?
It was wild, but it's to be expected. There's this anti-corporate sentiment in this country. There's this anti-capitalism sentiment in this country. This is at the root of when a lot of it coincides with the Free Palestine people, the BLM people. There's a lot of sentiment in this country. There's a mentality to attack corporations and attack capitalism. And so when someone made a tattoo of this cat.
Did they?
They took.
Well, the healthcare industry seems like the most depraved industry.
It's very depraved.
Like, if you're going to get angry at an industry, it seems like the healthcare industry does fuck over the most people and incentivizes companies to deny care and put profits over humanity.
Yeah.
So that as a target for rage makes a lot of sense. But I also don't think you could have a society where people just go around shooting people in the head.
No, you can't have that. No,
that's not. As a society, that's not going to work.
I'll send it to you, Jamie. I found it. But it's also one of those things where it's like you feel cool saying it. Like when Trump didn't die and people he shouldn't have missed. I wish that guy didn't miss.
Right.
Do you really mean that? Because I think it's a thing that people just say. I don't think you really mean that. I don't think you want someone to get assassinated, even if you don't like them. That's crazy.
There's too much.
It's crazy to say.
Loose talk with regard to subjects like that, where people say things.
Hit the volume.
Oh, he has face tats.
Yeah, but listen to what it's saying.
Hilarious.
And he's got the caduceus on his neck. So he's got the pharmaceutical symbol on his neck, and someone took a photo of that guy.
So much of this is that he's an attractive guy. He's a hot guy.
Very
if he
hot.
wasn't, then
Six-pack.
He was, that I think is, and he was from a rich family, and that I think, as a hero, as a folk hero, there's a romantic quality to that.
There's a little bit of that, especially if he was justified in what he did. Like if he himself had a story.
Yeah,
like
I don't know if he does, and that's
Right.
interesting because people have not been able to identify whether he personally, other than his back problem.
There was a woman that I was watching in a video today where she was testifying that she denied someone, she was working for an insurance company, and she denied someone medical care, and she was rewarded for it, and the person wound up dying. And she said she went on to get a better job and make a lot of money, and she was confessing, and she was talking about it, and she was saying that, she feels great guilt, that this was just a part of the culture and a part of the job, and she was told she did a good job by saving the company money. And it was just about saving the company money, and they could have provided life-saving health care to this person if they approved that. It would have been expensive, the person would have lived, and she would have probably not been able to get a better job, which is really
This is
sick.
the one industry in which, the capitalist philosophy is challenged in a way that makes the most sense to me. Because when you have a 2-year-old who's born with a tumor or a condition, and that child has not existed on Earth long enough to even know what's going on, and his parents don't have the resources to help that child, the idea that we, being such a wealthy country, wouldn't provide care, or that family would have to go bankrupt or lose their house just to try to keep their kid alive, does seem terrible.
It's insane.
Yeah.
It's insane that look, I'm not for socialized medicine. I don't think that that's the best way to do it, because I think you want to incentivize people to be the very best at what they do, and a lot of these badass motherfucking heart surgeons, these badass motherfucking brain surgeons, they want to drive Porsches.
Yeah.
Right? They want to live in a big house. This guy's awesome. He's the best at what he does. All the fucking New York Jets go to him when they want to get their knees done.
Right.
I like those guys.
Right.
Those guys are important. It's important, and gals, I'm not trying to be sexist. Whoever the fuck is the best at what they do, I want those people to be rewarded for it. However, I think that when it comes to healthcare, if we can spend $175 billion on Ukraine, I think we can provide a safety net for the low-income and middle-income people that would get bankrupted by medical bills that are impossible for them to ever pay.
Right.
You break a leg and you get hit, you don't have a health insurance, you get hit with a $300,000 bill or whatever it's going to cost. How the fuck? You can't even work for like a year. Like, how long does it take to heal a fucking broken thigh bone?
It's another reason you need to have an immigration policy that makes sense, because if you're gonna provide those types of services to people, we agree that we should.
You can't just let anybody in.
You can't let anyone in. It has to be for a citizen, and there has to be a social contract between a citizen and a government. That's the entire basis of a nation.
Well,
if you don't have that, it's a problem.
But that's definitely true. But let's just say just the citizens. Most citizens are fucked if something really goes wrong.
Right.
And that shouldn't be the case. That doesn't have to be the case.
Right.
If they could print up all this fucking money and send it all over the place for all sorts of different things, they can most certainly provide a national safety net for people. And, it could be a thing like we all accept that there's certain things where socialism works. Right, and I always use this example, and I stole it from somebody else. I can't remember who I stole it from, but it's totally true. The fire department. The fire department is a great example of socialism, right? We all agree that you should put out the fucking fire, and we don't want your house to burn down because you don't have any money, because then it's going to burn my house too and everybody else's house. So we all chip in. The fire department gets paid. It's not like they call you, or you call them rather, and say your house is on fire, and they say, "Oh, Mr. Dillon, you don't have fire insurance. We can't send a fire truck." No, the fire truck's there for everybody.
Right.
It's a good example of like necessary socialism.
Sure.
So there's some things that are good socially, and I think that the word socialism is the problem. It's like it should be a part of the community assets, right? Police, education. It should be paid for by the people. It shouldn't only be like you have to be rich to get a private education because otherwise you're fucked, which is the case.
Yeah, most countries that people call socialist are actually capitalist countries. They have generous welfare states, but they also have a ton of private industry. Some of them, like Norway and stuff, have a lot of oil wealth. And they don't have a Marxist, like, complete, where, like, there is no private property.
Right.
And no private industry.
Right.
That's not...
Nowhere works like that.
Nowhere is going to work.
When you get like that, you get dictators.
And a lot of those smaller socialist countries work and are easy because the populations are relatively homogenous and they share the same values and they want the same things.
And they're pretty small.
And they're small.
It's nothing like
United
United
if you have
States.
6 million people and they all look like they're related and they all believe in one culture, and that culture is not about standing out or making lots of money or being innovative. It's about some simple things, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's much easier to have a socialist country than it is to have a country with 300 million people where you have religions from all over the world and different cultures and different values and people that want different things. That's a much tougher country to have that policy.
And it gets really fucking cold in the winter, which kills all the homeless people.
And that's a great idea.
You can't camp out. You can camp out in LA all year round.
You can.
All year round.
For
Obviously,
sure.
people do it. They live for years out there in those tents. They have communities. They're
Right.
huge communities of
Right.
people living in tents. Try that shit on
It does seem to be like we're heading to a direction where we're going to need either a universal basic income.
Yeah.
There has to be some, because AI is coming, automation's here. The Waymo cars go by. You're seeing all of this going, what are these people going to do? What are the gig economy people going to do? They deliver DoorDash, they work, they work at the front desk at a hotel, they're one of the last remaining bank tellers, they work at a fast casual food restaurant. Those people's jobs seem to be hours away from being gone.
Yep, 100%. Yeah, I don't think there's any way around it. And I think for those people, this whole idea of them finding a new thing to do, some people just aren't designed that way, and they're 50, right? So their whole life they've been, serving drinks to people, and then all of a sudden that goes away.
Right.
If you get to a point where the 50% of the jobs that are available right now don't exist anymore, like we are all the manager of Blockbuster Video.
Right.
That's not outside of the realm of possibility because most of these jobs didn't exist 200 years ago. The idea that some new groundbreaking technology would eliminate the need for manual labor across, pretty much every industry you can imagine, especially cars. Like, if they can figure out the autonomous driving car thing, and they're pretty good at it. I was watching a video where these ladies went to the airport in one of those Waymo things.
Yeah.
Seemed fucking normal.
Right.
They were just complaining the seatbelts were too small. But other than that, you're sitting in the back seat, and I guess the seatbelts lock in on you.
Yeah.
But it works. It works. The fucking driverless car. I photographed one the other day, or videoed on my Instagram, driving around Austin.
Yeah.
Jaguar. Just driving around. They work. So if that's the 2024 version of that thing, what's the 2028 version like?
Right.
What does the Tesla look like in 2030?
You can download an app now, and I think it's Hilton or one of these hotels, and open the door to your room with a QR code and never see a person. Not go to a front desk.
Right.
Not check in.
Right.
Everything's digital. You go in, you can order food to your room on an app. I mean, you don't have to pick up a phone and call room service. You don't have to. So you're eliminating so many jobs that. And listen, high-end hotels where people want more service and they're able to pay for it will kind of keep those positions. But if your kid's got a fucking soccer game and you're going to Tulsa and you just want to, it makes so much sense in the world to go, yeah, we're all booked. Scan, get in the rooms.
Yeah.
We don't need anything here. And you could run an entire hotel with almost nobody. Couple of security guards, maybe one manager. Like,
not only that, but if they can use fighter jets and they have autonomous fighter jets that beat all the regular fighter jet pilots in simulated combat 100% of the time, why wouldn't they have that for flights?
Right.
You probably don't need pilots anymore.
Right.
If that thing knows how to take off and knows how to land, I can summon my car. I can summon my car
That's crazy.
Like if I'm in a parking lot and I want my car to come to the front, if I park back there, I can summon it.
Yeah.
It'll come to get me.
That's crazy.
That's nuts. And then I can press the address and I'll say, take me home. And it just takes me home.
Right.
Full navigation, stops at red lights, puts its blinker on when it changes lanes, recognizes where traffic is, goes around it.
Right.
We're so close to not needing drivers. And then that's going to be great for the government. They can just shut your fucking car down, you know, and all the rebels are going to have like old Ford pickup trucks and shit with carburetors.
Right.
Because you're going to, like, that's what Tucker drives. You ever see Tucker's car?
Yeah.
He drives no navigation,
Right.
no GPS, no nothing.
Right.
I never send him like Instagram stories or something because he doesn't even have it.
No.
He doesn't look at any of that stuff.
He doesn't. It's kind of cool.
It's the way to do it.
It's the way to do it.
I'm pretty close to that.
He doesn't know who the Costco family is.
Yeah. I'm not close to that because I do go on Instagram a lot, and I really like to go on YouTube. YouTube's my
There's
favorite.
something about being a comic. You want to see what's going on.
Well, it's also like YouTube for me is a nice escape.
Yeah.
I get to watch a video about an ancient civilization, or watch a guy go hunt bucks in the forest, or watch, a professional pool game.
Right.
To me, it's like just entertainment. And,
Right.
But the social media thing, man, I just think most people are not cut out for it. I think it's bad for you. I think it makes you think you're in conflict all the time. Everybody's always arguing about stuff. People are dunking on each other. I think it accentuates mental illness. I've known people that I'm friends with, and I can't even talk to them anymore because of their tweets.
Australia just banned social media for kids under 16.
Whoa. That would be a problem in my house.
They're done. They go, we're not doing it anymore.
Wow.
They said increase in mental health issues, increase in depression, increase in, suicide and things like that. Like
They gotta just use that as an excuse to go door to door. We've heard your child's been TikToking. We'd like to have him come out here and bring the phone.
With you. But
Please
I do,
open your phone.
I do think that's probably a good idea overall.
Sort of. I think everybody's got to adapt, and you just got to develop discipline, and you got to develop the ability to recognize you're drinking too much. Bob, you're drinking 7 drinks a night. That's too much. Okay. I own a bar. I don't drink every night. You don't have to be on that fucking thing all the time.
Right. But Bob wants those 7 drinks.
There's a lot of morons. You're always going to have that. Just like you're always going to have people that do stupid shit. It's just a part of being a human being, and part of being a human being is learning from other people doing stupid shit. And I like to think that social media is exactly like everything else in life. When I see people doing things that resonate with me, like, oh, that seems crazy. Like, why are you arguing all the time? Like, what kind of life is that? How can you be happy?
Right.
Is like the budget that much of a concern for you that
Right.
you're fucking screaming about it 8 hours a day? Is that
Right.
really your life, or is
Right.
this bad for you?
Right.
And just go, okay, listen, don't do that. Oh, that guy's doing coke every night, and now he lost his job, and he's
Don't do that.
Don't do that. Oh, this guy, is fucking driving drunk every night, and now he killed a family. Oh, don't do that. Yeah, it's like people have to do awful things around you so that you realize the consequences of awful things. It's like when I was in high school, this kid that I knew killed his friend in a drunk driving accident. And I remember running into him on the street, like maybe 10 months later. And I ran into him, and I said, hey man, what's up? Just looking down and around, just shit. It was a horrible feeling. I remember thinking at that time, fuck driving drunk. Fuck that. That's so bad. It's so dangerous to hammer the road. Right. And so many people got away with it. So many people were driven drunk and got away with it. Just, when you have drinking is such a bad thing because you go to a place to drink. How do you get there? Ubering. Most kids today are Ubering, which is really wise.
Right.
They're smart. We're drinking, we're going to go Uber.
Yeah.
Old school people never Ubered.
No, they drove.
They drove hammered. And it's trying to tell someone not to drive when they're drunk is one of the most frustrating and also scary things.
Right.
Because this motherfucker is hammered, and they're about to just get on the road.
And they're about to go and potentially hurt themselves and hurt other people.
I remember we were in Malibu once, and this fucking guy and his friend were play fighting, and they started throwing water bottles at each other, and everybody got upset. It was like a tense moment. You're like, these guys were out of control. One guy was clearly hammered. And then his car pulled up, and he just got in and drove off. And I was like, wow. Right. Like, that guy is sauced.
It's crazy.
sauced, and he was on the PCH, which is like the most deadly highway.
It's terrible.
It's a terrible
People
highway.
live there, and they have all those houses right on the beach, and then like they back out. And
Crazy.
People die every year. People just
plow into them. There's so many people that are on their phone and they don't pay attention, and they look down to grab something, lipstick or something, and then boom.
Yeah.
Going 50 miles an hour into someone's Jaguar.
It's crazy. It's a terrible place to drive.
That road. That's a lot of people every year. Isn't that where Caitlyn Jenner, before she was Caitlyn, whacked
That's
that
where
lady?
she killed that woman.
Yeah, a lot of people die on that road. It's a sketchy road and people drive fast. And it's, you know,
Gotta be careful.
It's on the coast too, which is a distraction. Oh my God.
It's pretty. You're looking at the water, and then all of a sudden, and that's one of the worst things in the world. I think is the level of distraction out there.
Oh yeah, especially with phones. How many times have you been on the highway? You see someone weaving in and out of lanes. You look down, and they're texting while they're driving.
It's terrifying that you've got kids out there, old people, regular people. Everybody's on these phones, driving at 100 miles an hour.
The best thing ever is CarPlay.
Yeah.
I've never used the Android CarPlay, but I use Apple CarPlay all the time. It's fucking great.
Yeah.
You can talk to it. You never have to take your hand out. Hey Siri, text
Play-
Tim Dillon.
right, play
What would
a
you like to
song.
say? Yeah. Hey Siri, play this.
Right.
It fucking works great.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's listening to you 24/7 for you
Sure.
Siri, so it's
They're
going to
all
get a few
listening.
things that you said that are maybe unfortunate.
Tell the orb what I said.
Tell the orb it's really just a star.
So you're not freaked. You're like we're it's just what it is. We're just gotta deal with whatever it is, whether it's an alien invasion or a war of the worlds.
I certainly get freaked out if I want to.
I know. Sometimes I get freaked, but then I gotta realize it's just there's nothing you can really do about it. You have to enjoy your life.
There's nothing. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
You know, there's some people like Ryan Graves. He's got some UAP investigation thing they're doing. They think that they can find out what these things are, find out where they're coming from, and get answers. Great. I'm glad. But right now, I don't have any answers, so
You think
I can't
Elon
freak out.
knows?
It's very odd. He doesn't know.
He's not saying anything.
Not a peep publicly.
And I think because like if it is something super serious with national security, he can't.
He can't. He's got contracts with the Defense Department.
Right.
I mean, he makes SpaceX,
Right.
he makes rockets. He can't talk crazy.
Of course.
How about that?
Right.
And if he didn't though, he was the guy to talk to. What do you think's going on here? Like how are these things able to? Like, what is the at least theoretical technology that would allow them to hover for 5 hours in the sky and not give off a heat signature? What would be the thing that would allow them to shut their lights off when incoming jets?
Well, that's why
come
he's the
find
most
them?
interesting guy to hear talk about it because he knows the most about this stuff
100%.
as a public person that could
He's an
analyze
engineer.
it.
He's an actual engineer.
Right, and then just kind of go, hey, this is what's happening and how it's happening.
Well, this is where you could show, where you can see how crazy people are today. When they mock his intelligence.
Yeah, you don't have to agree with him. You don't have to like him, but to say he's an idiot, I mean, you can't say he's an idiot.
I've heard he's
crazy.
a dumb person's version of a smart person. I'm like, okay, what is your version? 'Cause
Yeah,
you
I
have
know, it's
such high
psychotic.
standards.
Right.
It's like, you know, one of those guys that sees like the hottest woman in the world. And like,
Well, there's also,
Just a six.
it's like Trump isn't funny. What are you talking about? Of course he's funny. Like, I think part of the problem is people can't understand this duality, like not agreeing with someone, but also, you know, acknowledging that they have an appeal or that they're intelligent or that they're funny or that they're whatever it is. And to me, I think true maturity is if you don't like someone, still recognizing that that person has value even though you personally are repulsed by them.
Yes. Be objective. Be objective. And don't be ridiculous.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are just ridiculous. And they have a narrative in their head and they want to run with it no matter what. Have you seen the controversy about Miss France?
No.
Okay.
Is it a dude?
No. Luckily, right?
Well, I'm shocked it's not.
I can see how you'd be upset.
Yeah.
On that one.
Sure.
But no, it's a black lady.
Oh, they're mad at that?
And they're comparing her to these other women. The problem is, she's fucking beautiful.
Right. Is
Like,
she not
she's
as hot as Brigitte Macron?
She's really beautiful. Like, and they're trying to find like photos of her where she's like crying or some weird angle.
And is it just racism? They're just pissed?
I think it's a thing where you're pushing back against DEI so much that you see it even in places where you go...
Where it's not there.
Well, what is a beauty pageant in the first place, right? There's a bunch of things they judge you on. They judge you on... Yeah, I think you have to give a speech, right?
Right.
You have interests, you have skills.
Yes.
There's a bunch of different things. And then it's what you look like.
Right.
So
the question and answer portion.
If you have all those things but you look like shit, I get it, because it's supposed to be a beauty pageant. I get it. But if you have those things and you're beautiful and you're upset because it doesn't represent France because it's white, well, a lot of black people live in France. Like, France is not really a completely white country. Like, there's citizens of
it's also,
France.
If DEI is to exist, let's have it in beauty pageants.
Well, see what this
I don't
girl...
want it in the
The
cockpit of
controversy
a...
being that she's 34.
Well, that is disgusting.
But
She's too old?
They changed the age 2 years ago to allow a woman over 24.
Well, that is, by the way, that is disgusting.
Okay,
she's
but
34 years old.
but
It's disgusting.
that's crazy. Show what she looks like.
I just typed in Miss France. That's all.
But just give me some images of what she looks like. She's
very pretty.
She's fucking beautiful. Yeah. And if you see her on stage, she looks fantastic. Like if you see her when she won, the idea that this lady is not capable of winning a beauty pageant anywhere in the world is crazy. If you're just judging on beauty, there's different types of beauty. There's redheaded, white, freckled beauty. There's Brazilian, hot, tan beauty. There's Asian beauty. There's all kinds of different beauty. That woman's fucking beautiful.
It's reactionary stuff where people are just angry at this concept.
Well, the thing is, there have been a bunch of instances of people winning these contests that were ridiculous. Some of them that were men. Some of them were obese. Some of them that weren't. And I could see pushing, but now it's like people are looking to push back wherever they can.
Because people tend to, become accustomed to outrage.
They're looking to be outraged, but this is one where you're like, come on.
No, it's enough for
You don't think that lady could win? That's crazy.
She should. Yeah,
she can fucking win, but
not at 34.
She's still hot.
No, she's still hot.
Why is there an age limit? By 34, you should have a kid. You should have your shit together. Not be in a beauty pageant. I guess you can see that argument.
I mean, at 34 years old, I think
we've only got like 4 years left of kids.
As a woman at 34 years old, I think you should be put in a facility.
Like a horse.
Yeah. So I think that's what the problem is. I think this woman still being out there.
Women are hot pretty late these days.
No,
they can stay hot for
I think
a long time.
You made a great point about it's just people looking to be upset about things. And like I said, DEI in a beauty pageant, I get it. It is what it is, whatever.
Yeah, but
that's not DEI. But even if there was an example of DEI, DEI bothers me. Like if they're like, "Hey, we want diverse pilots," and you go, "Dude, what the fuck is wrong with you?" Beauty pageants are somewhat meaningless, even though they're not completely meaningless. I'm scared when they're like, "We need diverse surgeons," and I go, "No. Right. You need good surgeons
only.
You need good surgeons."
Yeah.
I don't care what my surgeon looks like if they're good. I've never in my life said, I want an Irish surgeon.
Yeah.
I'm Irish. My grandfather came from Ireland. I've never said, what would be good if a guy named Malachi or Rory operated on me if I needed surgery.
I like a guy with men in his last name.
Yeah.
Gettleman.
Yeah. I want a Jew, I want a Pakistani, or an Asian. That's it. I don't really want like a fun surgeon.
No. You want him
I don't want like a wordsmith.
Right.
I want we had a bad flight. Me and Sam Talent, we left Amsterdam, 35 minutes. It's a private plane going to Luton, which is an airport near London. Not in London, but near it. And the pilot said, it's a little windy in London. 30 of the 35 minutes were absolutely fine. When we hit about 3,000 feet, something happened. And it was not good. We got about 700 feet, and we're like, me and Sam Talent are like, where the fuck's the runway? To the right, we saw the runway perpendicular to the plane. Not good. The pilot tried to, get the plane in. You see him on the controls, and we felt a gust of wind, and the pilot was like, fuck it. You heard him say, fuck it. Boom, we went back up. Go around through like a bad storm, and then we had to land at Birmingham, and the landing at Birmingham was very tough too, because the weather was degenerating. Now, but you had 2 French pilots that were in great shape and didn't say anything. And they were just like AI machines. And you had a Russian flight attendant. And to her, life and death have no meaning. It makes no difference. It's no difference. So she sits, says nothing, no expression on her face, and these two pilots. And in that moment, you want the most skilled person for the job. You are not thinking about anything else. You're not thinking about, were they raised rich?
Yeah.
How easy was it for them to go to flight school? Did their parents pay for their flight? All you're thinking about is, God, get this plane on the ground.
Yeah.
And that's where DEI, to me, is the most insane and dangerous, is when you start taking real important jobs and talking about shit no one gives a fuck about.
Yeah.
When you're on a plane like that, you don't give a fuck if it was two white pilots, black pilots. I don't give a shit who it is, as long as they are really good at flying this fucking plane.
That's it.
That's it.
That's it. That's how it's supposed to be with everything. It's just how things go one way and people recognize it's the wrong way, and then right now that's the overcorrection. The correction is equality.
I had an overweight woman pilot once, and I went, I don't like it. I don't want me in that thing. I don't want to fly. And I didn't want this overweight woman.
Sorry. Did you say it?
Not to her, but she was like a chubby woman, and she like barely fit in this, and she's like moving the thing, and I'm like, what is happening? Now, we didn't die, but I didn't love that. I want someone in the cockpit who's svelte and in really good shape and
the right stuff
and doesn't have a personality. I don't want pilots to have a personality.
Yeah.
Pilots should be very similar to machines.
You ever heard Rollins talk about this?
No.
You know he does those spoken word things? He talks about
yeah.
what he wants in a pilot.
Right.
With the steel blue eyes.
Yeah.
The right stuff look.
Yeah.
High top crew cut.
Like, we've had pilots that are too, like, friendly, and they're just too, like, they come in the back and they're talking to you. And you go, I don't
want military guys.
I want guys that are ex-military
Yeah.
or whatever it is.
Yeah.
That's really what you really want military guys. That's a great point.
It's a scary job, man. You're piloting a giant metal thing that's flying through the air at ridiculous speeds. And then you have to deal with the wind sometimes.
Yeah. It's scary.
Ooh.
You want people that are just...
Well, there was a push for that in comedy for a while.
Yeah.
In LA, certain clubs would literally have a quota where they have a certain amount of this and a certain amount of that.
Right.
And a lot of people snuck through that shouldn't have been there.
Right.
And, you know, one of the things that we set up as a mothership, we said, it's just funny. It doesn't matter what it is. So because of that, it's very diverse.
Right.
But just through merit.
Right.
Just through, because there's a bunch of funny people from all walks of life.
Right.
And just find the ones who are good. Doesn't matter where you're from. You have to be good. You have to
gotta work hard.
You gotta work hard. You gotta be trying to do this thing that we're all doing. And if you're not, if you're trying to derive value, if you're trying to like get attention for something that's unrelated to the art form and everybody else is doing the art form, that creates a giant problem. And if it's effective, then it's even more of a problem because then other people start doing it. And then you get clapter. And then you get like this distortion of the art where it's really people that aren't good at it. And so that's why they're trying to find some other way to generate energy, some other way to get attention and to get people excited. And that way is, you know, they'll try it through like social causes. Like I've heard people say, like, if your comedy is not elevating social issues, then it's bullshit. Like, what?
Right.
That's
crazy.
That's so nuts.
It's
That's
crazy.
such a nutty thing to say. It's like, you know, if your music doesn't make me cry, then it's bullshit. Like, no, that's not true.
Well, it's also like everybody became obsessed with like lists and being on a list and having like a certain amount of people on a list. And you go,
like, what kind of lists?
Like any of these lists that would come out from Rolling Stone or Vulture.
Oh, list
or
of the top best
Variety
this,
or any of this. And people get really upset. And you go, guys, it's not about who gives a fuck.
Yeah.
Like being obsessed with that shit and who's on it and who's represented. It doesn't matter. It's not defining. Anyone can have a career now that works hard enough and really wants one and develops the talent.
How can I help?
Yeah.
Because we all have this ability to be out there.
Okay.
Also, these lists are all curated.
They're all
Everything's
curated. People pay money to get on them.
And
So-
they get on there because of people's political leanings. They get on ideological leanings.
Right.
Like when you go to, here's a good example. You go to YouTube and you see the trending now.
Right.
You know what was never on the trending now?
Right.
My conversation with Trump.
Right.
He got a, what is it at one point in time? 1.2 million an hour? Is that what it was, Jamie? Something nutty like that. And it wasn't trending. Well, what is trending?
Right.
Show me what is trending.
Right.
What kind of views do they have?
Right.
That's got to be crazy because this video's got 60 million views. So what views do they have?
Right.
It's insane.
No,
it's
curated.
insane. So that's completely curated. So you can't trust that trending now thing because if it's trending now, and first of all, what could be bad about letting a person talk to another person, whether you're trying to find out who this person is? What could be bad with that if this guy's about to run for president, whether you like it or not? What could possibly be bad about that you would try to stop it from being in your trending? Is it like when you just interview Donald Trump or you have the name Donald Trump, it can never be trending because they don't want to promote Donald Trump? Well, then what are you doing?
Right.
Like, what are you do you have a mandate? Do you have a very specific set of rules that you apply to certain people?
Well, that's why I think when he
Am I
gets
on that
in,
list?
he's talked about kind of a cyber or whatever bill of rights, like this idea that you would not be able to be discarded by these companies without some type of recourse. And I think a lot of people hate that.
Well, it's just crazy that the right, that what they think of as the far right, which is Trump, is pro freedom of speech.
Right.
And trying to promote that on the internet. But the reason for that, selfishly, you could say, is because political people from the right were silenced for a long time.
Right.
Or at least censored on Twitter for a long time.
For sure.
And certainly marginalized, and it was dangerous. You know, they could go after you. They would try to get people fired for things. It was you know, it got pretty sketchy. And then a lot of people got removed from Twitter that were right-wing people.
Right.
You know, including Trump. I mean, they literally kicked him off of Twitter.
Right.
That, obviously, for a guy like him who's felt the effect of it, being removed from the conversation. You remember when he was tweeting constantly and then all of a sudden silence?
Right.
Nothing. And then it was
and
like...
then people, and Gavin McGinnis said this once, I don't want to take his point, but he said, when you're removed, everyone can say anything they want about you. You do not have the ability to defend yourself.
Exactly. And
so
that's
that
the goal.
narrative is painted.
That was the goal, though. That's what they wanted from him.
Right.
They didn't want him to be able to say, hey, it's rigged, check out this, check out that. They just wanted to, you said that the election was rigged, you're off forever.
Right.
No more talking. Which
Right.
is a nutty thing to say. If the guy is not in jail, if he's not doing something that puts him in jail, and I know he was tried for a bunch of stuff, most of it I think was bullshit.
It was a lot of bullshit.
A lot of bullshit. But the reality is, if that guy is an American citizen and he's not doing anything illegal, and he used to be the fucking president of the United States, removing him from the internet seems insane.
It's insane.
Insane. Especially when you hear what he really said to those people that were at the Capitol. Do it peacefully. And then when you find out that now they said there's at least 26
FBI agents.
Or informants. Whatever
that
you're
means.
working for the FBI.
Right.
At least 26. That were there. At least.
That entered.
The whole thing is nuts. It's nuts.
Yeah.
But also, if you had a real insurrection, wouldn't you want the FBI to be there? I mean, if you had a real group of armed militia that wanted to take over the Capitol, and they had plans, and they had fucking armored cars, and they had heat style.
Sure.
You would want someone in that group to tell you what the fuck is going on, but that wasn't the case.
No.
That was not the case.
But you also have photos and videos of people opening the doors of the Capitol.
Fist bumping people.
Come on in.
Yeah. Here, I'll show you where the gavel gets handed.
That's very strange.
Yeah.
That's
the whole
odd.
thing's nuts. And there's people that have been in jail with no trial for years now. For years.
Right.
And there's this crazy opposition to pardoning those people, but no outrage about the people that Biden has pardoned, including that Kids for Cash judge.
I sent you that. That's crazy.
Fucking crazy.
That judge and people whose children committed suicide because they were in that prison have spoken out and said this guy is directly responsible in their estimation for my son's death because he was taking bribes to give these kids crazy sentences. And some of these kids developed, crazy psychological problems and took their own lives. So
just imagine if you didn't do
evil.
anything wrong,
It's evil.
and this guy railroads you into a juvenile detention center
It's
and you're
evil.
getting raped.
And then Joe Biden lets him out of jail.
Yeah.
Pardons him, commutes his sentence, whatever.
So just look at things with balance, folks.
Right.
For real. Look at things with balance. None of that makes any sense. And if the left is the side that's telling you that this person should be censored, like they're never supposed to be anti-free speech. The ADL was always about it. I mean, there was a famous thing that they let the Nazi or the Ku Klux Klan have this rally because they said you can't silence people.
The hardest thing on the left right now is for them to admit that the people that they have put out as spokespeople for them all have to go. And that's where no one's admitting. No one's admitting the real problem, because then they would have to admit that they have to relinquish their job.
They need a reasonable, like Clinton in the 90s.
They need guy. Not only do they need that, they need a media strategy where they don't have the most shrill voices out there. Meaning, like, they have a lot of people who are very dismissive of other people, and they're incredibly annoying, and nobody is receiving that message. And they have to change their strategy. They have children that are out there, like annoying children, just screaming and yelling. These Biden people, these young guys that are like screaming and yelling about Biden. And it's not based on, and I'm not saying the right doesn't have annoying people, but like the left, because they lost, they have to build a party around people you don't hate. If you're going to tell me something, I don't want to hate you. I don't want to hate the messenger. The View is not an effective way.
There were 2 guys that were put in prison for this. The one that was released was already living on house confinement and only had 2 years left. The other guy is still in prison and will be there until...
This is the January 6 people?
No, the Kids for Cash.
Yeah, but who can... Number one...
So
more than one guy.
He's an evil person.
Yeah, he's clearly...
This is a clearly terrible, evil person.
So what exactly are you saying, Jamie? There was 2 other people that were involved?
The one that Biden had his sentence wiped out only had less than 2 years left and was already at home confinement. The other guy is still in prison.
I see.
And was not let out.
But still, the guy's at home confinement for 2 years. I think he can do another 2 years in his fucking house.
He could do another 2 years in his house, or go back to the jail that he put children into.
Yes, I mean, it should be like...
Jamie is working for the feds.
I was confused. I was like, that's fucked up. Why would you let the guy out?
I'm kidding.
Like, 2 of them, one of them still in jail.
You know, there's a lot of other stuff. You know, there's people that were Chinese spies that were on that list.
Yeah, how about his son?
That makes sense to me.
Well,
if you have a kid, you get it. You fucked up. You're gonna die. You don't want him to go to jail.
Well, he hates everybody.
If you had this magic pen, not only that, okay, they just ousted you in a coup. All right, but you're still the president for at least another month and a half. Of course, then, even though you said you wouldn't do it, once they ousted him,
you're gonna do it.
Because all the times of him saying that he wasn't going to pardon his son, wasn't he still the president? I mean, maybe if they let him be the president for a second term, maybe he wouldn't pardon.
Can you imagine explaining to him the aliens? Because he doesn't know. Someone's got some in the deep state, like the bowels of the deep state.
You haven't heard him talk about the drones?
Please. Do you have it?
Wonderful. See if you can find it. Biden addresses the drones. It is.
Someone's going to sit him down, and they're like in a black suit, and they're like, hey, you're going to have to tell the country that there's aliens.
He's a guy where you grab his hair while he's asleep on the park bench, and you lift his head up, and he starts talking. That's him right now.
I know, that's so bad.
Well, there's only one. There's one that's ours, basically ours. Watch this.
I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad that this is the guy that we have right now while this is happening. This is the guy who's communicating whatever is happening to us.
All I can imagine is the people that are running this are letting him do this now. Like,
get him out.
For fun.
Put him out.
Let's see what he says.
Put him out.
Already lost.
And you know what it is? It's they're like, if we need to confuse people about what is happening, he's the guy.
Did you find it anywhere, Jamie?
It seems like he talked about it in the dark with a hat on, but everything starts showing him at a podium.
Oh, this is great.
Yeah, he was in the dark with a hat on.
The dark with a hat is perfect.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. That's it.
He looks dead.
Listen.
There's really nothing alarming about this.
I believe you, buddy.
Nothing nefarious occurring. We're checking it all out. It's just one. There's a lot of drones authorized up there. I think one started and they all got everybody wanted to get in the deal.
So let's bring in CBS.
Yeah, there's just one
look
drone.
At these propaganda people. Look, come on, let me hear what they have to say.
Trump, on the other hand, says the military knows what the drones are. Mr. Biden, though, doesn't seem to have that ominous tone. So how do we square that, and what do you know today?
Yeah, well, I think both of those things can be true. I think both sides are saying that the military does, in fact, have an idea, or the semblance of an idea of where these drones are coming from. We had a joint statement that came out from the FAA, the FBI, the DHS, the Pentagon, saying that a lot of these sightings of aircraft or other things that are floating in the sky that are perfectly non-threatening and perfectly mundane. They said there was nothing anomalous coming out of their reports. Now,
Yeah, no, that's enough. This sounds like a snippet right before an alien invasion movie.
Absolutely.
Like a bunch of people saying it's non-nefarious, nothing to worry about. You got an ancient president. It's like,
It started off with one, and everybody else wanted to get in on the deal.
So crazy. He goes, I think it's just one.
They don't tell him nothing.
They're being reported all over the country.
But what do they even tell him?
They tell him nothing.
These reports about how the people working with him knew he was compromised like right away.
Oh, they know.
And how it kept getting worse and worse and worse, and they all hit it. That seems like that should be illegal. It should be illegal to lie about that, just like it's illegal to lie under oath. It should be illegal to lie.
Conceal the mental decline of the leader of the free world.
Not just conceal, but be deceptive.
Right.
In the way you are describing it, like he's sharp as a tack.
Yeah, I mean, this is just...
It looks great.
I mean,
he's chilling. He's on TikTok right there. He's eating donuts. He's got to start a TikTok channel where he just eats donuts.
How the White House functioned with a diminished budget.
Diminished is a fun word because it could be like 99% diminished, or it could be 10% diminished. It could be hungover, or you could be almost dead.
Well, I think the other thing too is like nobody fully understands who's running the country at the moment.
No, I've described it like a Tesla with auto drive. Like you have your hands near the steering wheel. Is this thing gonna do this?
There's no authority that we're all, Now, obviously, the president is not the only authority. We all know that.
But it's the first time ever where the guy who's the president is incapacitated. Like completely, and we're looking at him like he's just a couple steps away from Carter. Remember Carter when they said Carter's so excited to vote for Biden.
Right.
I'll get there as soon as I
can.
Right.
It was crazy. No, he's going to vote for Harris. That's right. It was
he was laying out there in the sun. He didn't know he was alive.
His mouth was wide open. It's so sad. It's so sad to watch. They're saying he's so excited to vote for Kamala Harris. Like, can I hear him say that?
Yeah.
Can you look at that? Can you tell me what he said?
Oh my God! I mean, that is so crazy.
Did you ever hear Hunter S. Thompson's recordings where he talked about, he wrote about it too, but I think it's in one of his documentaries. It might have been the Gonzo documentary, but he talked about how he heard Jimmy Carter. He basically, after the last Nixon election, he kind of given up on politics, like, fuck this. This is all bullshit. And he was hired to go to listen to Carter speak. And as he was listening to Carter speak, he ran out to his car and got his tape recorder. He said, because this guy was making so much sense. And he was saying, like, Jimmy Carter was a beautiful president. He was like, he was one of the only presidents where you're like, wow, this is like a kind, peaceful man.
He built houses afterwards.
Yeah. Never got rich. Never got rich. He was one of the only presidents that after his life, he lived very simply. He never did the speaking gig thing where you're making $250,000 to talk to bankers. He didn't do any of that shit. And see if you can find that, like Hunter S. Thompson on Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Different than the way they portrayed it in the documentary. In the documentary, they left all that ruthlessness part out.
Well, he's a president, so he's got to be ruthless. But I do think Carter seemed to believe in things and seemed to have a constitutional.
In the documentary, it's much more favorable.
Yeah.
The way Hunter's talking about it, but he was excited by him. And excited by him quoting Bob Dylan.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I guess I bet Kamala Harris is ruthless.
She's incredibly ruthless. She has to be. Think of how far she got with very little.
Yeah, you gotta be ambitious.
You have to be so ambitious, and it's impressive to me how close she got to the presidency without any discernible intellect. Really, truly. Like, she didn't display any... I mean, listen, if you said she was a lawyer, great. If you said she was a manager at a mid-level company, sure. That's all fine. She was, you know, again, she's, you know, it was fine. It was all okay. There's no like discernible intellect that you would think the president would have. And say what you want about Trump, people like him, they don't like him. He has instincts that are somewhat unmatched in the political arena. He's able to speak extemporaneously for hours at a time. He's passionate about things. He has lived a rich life and understands the facets of things and human beings and whatever. And, you know, again, it's presented in a much different way than it's been presented, right? He doesn't speak like Bill Clinton or Barack Obama or anything like that, but like he clearly is someone who possesses an incredible amount of political talent and skill. That's, no one disagrees with that. Kamala Harris was an incredibly average, mediocre politician. And if you said she was the DA of San Francisco or, you know, a local position, but the fact that she got very close to the presidency, she has to be a ruthless, ambitious operator. And there is something impressive about that.
Yeah, I mean, that's the business. If you want to succeed in that business, that's what you got to do. If you want to succeed in TikTok, you go to Costco, you make songs.
I know.
You should hold up a cookie.
I know. But you know what? Maybe the aliens are here to fix it. Thank you very much for doing this. I know this is your day off.
No, listen, I love you. I'm always happy to help. I'm always happy to be on the show.
Thank you for letting me do the special.
Dude, the
thank you
special
for saving
it's gonna rule.
No, thank you for saving it.
Well, I was glad I could. It's nice to be able to do that, and the people were cool. They did it all.
That first show, I prayed you left. I said, God, I hope he's gone.
We fixed it.
Where were you watching from? The green room or the
balcony?
Oh,
yeah.
Oh. I was praying. I said, maybe he left. You know, about 5 minutes in, I go, maybe he left. I go, he's probably got a lot to do. He's probably running around.
I'm just happy you were doing 4, so we could fix it.
Yeah, no, we did. We fixed it. Thank you.
Kim, I love you to death.
Love
Thank
you too.
very much.
Appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you, buddy.
Bye.
What is up, everyone, and welcome to the WAN Show. It's been a busy week. In between last Friday, I flew down to Las Vegas. I did a bunch of videos, and I flew up to Las Vegas. And Luke was there for the first time in forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 years or something.
Like, actually a very long time. He came and did CES now that he's back on the content team, back on the grind. So we're going to be talking about CES this week. We're also going to be talking about the whole NVIDIA scandal with fake frames, that claim. It is amazing to me how many people were like, Linus, you didn't acknowledge that NVIDIA's claims were kind of outlandish. And I'm like, yo, I called it a red flag in the intro. Are you not up with the lingo? Red flag means bad. So we're going to be talking about the 50 series fake frames, and also I'll give you guys kind of a longer rundown of what it was like playing on those fake frames. What else we got for this week?
Why is no one talking about the Ryzen AI Max?
Yeah, wait, is that actually something that you think is really interesting? Or you just, oh my, just pick another one.
Why is the Arc B580 underperforming on older chipsets?
All right. The show is brought to you today by Thermaltake. Check out their upcoming products with our link. Also, our laptop partner LG, our wrap partner Dbrand, and our chair partner Secret Lab. Wait, we only have one sponsor for the WAN
What's
show?
going on?
Do I need to call
What's going on?
and find out what the heck is going on?
Where's the business team?
Did they forget to sell the WAN show?
What's happening?
The second WAN show of the year, and they've already failed to sell the sponsor spots on it? Oh, okay.
It's
you know
not
what?
looking good.
That's yeah. Clearly, this is it, guys.
WAN show's washed up.
big winter storms are coming to the United States over the next few days, and these are going to bring a ton of snowfall across areas like the southern plains, the Gulf Coast, and the southeast, in addition to the threat for ice accumulation. And also there is another big winter storm that'll be impacting the northeast over the next 48 hours, which will bring a lot more snow than what we've been forecasting over the last 48 hours. So in today's forecast, we're going to break down exactly what you need to know about these two different winter storms and why there have been some big changes to the forecast. We'll begin with what's happening across the country today, and for the time being, there's a lot of moisture that continues to ride across the Gulf of Mexico, and this is moving into areas like the southeast. This will bring some showers and even some thunderstorms, and maybe, just maybe, an isolated tornado tonight or even into tomorrow morning across parts of central and northern Florida, as there will be a few thunderstorms out there, and there will be some wind shear, so we might see an isolated tornado threat kick in. Back over in the northeast, there's been plenty of showers up there and also some snow back over in northern New England. And overall, this is just a quick little moving, winter weather event. Nothing more than just some snow, though. No winter storm characteristics at this point. But as we go into tomorrow, we are expecting the potential for a small nor'easter that'll bring the potential for up to a foot of snow in parts of New England. While the weather may look calm in a lot of areas right now, that is going to change over the next 48 hours as the National Weather Service has issued a slew of different winter weather watches and as well as warnings. We have winter storm warnings now in effect anywhere from eastern Kentucky back into areas like Pennsylvania, New York, and even into parts of northern New Jersey, and much of southern central New England is included in that. Winter storm watches in the blue for both Maine and New Hampshire, and we also now have winter storm watches in effect for southeast Texas, central southern Louisiana, and southern Mississippi. I can't tell you how rare it is to have any sort of winter storm watches in effect anywhere right along the Gulf Coast of the United States. So this will definitely be a rare winter storm early this week. And then also winter weather advisories are in effect in purple, which includes areas like Tennessee, Kentucky, and also through West Virginia and as well as Virginia. So for the rest of tonight, there will be some light to moderate snow in northern New England and then some passing showers in southern New England. As we go into Sunday, that is when we're expecting a big winter storm to form in the northeast. And this is much larger than what we were even forecasting a couple of days ago. Confidence was very 50-50 on whether we would even see a winter storm in the northeast. Well, it's coming to fruition now, and we are expecting a lot of snowfall in the northeast, and it all begins tomorrow afternoon right around lunchtime, where moderate to heavy snowfall will be falling as a low pressure center will be just offshore of Virginia, and the heaviest of that snow will be located in northern Virginia, back into northern New Jersey and Pennsylvania. As we go throughout the late afternoon and into the early evening, this is going to be a very quick moving system, but it is going to be producing wet and heavy snowfall, which means that this will stack up very quickly, and that's why we expect the potential for a widespread 4 to 8 inches of snow, and even some spots near a foot of snow out of this, and I'll show you what that looks like in a moment. By around 6 to 7 o'clock, heavy snowfall is moving into southern and central New England. Even areas like Boston, Massachusetts, and near Cape Cod will see a little bit of snow. There could be some freezing rain as well back over in eastern Rhode Island and also near Cape Cod, so keep an eye out for that. There could be some slick roadways out there, and then eventually, as we go into the overnight hours, the snow is becoming a lot lighter as it moves throughout Maine and New England, and then eventually, as we go into Monday morning, things will be winding down in New England, but lake effect snow will start to ramp up back over near Lake Ontario and as well as Lake Erie, which could easily bring upwards of a foot of snow back over along the lake side there in both northwestern Pennsylvania and western New York. Now, we are expecting a significant winter storm here. This will be dumping a lot of snowfall, and again, the forecast has been changing a lot. The numbers continue to go up in terms of how much snowfall we can expect, and we are expecting a very large area between 4 to 8 inches of snowfall. Basically, anywhere that I just outlined is forecasted to see in the ballpark of 4 to 8 inches of snowfall. There will be some locations, especially I think in southeast New York, as well as northeastern Pennsylvania, northern New Jersey, and even back into western Massachusetts and southern Vermont, that get as much as 8 to 12 inches of snowfall out of this particular winter storm. I think overall Maine is going to be a bit more on the low side of things. I still think many areas will see between 4 to 8 inches of snow, but I don't really see many areas there seeing much more than 8 inches of snow. I think it's going to be a little bit lighter of precipitation, and I also think this system will start to move a bit faster as it continues to go to the northeast and as it eventually moves out of New England. And as a reminder, if you are new to the channel, make sure to hit the red button down below and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss the latest updates on these winter storms over the next few days. We are going to continue to have daily updates, so make sure to subscribe to the channel. All right, after this winter storm is done tomorrow, we are eventually going to have another winter storm developing late Monday night into early Tuesday morning back along the Gulf Coast. And this is going to be from two different areas of energy, essentially, that we're going to be seeing. We're going to see moisture coming out of the Gulf of Mexico and some snow as well moving moving across the Rockies, eventually moving into the southern plains. And once these two areas of moisture collide, we are expecting a big winter storm to form. And so as we go into Tuesday morning, that will be the beginning of some light to moderate snowfall, and as well as even some sleet and freezing rain across Texas and Oklahoma. Overall, I'm not expecting a whole lot of accumulation here in Oklahoma, Texas, or Arkansas, but there should be at least some isolated to scattered snow flurries out there, maybe a bit of light snow that accumulates to a dusting. But the more significant event will be located across parts of central and southern Texas, and then eventually moving along the Gulf Coast as we go throughout the day Tuesday. This is around lunchtime on Tuesday. Notice some of these darker blues are starting to show up. That is going to indicate some heavier snowfall falling in both Louisiana, Mississippi, and East Texas, with even some sleet and freezing rain falling along the Gulf Coast, which is going to make traveling treacherous out there. And we are expecting some major travel impacts that will likely prevent travel for at least Tuesday. It will likely last all the way through Thursday. And in addition to that, schools will likely be closed, and also workplaces may also end up closing for this event. As we go into late Tuesday and into early Wednesday, this continues to move along the Gulf Coast, where rare snowfall will be falling in areas like New Orleans. New Orleans could see upwards of 3 to 5 inches of snow out of this winter storm, which is just crazy. Southern central Alabama, southern Mississippi, Georgia, and the Carolinas will start to see snow late Tuesday night. And by Wednesday morning, the snow will continue to move into areas like North Carolina, Virginia, and Maryland. There will also be some sleet and freezing rain, even into parts of northern Florida. Areas like Tallahassee and as well as Jacksonville have the potential for not just freezing rain, but perhaps even some snowfall, which means that, there's a chance that even Jacksonville, Florida, those areas that have schools may also be closing on Wednesday if the ice actually does transpire here. Again, there could be some changes to the forecast as we still are a few days out from this, but it definitely looks like we are talking about a major winter storm even impacting Florida, and all of this snow will move out as we go into early Thursday morning. Now, in terms of how much snowfall we can expect, I'm going to first show you the probabilities, and then I'm going to show you how much snow we can actually expect in terms of an actual number. This is the probability of seeing greater than 1 inch of snowfall, and notice we have basically a 100% chance right now in and around the Houston, Texas area, back through central and southern Louisiana, southern Mississippi, southern Alabama, even parts of the Florida Panhandle near Mobile, Alabama, for example, and back into Georgia. We currently have a very high chance of seeing at least 1 inch of snowfall. Probabilities are a little bit lower the further east you go, and that mostly has to do with the track confidence. We don't exactly know where it'll track beyond it going along the Gulf Coast, but it will more than likely travel up the East Coast, and I think we could see some significant snow back over in South and North Carolina. The probability of seeing greater than 3 inches of snowfall, which would definitely be winter storm criteria along the Gulf Coast. Areas like southern Louisiana are nearing a 100% chance of that happening, and even back into southern Alabama, the chances are relatively high. Don't leave out areas like Florida. Again, we are going to have the potential for some snow even in Florida, including Panama City, for example. There is a chance that we could see an inch or two of snow in those areas. If we don't see snow, there is at least going to be a pretty high chance of seeing freezing rain, which would lead to ice accumulation. And then if you're wondering if we could see over a half a foot of snow, there's a chance. I mean, it's not out of the question, especially back over in the Carolinas. The chances are a bit higher here, but there's also a chance back over in Louisiana, Mississippi, and Southeast Texas. Most areas are around a 20 to 30% chance at this time, but only expect these numbers to go up as we get closer. Now, in terms of how much snow we can expect, this is a blend of a bunch of different models all into one graphic. It's going to give us our best indication of a reasonable amount of snow that we can expect. And keep in mind, there will be locations that are higher and lower than the numbers that you see here. But overall, the Houston area, I would currently expect about 1 to 3 inches of snow. Again, there could be some changes to the forecast over the next couple of days as we start to get some more short-term computer model data. Back over into central and southern Louisiana, this is where I think our jackpot of snow will be. I think there will be several spots that get around 4 to 6 inches of snow. I wouldn't rule out a couple spots, though, closer to 8 to maybe even 9 inches of snow, as I do foresee there being some heavier snowfall over a longer period of time. And then back into southern Mississippi, you can also expect 2 to 4 inches. Many areas could be higher than that. And then areas like Dallas, Fort Worth, I know there are numbers all across the board around a 1/10 of an inch up to a 1/2 inch of snow. Again, it's an estimate. It's really, again, a blend of a bunch of different models. So these numbers are probably not going to even be as high as they are, but there could be a few locations near Dallas, Fort Worth that are around a coating of snow as we go into late Monday night and into early Tuesday morning, but it's a very, very low chance in my opinion. And then back over into the southeast and along the East Coast, notice how there is a pretty high chance that we're going to be talking about a lot more snowfall, especially over along the East Coast. near North and South Carolina. The exact amount of snowfall that falls here is a bit more uncertain than what we're going to be talking about here since it's a little further out, but I do think many areas along the East Coast will see 3 to 6 inches of snow, and then back into southern Georgia and southern Alabama, a very solid chance at least 2 to 4 inches of snow will fall there. And then northern Florida, it's going to be a very sharp dividing line between seeing no snow and just seeing ice, and then also seeing maybe a couple inches of snow. And I think the main area of snowfall will be back over near Tallahassee, where we could see a coating to even 2 inches of snow. Now, there's a large area that we'll be watching for the potential for ice accumulation, including areas like Florida. If you're over near Jacksonville or Tallahassee, there's a pretty good chance that many of those towns will be closed down on Wednesday because people are going to be wearing flip-flops and the roads are going to be untreated, even when there's snow on the ground. So it's going to be pretty much messy out there in northern Florida, it looks like, on Wednesday. There could, again, still be some changes to the forecast, so make sure to subscribe to the channel, and we'll have a more detailed video tomorrow morning talking all about exactly how much ice and snow we can see. I think overall, though, the ice accumulation will be anywhere from a tracing up to a 1/10 of an inch of ice. And as always, thank you so much for watching. Make sure to hit the like button down below and subscribe if you've not already.
Surely they've asked this, but no one's told me.
Mm-hmm.
Should we Google it?
This is Star Talk. Neil deGrasse Tyson, you're a person.
Welcome to my Dragon Ball Daima episode 14 breakdown. After episode 13 came and went, which was not a very well-liked episode, we're now back in the saddle again as the story progresses with episode 14. We're going to break down all kinds of stuff here, including the new Ginyu Force. We're going to talk about Neba's incredible powers and the backstory about the barriers and a lot of tidbits that you may have missed from episode 14 of Daima called Taboo. Pansy communicates with Peril early in the episode to have him give her father, King Kadan from Demon World 3, the message that they've got 2 of the Dragon Balls and now they're heading to the first Demon World. I think this will tie into something later, only because this scene I don't think was put here on accident. I think that her losing her cell phone to the Kraken is going to break communication between the 3rd Demon World and the first one, and there may end up being a much bigger conflict between the 2 demon realms coming up in Dragon Ball Daima in the upcoming episodes. Peril actually informs her that the King Kadan himself went to go steal a plane to go to the first Demon World. So it sounds like he's going to be a part of the big climactic battle coming up near, you know, the last few episodes of Daima. And that's something that I think many of us were not expecting, including myself. I wasn't sure if we'd see him again, especially when it comes to combat, but that is interesting. Perhaps he thinks that Goku will defeat Goma, overthrowing him so that he can become the Grand King of all 3 Demon Worlds, the Great King of the Demon Realm. That remains to be seen, but that's an extra piece of information that I'm sure will tie into something bigger in the coming weeks. We then go to Demon World 1, where Goma has requested that these special forces are gathered. These special forces happen to be these 5 members of the military police. They seem to be the highest ranked members of the Demon World 1 army. This is obviously leading into what I'm about to talk about, which is the tie-in to the Ginyu Force. Now, in Dragon Ball in recent years, we've seen a lot of connections and tie-ins to previous stories, arcs, and characters. We saw Frieza come back, we saw Cell Max, Majin Buu and Do are obviously supposed to be, you know, connected to Majin Buu as far as like a modern comedic version of them. This is a copy pasta of the Ginyu Special Forces. They are called the Kadem Toksentai. Now, in the original manga, the Ginyu Force was called the Ginyu Toksentai. I think some people are going to view this as just, a rehash of the Ginyu Force, and I think that's being done on purpose. You have to remember that Dragon Ball Daima is the 40th anniversary series, and as we've talked about in previous videos and streams, Dragon Ball Daima will be taking things and borrowing them and sort of recreating them and paying tribute to 40 years of Dragon Ball, which includes OG Dragon Ball Z, GT, Heroes, and Super. This is why we have Glorio and Dr. Arinsu being sort of like Mira and Toa. This is why we have this new Ginyu Force, the Kenpei Tokusentai. Now, Tokusentai literally translates to Special Forces or Special Task Force. And in case you didn't know, both this group and the original Ginyu group are meant to parody Japanese superheroes known as Super Sentai. Now, Super Sentai has existed in Japanese pop culture since the 70s, and clearly Toriyama watched it when he was younger because he models the goofy poses and the multiple colors and the overall wackiness of it all to the original Super Sentai. Obviously, many of you know that Super Sentai is the Japanese original version of what would become the Power Rangers in America when Haim Saban Americanized the Japanese footage to make Mighty Morphin Power Rangers in the early 90s. It's all from Japan, and it's all been there for decades. So when you see characters like Great Saiyaman, or even outside characters, from outside Dragon Ball like Sailor Moon, all of this with the goofy hand gestures and motions and poses and whatnot are all meant to be a tribute to Super Sentai, which is a big part of pop culture and Japanese culture as a whole for decades. So no, these characters like Majin Buu and Do are not meant to be taken seriously, just like how the Ginyu Force, although they each had special abilities and were dangerous at the time during that part of the Frieza saga, they're also not really meant to be taken all that seriously. It's part of that goofy comedy that Toriyama has written since the late 70s. Goma's reaction of embarrassment to this is mirroring Frieza's reaction when he first sees the Ginyu Force posing on planet Namek. However, it appears like, unlike the Ginyu Force, these guys don't seem to have any kind of magical abilities, or at least we haven't seen any yet, but they do seem to have some weapons. I don't think these weapons are going to really do anything to Goku, Vegeta, Piccolo, and those guys, but that remains to be seen. I'm not going to take these characters seriously as a threat, and you shouldn't either, because they are not the final bosses. They're there for comic relief until we get to the final boss, just like how Ginyu was for Frieza all the way back in the early 90s. Daima shows us this cool little sort of map of the Demon Realm, and notice something here. We see on the outside Demon World 3, and then Demon World 2 in the middle, then Demon World 1, or Demon World 1 right in the center of the 3. Notice it kind of looks like an eye, which we'll talk more about that in the coming weeks because the third eye is about to play a major role. But I really like this sort of, I guess you can call it map, because those little balls you see represent the different planets of Demon World 2, including, of course, the planet of the Giants and other places they visited. But it's cool to kind of see the makeup of the Demon World here shown to us in Daima. Probably my favorite line of this whole episode is when the leader tells Goma to go take a bath and play with your fart bubbles. That is awesome. Degesu warns them, though, that they might be kids, but they have defeated Majin Buu and the Tamagami, to which the Special Forces just laugh because they don't believe that. So they are in for a reality check when Goku, Vegeta, and the rest appear and confront them. And of course, them sort of thinking it's a joke kind of reminds me of how the Ginyu Force was underestimating Goku and not realizing he was hiding his power when they were on Namek And once Goku showed Captain Ginyu the true power he had, especially with Kaioken, Captain Ginyu freaked out because he never would have expected that. This seems to be foreshadowing something somewhat similar, although I can't really see these guys engaging in physical combat with the main crew. I'm thinking they're going to see the main crew and probably run away because the realization will hit that they just can't take them physically. This line right here where he says that he was worried he peed himself a bit, I really hope that when he sees Goku in them and sees what they can do, that they actually show him pissing his pants. I would love if they did that. When the crew arrives at Warp, they notice that he's asleep, and the first one to actually explain it is, of course, Neva, because he knows the most about the Demon Realm. Goku, of course, decides to poke him with a stick to wake him, which was hilarious. Now, what is this a reference to? Well, it goes back even before Dragon Ball to Dr. Slump, Toriyama's original breakout work, because Arale had a habit of poking things with sticks, including little pieces of turds on the ground, and that's what they're referencing here. This is not the last time, or the first, that they've referenced Dr. Slump, especially with some of the goofy Majin characters we've seen. But check out the previous breakdowns for more information on that. So they bring up the tunnel that goes to the first demon world. This was first shown to us all the way back in episode 3 when the Supreme Kai talked about how there is a link between the 3 demon worlds, but the link is sort of covered by this magical barrier or this magical shield. This, of course, is explained in this episode, so we get the backstory about how that shield wound up there. Goku decides to touch the shield with the stick and ends up getting electrocuted because it's not just a shield of light, not just a barrier, it's a magical barrier with a failsafe protecting anyone from crossing over between the worlds. This electrical shock of magic is enough to knock Goku unconscious for a few seconds. The most unlikely person has come to the rescue, and that is Neba, who shows for the first time that he can indeed fly. But there's more. Neba begins to cast an ancient Namekian spell. Now, these are the same words that were said all the way back in the 4th Dragon Ball Daima trailer. They were the words that opened up that trailer, said by Neba in that original first shot of that trailer all the way back in September, and now we have context for when he uses those words in the series. It turns out that the ancient Namekian has the ability to unlock the access to the other demon realms by removing the Shield of Light. So it's revealed in this episode that the Shield of Light between the different demon worlds was created by Neva himself millions of years ago. We then get a very interesting backstory, interesting lore, probably the most interesting in this episode, and that is we go back to a time when the second demon world, which is the home of the Glins and the Namekians, was in chaos. He explains that with the access to the 3 demon worlds being open, there were ruffians that would come into second demon world from the 3rd one and cause problems, as well as arrogant people from the first demon world. So he felt that he had to segregate the demon world to protect the Namekians and Glins from, well, these other guys. I have to say that the most interesting shot here of this backstory is the one right now on your screen for a few different reasons. Number one, we see those ancient Namekian homes in the background. Once again, we now know where Planet Namek got it from. We've seen this in previous episodes. But take a look at the right there. You see these soldiers dressed up in black gear. Now, they obviously have the symbol on their chest of being members of the military police, and notice that the symbol resembles the third eye. Once again, we're seeing a lot of foreshadowing here. We know the third eye was an artifact that was used by previous demon kings to grant them incredible power. But there's more. Notice the belt buckles on the 2 guys on the left. Very reminiscent of Dabura. I wonder what that could mean. I think you can figure that one out on your own. But then look at the other two on the right. First of all, the one in the middle there, the female-looking one, doesn't that kind of remind you of the Grand Priest? Now that begs the question, does this mean that the Grand Priest, aka the Grand Minister, which is the number 2 in command behind Zeno in Dragon Ball Super, do you think that maybe he is a Glind? Could it be that he, because he does somewhat look like a Kai, was actually a Glind from the Demon Realm? And if so, how did he become the Grand Priest? I really hope we get that backstory someday. A lot of people seem to believe that the reason as to why Dragon Ball Super has been on such a long hiatus is because they're waiting for the Daima story to conclude, so that way they can tell a new story that involves the characters, locations, and lore introduced in Daima. And that is very possible. I've talked in the past in previous videos and streams about how I was told that Daima's adventure, the story of Daima, would tie into something in Dragon Ball Super in the future. This was, however, before the passing of Toriyama, and thus I don't know what the future holds, so I'm kind of waiting to see. But that would make sense. Also notice the character on the right there with the red coat. This would tell me that because he's wearing the red coat, he's probably the leader of these first Demon World military police guys, and there seems to be a military rank. But notice that the Grand Priest looking character, look at what she's wearing, or he. Notice it looks kind of like what Merge Zamasu looked like. And we know that, again, Merge Zamasu was a Glind. Well, Zamasu, the original one, is a Glind. Therefore, the clues about the Supreme, well, the Grand Minister, not the Supreme Kai, the Grand Minister being a Glind really seem plausible. As far as the character on the right there goes, he could be a leader. Now, these military uniforms, you could say they're modeled from the Imperial uniforms from Star Wars, but really a lot of Star Wars iconography, especially with the original trilogy, is borrowed from World War II, specifically the German army, the Nazis. And there have been tons of armies throughout history that have worn uniforms like this. Black ones or very dark green ones. This is just following suit. And like I said before, Toriyama is a huge history nut, especially when it comes to wars and things like that. So it wouldn't surprise me if he borrowed that, considering the Red Ribbon Army saga and a lot of the characters in that arc are directly inspired from World War II characters. If you want to learn more about that, watch my Red Ribbon Army Explained video, where I go into explicit detail on every single member of the Red Ribbon Army and where, well, the generals anyways, and not the grunts, and where Toriyama got the inspiration from. Neba explains that this is one of the big reasons as to why the Namekians left for the outside world. Piccolo talks about this in episode 2 of Daima, because the Namekians didn't like being ruled by others, so presumably they're specifically talking about this military from Demon World 1. So after Neba put up these shields to block off everybody, that's when Warp was put there. Now, we don't know exactly who it was that put Warp there. Maybe that'll be revealed later on. Piccolo acknowledges Neba as being a legend for what he's done, and he does seem to be the most powerful Namekian we've ever seen as far as magic ability goes. He seems to blow away Kami and even the Grand Elder of Namek. One of the Easter eggs that was very hard to spot, because it's only in one frame, is the name of the convenience store in the Demon Realm. It's called Go-Mart, a market named after Goma. Once again, the letters are basically Japanese katakana, but backwards, and that's how you're able to kind of translate them. They're mirrored, like we talked about all the way back in episode 4 of Daima. We have a pretty funny scene where the Demon World Ginyu Force goes shopping for potato chips because the big one wants them, and they run into Majin Buu and Ku, and there's this scene where they basically notice they're just kids and tell them, when you're at our power level, you can obviously have this. Now, what I find funny about this is that we know for certain that Majin Buu is no joke. Granted, he might not be as strong as Majin Buu. He did defeat Tamagami 1, and the fact that the military police guys were almost in disbelief that Goku could do it, that easily tells me that Majin Buu would probably smash all 5 of these guys. And I think this may be foreshadowing. I could see a situation where Buu and Ku work together to take out these 5 guys on their own without Goku even having to fight them. They go on a shopping spree, and Ku and Buu are incredibly enlightened by this. I really kind of hope these 2 characters don't die, because they're fun characters that I could see having some pretty good scenes together for comic relief. One of the things I found really cool is that they actually buy a bunch of snacks for Ku and Buu. That was nice of them, but surprise, surprise, they're out of money. Well, they don't have enough, so they're only able to get 2. Seeing them thank these guys, to me, like even though I think there's a possibility they could fight, I almost don't want them to, but you never know where this story is going to go. Both Degasu and Dr. Orinsu have noticed that the barrier between the demon worlds is now open. The climax is coming. Orinsu knows the shield is now down, and they got company. Glorio explains that the first demon world has a small sun-like sphere that orbits the planet, or the world, not really a planet. And this is very interesting, because we talked about this in previous breakdowns, how Demon World 2 and 3 don't appear to have suns, but the first Demon World does have some kind of a sun-like sphere that keeps the place warm. Now, I do believe that this is somewhat modeled over the actual planet Earth, like in the real world, because in planet Earth, you've got these different layers like the crust and the core, and the closer you get to the core, the hotter it is. That's where I think they got the idea from. Now, the plan here is forget about the plane breaking down like it used to all the time. Of course, Glorio's the one behind that, I would assume. It seems the foreshadowing is there. Let's just ditch the plane and let's fly. So everybody leaves, and because Bulma's the only one that can't fly, Vegeta carries her, and Glorio has one of the Dragon Balls, and Hybis has the other one. The reason why I even bring this up is because we know that Glorio has, I guess you could say, sinister motives, and plans on handing the balls over to Orinsu in the first Demon World. I really like this sort of skydiving scene where the whole crew is coming down, including Neba, coming down into Demon World 1, which has that rocky, reddish atmosphere or look to it. You know, it looks the most like hell, and it looks the most like maybe the center of a planet would look. However, the military police notice the plane crash, and so they know that something is up. Then they take a closer look with some binoculars and realize that there are people on the way down into the first demon world. Goma then quickly realizes that his worst nightmare has come true and that Goku is there. At this point, they do not know that it was Neba who actually helped them. So I wonder what that reaction's going to be. Warp has been shut down, but they found another way by breaking, of course, the tunnel shield. I will say this, people have been asking about Gohan, and they think that Gohan will appear near the end of the series. I don't know if that's going to happen, guys, because with the Demon Realm being the way it is now, with Warp being shut down, how is Gohan going to get there? I think too much has to happen, so at this point, I'm starting to believe that Gohan is probably not going to the Demon Realm, and that we won't see him involved in the final conflict. Goma orders an attack on Goku's group immediately. So all the guards of the military police are there to blast at the crew. The final shot of the episode is absolutely beautiful as it shows Goku and the gang escaping from an army of not just military police guys on foot, but also in planes. So the final battle has finally begun. I really love how for the final shot, it actually faded out. This is something we'd see a lot in Dragon Ball and Z for the cliffhangers of the end of the episodes, and I'm happy they brought it back here for Daima. It looks like Goku and the gang are about to fight back in the next episode called Third Eye, as we not only are going to get backstory on Dabura and the Third Eye, but we're going to have Goku, Piccolo, and Vegeta trying to battle, well, probably Glorio too, trying to battle the military police guard. So we have finally arrived at the big climax of Dragon Ball Daima as they are in the first demon world, and I'm excited for the next few weeks because the action is going to pick up and we're going to have some interesting new revelations about the Third Eye, about Goma, and all the other characters. So everything is coming together here for the big finale, and it's, what more can I say? I hope it's a good one. Right now on your screen, did a video discussing which Super Saiyan 3 is stronger, Goku or Vegeta, the history of Red Ribbon Army, and many more videos for you to watch here on the Geekdom channel. If you are new, welcome. Thank you for your support, and I'll see you guys tomorrow on the Super Magic Show. Take care. We all know that Dragon Ball has a very complex god hierarchy. Well, in reality, it's not that complex, but it can get confusing because when Dragon Ball Super came along, there were a bunch of new gods that were introduced, and we went
Today's episode of the Y-Files is brought to you by Delete Me. In 2009, scientists tested a fragment of Hitler's skull. The results showed it belonged to a woman under 40. The evidence of Hitler's death, evidence we trusted for 60 years, was fake. In 2022, researchers found a Nazi submarine off Argentina's coast. It was intentionally hidden. When asked to investigate, Argentina said no. They're still saying no. For 32 years, the FBI ran their longest manhunt ever. They were looking for Adolf Hitler. But history says Hitler died in his bunker on April 30th, 1945. Why was the FBI tracking a dead man? And why was Stalin so convinced Hitler escaped to Argentina? Well, information is hard to find. Because someone wanted this buried, and they still do. Because accepting Hitler escaped means accepting something far worse. The most evil man in history didn't just survive, He was protected, and not just by Argentina.
Slice is so thin that it used to liquefy in the...
Yeah, human, thank goodness. I'm in big trouble. They're after me.
Whoa, who's after you now?
The Mafia. You know, the Cosa Nostra.
Oh no, Don Barracuda?
The Godfather himself.
Why? I thought you paid him back.
I did.
With interest?
Well, of course, it was the only thing I could think about.
No, not that kind of interest. What makes you think the Mafia's after you?
Today, in the mail, I got a Sicilian message.
Uh-oh, a horse head in your bed?
No.
A dead fish in a shoebox?
No, it was a coupon for free cannoli at Palermo.
Palermo?
Yeah, it's the capital of Sicily.
I know what Palermo is.
It's also the name of that Sicilian restaurant that just opened in the neighborhood.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't call a free cannoli a life-threatening situation.
I'm pre-diabetic. Plus, I just got a call from a waste management company trying to upgrade me to a tree-yard dumpster. And 10 minutes ago, a concrete salesman was here threatening me.
How did he threaten you?
He said if we don't patch the driveway, we could end up with water damage.
Yeah, I think he was just trying to sell you his services.
Hello, paisano, I know. The problem is, how do all these people know where I live?
Look, I told you not to enter that raffle at last year's San Gennaro's feast.
What? And pass up a chance for a lifetime of free Zeppelis?
I thought you're pre-diabetic.
Stay focused.
Well, you gave them your name, your phone number, your address. They turned around and sold all that information to data brokers. That's where you're getting all these calls.
No, I'm gonna have to go on a run again. I could probably stay at my cousin Joey in Portland. I just don't know if there's enough room for me and Gertie in his tent.
You don't have to move. Just use Delete Me.
Oh, did you just bada bing your way into today's sponsor?
I sure did. Delete Me is a hands-free subscription service that removes your personal information that's being sold online. Their team of privacy experts removes you from hundreds of data brokers all year long. And in just 7 days, you'll receive a detailed privacy report showing exactly where your information was found and removed. Delete Me removes your personal data like phone numbers, addresses, and more. Plus, their monitoring system ensures that your data stays gone, repeating removals as needed. And here's the best part. With Delete Me, you're in control. You can make custom removal requests, tailoring your privacy protection to fit your needs.
Yeah, but how can I trust them not to sell my data like these other jamooks?
Delete Me protects users' privacy by collecting only essential data needed for removal from data broker sites. The company operates independently, never selling user information and handling all removals in-house. Their mission? Keep private information private. To start protecting your personal data, go to joindeleteme.com/thewifiles and use code thewifiles to receive 20% off Delete Me consumer plans.
Code the Wi-Files for 20% off?
That's right.
No more ads, no more phone calls, and me and my grandma don't have to move?
No more ads, no more phone calls, and as an Italian American, please no more mafia stereotypes.
Yeah, I can't promise you that, paisano. Every time I think I'm out, they pull me back in.
It's April 1945 and Berlin is in ruins. Hitler and Eva Braun started their escape on April 28th, 2 days before their alleged deaths. They slipped through a secret tunnel connecting Hitler's study to the Berlin subway system. A makeshift airstrip was set up, and a Junkers Ju-52 transport plane was fueled up and standing by.
Junkers? You mean Yonkers, north of the city, where my cousin Monty lives?
Not Yonkers, Junkers. It's German.
I still wouldn't trust a plane called a Junker.
Junker.
What I said.
The plane took off at 3 a.m., carrying Hitler, Eva, and a few others. Bad weather kept Soviet fighters grounded that night. No radar picked up the flight. It was a clean getaway. Their first stop was Denmark at an old Zeppelin base.
Say, hey, Mom, I said the way you move, gonna make you sweat, gonna make you groove.
Okay.
What?
Not that Zeppelin.
Oh, No, not the band. The dirigible.
Dirigible?
Yeah, it means airship.
I know what it means. Can I just get through this?
Fine. Go ahead. Sheesh, what a grouch.
A group of wounded German soldiers gathered near the runway to meet Hitler. Several witnesses reported seeing him there. After refueling, they landed at a Baltic airfield to switch planes. And this plane was special, a long-range aircraft from a secret Luftwaffe unit that had been flying Nazi officials to safety for months. Spain was next. Franco's government, paid in Nazi gold, provided a Spanish Air Force plane for the flight to the Canary Islands. Spain claimed neutrality during the war, but newly discovered documents proved they were secretly helping the Nazis. They landed at Villa Winter, a fortress built by Germany with one purpose: escape. It had a massive radio antenna for maintaining contact with Berlin and Buenos Aires. The facility had a runway for large aircraft and a deep harbor perfect for submarines. 3 U-boats from the Seawolf group waited offshore. These weren't combat subs. They were modified for escape. Hitler boarded U-518, an IXC-class sub. An IXC could run silent on batteries for days. On a full charge, they can cross the Atlantic and back. They were big enough for passengers, supplies, and something else: medical equipment. And here's our first historical snag. Official Navy records say U-518 was sunk during Operation Teardrop in April 1945. The USS Carter gets credit for the kill. One problem: the wreckage was never found. Not then, not now. We know the exact coordinates where it was supposedly destroyed, and not a speck of it has ever been seen. A 250-foot steel boat weighing over 200 tons vanished without a trace. Then a police report from Argentina revealed something impossible. The submarine wasn't lost. It was exactly where it was supposed to be. The report came from Don Luis Mariotti, police commissioner in Necochea, Argentina. His officers caught a German signaling an unidentified vessel offshore. Under interrogation, the man admitted it was a submarine looking for a safe landing spot. The next morning, Mariotti's men found fresh tire tracks on the beach. 5 officers followed them, but were stopped by armed German soldiers. When Mariotti reported this, his superiors ordered him to forget what he saw and release the prisoner. This was dismissed as conspiracy theory until 2022. Argentine researcher Abel Basti found evidence of German U-boats operating along the coast long after the war ended. He found eyewitnesses. He found naval records. He even found the exact coordinates where witnesses said the subs were scuttled. The government called it fantasy, so Basti got funding and dove the site. They found a modified German submarine exactly where witnesses said it would be, right off the coast, intentionally sunk in shallow water. Argentina's response? Those aren't Nazi subs, they're rock formations.
Ah, yes. The U-boat-shaped rocks of Argentina. Lovely this time of year.
Basti got a second opinion from researchers in France. Not only was this a sub, it was a Nazi sub. He got a third opinion from the Italians. Not only was it a Nazi sub, it was an IXC-40 U-boat, the exact type witnesses saw carrying Hitler. The mastermind of Hitler's escape was Martin Bormann, his closest advisor and Nazi party minister during the war. While Germany struggled to achieve victory, Bormann planned for defeat. The Reich would survive, even if Germany fell. In August 1944, he launched Operation Eagle Flight. The plan? Move Nazi wealth out of Germany. Bormann created over 750 front companies across 15 different countries. Swiss banks laundered money through networks stretching from Madrid to Buenos Aires. Patents and technical documents were transferred to foreign subsidiaries. Art collections were smuggled piece by piece through Spain, and gold was converted to bearer bonds.
Oh, hang on. Bearer bonds? Those are the things that Eddie Murphy found in Beverly Hills Cop.
Right.
And Die Hard.
Yep.
And Lethal Weapon, License to Kill, The Goonies.
Right. Bearer bonds are like cash. Whoever physically holds the bond, the bearer holds the money. No questions asked. They could be worth $50 or $50 million. No records, no names, completely anonymous.
Yeah, the government doesn't like it when they can't track the money.
They don't. That's why bearer bonds aren't used much anymore. But before World War II, they were common and legally accepted almost anywhere. Bormann shipped bonds and assets using diplomatic pouches.
Yeah, I gotta stop you again there. What pouch?
Well, you've heard of diplomatic immunity?
Yeah, from Lethal Weapon 2.
Of course.
Diplomatic immunity.
According to international law, diplomats can't be prosecuted, arrested, or detained for violations of the host country's laws, even for serious crimes. Their homes, documents, and communications can't be searched or seized. A dip pouch has the same protection. It can be a bag, a box, or even a shipping container. The Vatican was part of Eagle Flight. The Vatican Bank answers to nobody. I covered the Vatican Bank in our episode about Operation Gladio, where the CIA worked with the Mafia and the Vatican to create a secret illegal terrorist army.
Gladio, link down in your tickle tote.
The Vatican also helped move people. Bishop Alois Hudal provided documentation and safe passage for high-ranking Nazis. The church's rat lines stretched across Europe to South America. And when the church couldn't help, the Red Cross could.
Whoa, the Red Cross helped Nazis escape? Like the Red Cross?
Yep.
Yeah, next you'll be telling me UNICEF was running weapons.
Actually.
No way!
Different episode. The Nazis had built more than just a refuge in Argentina. They built a shadow state with its own territory, government, and military. And now the new German state had a leader. They just needed to get him there alive. The next phase of Martin Bormann's escape plan was Operation Land of Fire. Create a secret paradise in Patagonia, Argentina. The area was perfect. Vast, isolated, and already had a large German population. Juan Perón was the president of Argentina and longtime supporter of Hitler. His government issued thousands of fake passports. Police were ordered to ignore certain ships and trucks moving at night. Local Nazi sympathizers in key positions helped Bormann create a network of secure estates. Each one shared specific features: remote locations, escape routes, bunkers, and medical facilities specializing in Parkinson's disease.
Wait, he had that?
He did, but his staff tried hiding it. As the war went on, he was rarely seen in public. Most photos were carefully staged to avoid showing his trembling left hand.
Oh, like FDR.
Right. President Roosevelt had polio. He could barely walk. He was always in a wheelchair. But at the time, most Americans didn't know. The press was told to hide his condition.
The media would lie about a president's health? I don't believe it. What? Too soon?
The OSS, American Military Intelligence, knew something was happening. They tracked ships leaving Spanish ports. They monitored Swiss bank transfers. They watched German scientists disappear from Europe, then reappear in South America. But they missed the big picture. Operation Eagle Flight wasn't just an evacuation plan. It wasn't just about saving Nazi wealth. It was about building infrastructure, a network of secure facilities managed by loyal supporters. This system was designed to protect someone important, someone specific, someone who needed constant medical care. Then the OSS decoded a message from Bormann to Argentina. It was only 3 words. The package arrives. San Carlos de Bariloche is hidden in Argentina's Patagonia region. By 1945, it looked like Germany had been dropped into South America. Over 30,000 Germans poured in after the war. German was the local language. Street signs were in German. Children learned from Nazi textbooks. The FBI tracked millions flowing in from Swiss banks. Spanish buildings were replaced by German. In the mountains, they built something else, an Alco, a fortress disguised as a mansion. An Alco was a command center. It had underground generators, security quarters, hidden rooms, escape tunnels, and advanced radio equipment. A watchtower overlooked a concrete bunker. A ramp led to a boathouse hiding a seaplane. His staff was carefully chosen. Dr. Otto Lehmann, Parkinson's specialist. Heinrich Bethe, former U-boat commander, was security chief. Both worked directly for Hitler before the war. The area was crawling with Nazi fugitives living in plain sight. Erich Priebke, who massacred 335 Italians, ran a deli in town. He was caught by ABC News in 1994.
You were just following orders?
Yes, of course. Yes. But I didn't shot anybody.
He actually denied that he had shot anyone personally. But we had papers from a British prisoner of war camp where he had admitted shooting 2 people.
Adolf Eichmann lived nearby before moving to Buenos Aires. Mossad captured him in 1960. Josef Mengele, the infamous Angel of Death, lived in the town for a while. He was never caught. Catalina Gomero was a maid for wealthy Nazi sympathizers. She said that Hitler stayed at their estate. She was told to never repeat what she saw.
Estuvo Hitler ahí, sí. Estuvo 3 días. Yo sí. Eso ya porque mismo los choferes y todo. El padre Mónica también en el Pero nosotros teníamos que callarlo la boca. O perdíamos el trabajo y después lo agarré a Luis yo y le digo, che Luis, cállate, me dice, no digas nada. Y si usted, ahí había foto de él y después uno por más que no tenga video.
A hotel owner reported serving an elderly gentleman with a distinctive mustache in 1953. A local boy saw the same man walking in Alco's grounds at night. A housekeeper cleaned a study filled with maps and German military photos. For years, Hitler lived quietly at Analco with Eva and their daughter, but his marriage was failing and his health declining. Then in 1955, everything changed. Argentina's government was overthrown. Juan Perón fled the country. And without his protection, Hitler had to run again. But his past was about to catch up with him. Without Perón's protection, Hitler moved deeper into hiding at La Clara estate. But even here, witnesses kept seeing him. A farmer described an elderly man with a trembling left arm being helped along a mountain path. A shopkeeper recalled a German customer who used a cane and spoke with a slurred Austrian accent. This was all a conspiracy theory. Then in 2017, everything changed. Remember those JFK files that went public?
Yeah, I remember. They still held back the good stuff.
They did. But buried in those files was something that wasn't supposed to be there. A CIA memo from 1955.
CI Melody 3 was contacted on 29th of September 1955 by a trusted friend who served under his command in Europe and who is presently residing in Maracaibo. CI Melody 3 preferred not to reveal the identity of his friend. CI Melody 3's friend stated that during the latter part of September 1955, Philip Citroen, former German SS trooper, stated to him confidentially that Adolf Hitler is still alive.
This is important.
Oh, there's more. The memo included a photo.
What?
Hitler left Colombia for Argentina around January 1955. Citroen commented that inasmuch as 10 years have passed since the end of World War II, the Allies could no longer prosecute Hitler as a criminal of war.
Wait. What happened next?
The station chief said he would investigate if CIA wanted him to.
No, what'd they find?
Nothing. They said don't bother, it was a waste of resources.
Oh, tracking down the most evil man alive is a waste of resources.
Apparently so.
The CIA picked a strange time to suddenly become budget conscious.
Maybe not so strange.
Whoa, what do you mean?
The eyewitness accounts go on and on. Hernan Ancin, a local carpenter, saw him at least 5 times.
Debe de haber sido fines del 53.
¿Y en qué circunstancias?
Vino ahí, venía.
¿A dónde?
Al edificio a hablar con Pavelich. Venía caminando con los 3 guardaespaldas y la señora. Prácticamente lo traían caminando, ¿no? Que apenas caminaba él.
Tenía la misma pinta.
La misma, de blanco, pelo corto, tipo militar, cortado, sin bigote. Bueno, ahí estuve yo conversando, me invitaron a sentarme en la mesa, me convidó la señora de Pavelich con un café. Hitler estaba tomando café con alguna bebida más con Pavelich. Y yo ahí le conté. Entonces, Pavelich le dice a Hitler, es el carpintero, dice que me hace la carpintería en el edificio. Entonces Hitler me miró y me hizo una reverencia así, en esta forma. Un saludo, ¿no? Más cerca de él. Estuve tomando café, inclusive.
¿Usted está convencido que era así?
Sí.
Local records track shipments of Hitler's medications. Then morphine delivery started.
I'll bring it to you.
His health was failing fast. Security tightened. No visitors were allowed past the main gate. Deliveries stopped half a mile from the house. Ava Brown took their daughter and left. By 1961, he rarely left his room. His mind was unraveling. Staff heard him talking to himself for hours. The next day at 3 p.m., Hitler died. He was 72 years old. Dr. Lehman's final diary entry read, "I fear I've outlived my usefulness." It was the last anyone ever saw of Otto Lehmann. After Hitler's death, the Nazi paradise in Argentina began to crumble. But that's not the real story. The truth is far worse. Argentina wasn't the country who protected the most Nazis. That was us. The United States didn't just defeat the Nazis, we absorbed them. Eli Rosenbaum and Mike McQueen worked for the Justice Department. The Office of Special Investigation hunted Nazis. In 1994, they investigated a possible Nazi living in Boston working at a camera repair shop. The suspect turned out to be Aleksandras Lalaikis. Lalaikis ran the Lithuanian security police, directly responsible for sending thousands of Jews to their deaths. The CIA recruited him in 1952 to spy in East Germany. Then they helped him move to America and hid his war crimes from immigration. When OSI tried to bring charges, the CIA resisted, even though they knew exactly what he'd done. But as the investigation continued, they found something worse than a Nazi in hiding. They found a network of Nazis recruited by and paid by the CIA. Thousands of them.
Author of a new book that unveils the secret history of how America became a safe haven for thousands of Nazi war criminals. Many of them were brought here after World War II by the CIA and got support from FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover.
The thinking was that no one hated the Soviets more than the Nazis, and American intelligence gurus like J. Edgar Hoover at the FBI and Allen Dulles at the CIA wanted to put that hatred and that vitriol and that expertise against the Soviets to work by anointing the ex-Nazi spies as American spies, Cold War spies and informants.
The CIA and FBI had been protecting some of the most evil men in history for years. Otto von Bolschwing was a successful California businessman. He was also Adolf Eichmann's mentor in implementing anti-Jewish programs. When Israel captured Eichmann in 1960, the CIA helped von Bolschwing avoid exposure.
And so they came. Thousands of Nazi collaborators scattered across America, in Queens, in Boston, in Baltimore, in Washington, in Chicago, in Los Angeles.
Klaus Barbie was called the Butcher of Lyon for torturing members of the French resistance. When France tried extraditing him for war crimes, the CIA refused. His anti-communist intelligence work was more important than justice for his victims. France pressed, so the CIA then helped him escape to Bolivia.
I thought they were just supposed to pick up, a few rocket scientists.
Operation Paperclip brought in some of the world's most brilliant scientists and engineers. They also happened to be vicious war criminals. Kurt Debus, Arthur Rudolph, Herbert Rees, Walter Dornberger, Erwin Oberth, George Rickey, Konrad Dannenberger, Ernst Stullinger, and Werner von Braun became the backbone of NASA. They got America to the moon by converting their V-2 rocket from a weapon into the Saturn V spacecraft. The V-2 was built with slave labor from concentration camps. 20,000 innocent people were worked to death to build those rockets. Anyone who complained was hung in the factory. The factory was run by those 9 men and others. They said they didn't know. Arthur Rudolph received the American Distinguished Service Medal while the military buried his past. When investigators finally caught up with him, he fled to Germany. Hubertus Strughold is known as the father of space medicine. He helped astronauts prepare for spaceflight. In Germany, he conducted experiments on children. He put them in vacuum chambers to simulate the effects of high-altitude sickness, such as hypoxia.
So you see him here on the right with a flight simulator that he set up in Texas. He also had a flight simulator not unlike this in Dachau during the war at the concentration camp. That was where they would put children and subject them to far greater levels of pressure and gravitational pull to the point that many of them died.
He was on the U.S. military's list of war criminals since 1945. But his background was hidden until after his death. Siegfried Roof worked with him. After he was acquitted at Nuremberg, the U.S. Army hired him. Erich Straub ran the Nazi bioweapons program and reported directly to Himmler. The U.S. Army recruited him to research bioweapons. I have an episode that might prove Lyme disease is actually a U.S. bioweapons accident.
Killer insects linked down in the stash can.
Walter Strieber, Kurt Blom, Theodor Benziger, Otto Ambros, and Friedrich Hoffmann were chemists and scientists, all connected with slave labor and experimenting on prisoners. All were recruited and protected by the CIA. And the list goes on, but I won't make you suffer while I try to pronounce German names. America recruited over 1,600 Nazi scientists after the war. But they didn't just help scientists escape, they helped everyone escape. War criminals, SS officers, concentration camp guards. They created new identities. They destroyed records. They buried evidence. At least 10,000 Nazis found refuge in America through CIA and FBI protection. And these were just the ones we know about. In 1998, the CIA admitted destroying thousands of files related to Nazi recruitment. They claimed it was routine file maintenance. Investigators found shredding orders dated just days after Congress requested the documents. A lot of document requests came back with destroyed in fire. Thousands of Nazi war criminals died peacefully in American suburbs. The agencies meant to protect us actually protected them. And they hid this from us until legislation forced them to declassify their files.
You know, there were so many things that occurred to me at the time. Well, why did this happen? Why did the government allow them to come here? Who was responsible for this? But I said to myself, the most important thing now is to find out how many Nazis there are and bring them to justice. We can find out the history later.
And the files showed that things are even worse.
It always gets worse.
There was something that made Hitler's escape look trivial. Operation Sunrise. While America publicly fought the Nazis, Allen Dulles, future head of the CIA, was secretly negotiating with SS General Karl Wolff to protect key Nazi officials. While American soldiers were giving their lives to liberate Europe, Dulles and Wolff sat by the fire, drank scotch, and conspired in German.
Whoa, Dulles was speaking German to a Nazi during the war?
He was. And there's a reason for that. If you want a full episode on Allen Dulles and his brother, let me know. But let me know fast before they delete this channel.
Or delete you.
Right. So, Hitler died in his bunker. That's history. But history is written by the victors. The true history of World War II was written before the war even ended. Society enforces an unspoken rule. Hitler died in that bunker. Period. Question this and you'll face immediate hostility. You're a crazy conspiracy theorist. We can't even ask questions about his escape because the alternative is unthinkable. If the most evil man in history got away, what else did we get wrong? In 1945, Stalin said he escaped to Argentina with the help of the United States. Now that's unacceptable to the American public. Stalin was spreading misinformation. The US said Hitler was dead, but American intelligence wasn't so sure. A few years ago, over 700 pages of FBI files were declassified. The FBI had a special task force especially created to find Hitler. The lead agent believed he was alive, but still in Europe, not Argentina. Now, most of those sightings were debunked, but not all. The truth is, there's no hard evidence that Hitler died in the bunker. The mainstream narrative says there is evidence, but that's not quite true. At the end of the war, the Soviets said they found Hitler's body. Then Stalin gave orders. He escaped to Argentina. Their story kept changing. For years, nobody really knew. In 1968, the Soviets finally claimed to have his complete body, but then they said they had just fragments of his skull. In 2009, the Russian government finally allowed DNA testing of the alleged skull fragment they'd held for decades. It belonged to a woman under 40.
Oh, no.
The Russians have a section of his jawbone, they say.
Show him a picture of the choppers. Let's see the choppers.
No. If you want to see that, you can find plenty of pictures online. If I show those teeth, this video is going to be demonetized and buried.
Oh, you're way past that, Chief. This episode is never going to see the light of day.
Probably. Anyway, they say the teeth match Hitler's dental records. Great. Let's see the records. They disappeared. New evidence came from dental records drawn from a dental hygienist's memory. Years later, x-rays appeared. What's the truth?
Let's DNA test the teeth and see if they come from the same head.
They're too badly burned, they say.
Yeah, but we can try.
Nah. After the Russians were embarrassed in 2009, they stopped cooperating. They got Hitler, and that's that. Their files are sealed. Argentina's files are sealed. Most of America's files are still sealed, at least the ones they didn't shred or burn. Now, I'm not making the case that Hitler escaped. I gave you a lot of information today, and there were links below to more. You decide for yourself. And I'm not judging whether Operation Paperclip was justified. Maybe saving 10,000 Nazis saved more American lives because they provided vital intelligence. Maybe they saved lives with their scientific contributions. Maybe. I can't make that judgment. But the victims of Nazi war crimes and their families can make that judgment. Either way, we should be allowed to know the full truth of what happened after the war. For example, we know the Allies liberated concentration camps, but we have this image of soldiers opening the gates and happy prisoners running out and hugging them.
That's not what happened?
Oh, no. There was nowhere to put displaced persons, as they were called, so they had to stay there. But now the same Germans who guarded them were prisoners in there with them. In some cases, they were forced to bunk together. General Patton, old blood and guts himself, appointed former SS officers to oversee the camps. He felt they were most qualified for maintaining order and administration. He respected the Nazis more than he did the Jews. A lot more, if you read up on it. But you won't find much about his anti-Semitism in the books and movies about him. When Eisenhower found out what he was doing, Patton was transferred, essentially demotion to a paperwork position. So was Patton a hero or a villain? Or is the answer more gray? We can't really answer these questions unless we have the full truth.
You must remember that in 1969 and 1950s and 1960s, J. Edgar Hoover was probably the most powerful man in Washington. No president could ask him to retire. No congressional committee, no Senate committee could ever hold him truly accountable for what he was doing with the FBI and its dirty tricks.
Dulles was one of the intelligence titans of the 1950s, one of the original Cold Warriors. And he was someone who believed that there were quote-unquote moderate Nazis, his words, who the U.S. could use to its advantage in the Cold War. He actively recruited them himself and in a number of cases intervened on their behalf when they were facing accusations about their past, about their involvement in Nazi war crimes. And he and J. Edgar Hoover were really the two linchpins in this, in developing this strategy of recruiting ex-Nazis as Cold Warriors, as Soviet, anti-Soviet assets.
Now, I love my country, and I always will. But to love something requires knowing the full truth of it. We deserve to know the full truth of American Nazi cooperation. But we're not allowed to ask about Patton, about the CIA, or about Hitler. That's why this story stays buried. That's why theories are ridiculed. And that's why videos like this are demonetized and hidden. Because investigating Hitler's escape might reveal something ugly about the American military and intelligence agencies. That evil didn't die in that bunker. It just changed uniforms. Thank you so much for hanging out today. My name is AJ. There's Hecklefish.
Oh, we're still here? I figured this video would be deleted by now.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see if we get demonetized. Everything I said today was true, and everything I speculated, I disclosed. We'll find out where they stand on this. Anyway, this has been the Watt Files. If you had fun or learned anything, do him a favor, like, subscribe, comment, share. That stuff really helps the channel, especially when we release videos like this. I held back on this one a long time. Like most topics we cover here, today's was recommended by you. I wish you didn't, but I covered it. And if there's a story you'd like to see or learn more about, go to thewattfiles.com/tips. And remember, The Watt Files is also a podcast. Twice a week, I post deep dives into the stories we cover here, and I also post episodes that wouldn't be allowed here, like this one. Well, less allowed. Anyway, it's called The Watt Files Operation Podcast, and it's available everywhere you get your podcasts. If you need more Watt Files in your life, and who doesn't? Some people really don't need more. But if you do, check out our Discord server. There are 50, 60,000 people on.
When my wife and I first began our e-commerce journey, we started out by selling on eBay because it was easy. But over the years, eBay has gotten significantly more competitive and numerous policy changes have led to sellers seeking alternatives to eBay. Now overall, eBay is a great place to dip your toes in the waters and get used to selling online, but it is a marketplace that will eventually limit your growth. Here are my top eBay alternatives that will make you more money. eBay alternative number 1 is Amazon. Amazon is the world's largest online retailer that allows third-party sellers to sell on their marketplace. And Amazon is eBay's biggest competitor, but Amazon is clearly winning the battle. Now when it comes to size and overall sales volume, Amazon dwarfs eBay. In 2019, Amazon generated $280 billion in revenue compared to only $10.8 billion for eBay. In addition, Amazon has over 310 million customers compared to eBay's 167 million. Not only does Amazon have double the shoppers, but their customers are loyal as well. And over a third of Amazon shoppers are Prime members, and they are much more active than the average eBay buyer. Here are just some fast facts about Amazon. Over 112 million people pay money for Amazon Prime. The average Amazon Prime member spends $1.3K every year, and the average non-Amazon Prime member spends $700 every year. Now, aside from size, selling on Amazon carries a huge advantage over eBay in that Amazon offers a done-for-you fulfillment service called FBA. Now with Amazon FBA, you don't have to worry about carrying inventory, and Amazon will handle shipping, fulfillment, customer service, and storage for a reasonable fee. And in fact, Amazon FBA alone is a huge reason to sell on Amazon, and overall, you'll make 10x the amount of money selling on Amazon versus eBay. Now the only downside with Amazon is that both the startup costs and the level of competition is higher than eBay. Now having sold on Amazon for many years, I can attest that Amazon is easily one of the most cutthroat platforms to sell on, and it's filled with dirty sellers just waiting to sabotage you. So here are the pros and cons of Amazon versus eBay. Here are the pros. Amazon offers 10x the profit potential compared to eBay. They have a fulfillment service called FBA, which removes the need to carry inventory or fulfill your own orders. Amazon Prime attracts loyal customers who are much bigger spenders than eBay, and Amazon's extensive supply chain can store inventory closer to customers and deliver in a timely manner. Now, in general, eBay customers are just higher maintenance and frugal, and as a result, eBay requires much more customer support than Amazon. Here are the cons of Amazon though. Amazon owns the customer and hides all customer information from you. They're constantly gathering information about your sales with the intention of competing with you, and selling on Amazon requires a larger budget and more upfront resources than eBay. Amazon is probably more cutthroat and competitive, and Amazon charges a higher selling fee, 15% versus 10%. Now, selling on Amazon right for you. Well, eBay is a great place for selling certain products like used goods and collectibles, whereas Amazon is a much better marketplace for new and private label goods. Now, from my experience, you can easily make 10 to 15x more selling on Amazon than on eBay, and not only that, but the customers on Amazon have deeper pockets and are less price conscious. With my online store over at Bumblebee Linens, we primarily sell on eBay just to liquidate our irregular goods, whereas we make 6 figures per year selling on Amazon alone. Now the dirty sellers on Amazon are annoying and troublesome, but you can avoid most problems by staying under the radar and by signing up for Amazon Brand Registry. eBay alternative number 2, your own online store. Now Shopify, BigCommerce, and Shift4Shop are e-commerce platforms that allow you to start, grow, and manage your own online store website. Now opening your own online store is always the best eBay alternative when selling online. Not only do you own your own platform, but you're building a business that you can later sell at a high multiple. Now the main downside to selling in your own store is that you have to learn how to generate your own traffic, which can take some time. As a result, the ramp up to profitability will generally be slower than selling on eBay, which has a built-in audience. But once you have your store up and running, you can significantly scale your sales well beyond the reach of eBay. Not only that, but you'll also establish your own brand. When shoppers buy from your eBay store, they usually have no idea who they're buying from, but when they buy from your own branded store, they will remember. By owning your customer list, it greatly opens up your marketing possibilities. You can do email marketing, Facebook Messenger marketing, SMS marketing, Facebook advertising, Google ads, and search engine optimization. Here are the pros of having your own site. There are no selling fees and you get to keep all the profit. You're building your own brand. You can attract repeat business because you own your customer list. You're not competing against other sellers on the same marketplace, and you have full control over the look and feel of your website. It's also really cheap to get started. If you're on Shift4Shop, for example, it's free for anyone in the US. Here are the downsides to running your own store. You have to learn how to drive your own traffic. You must learn how to create a high converting website, and the initial startup cost will be higher than eBay. Now, is opening your own online store right for you? Well, opening your own online store is the best eBay alternative, and in order to build a long-term business, you have to have your own brand and build your own customer list. Now, starting your own online store is not expensive. As I mentioned earlier, you can start on Shift4Shop for free. You can click on the link below for step-by-step instructions. It's also important to note that selling on your own store and eBay are not mutually exclusive. You can use eBay to generate cash flow while focusing the bulk of your efforts on your own store. eBay alternative number 3, Walmart. Walmart is an online brick-and-mortar retailer that operates a chain of supermarkets, department stores, and grocery stores worldwide. Now, Walmart is actually Amazon's primary competitor, and they control the largest network of physical store locations in the world. But for the past several years, Walmart has been ramping up their third-party online sales and growing at an exponential rate of 40% year over year. They also offer a fulfillment service that is very similar to Amazon FBA. Now, the main advantage of Walmart is that they have a massive customer base, and given their current trajectory of online growth, Walmart could eventually overtake Amazon in e-commerce sales within the next decade. Now, compared to eBay, Walmart offers significantly more money-making potential if you are willing to go through the setup process. Here are the pros of Walmart. Walmart does not charge any setup or maintenance fees. You just basically pay a referral fee of between 8 and 20% whenever a sale is made. Walmart is free to get started, and their overall customer base is an order of magnitude larger than eBay. They also offer a fulfillment service similar to Amazon FBA. Here are the downsides of Walmart. You may end up competing against Walmart's own brands. Their online presence is currently smaller than eBay, but rapidly catching up. Your margins will probably be lower also because Walmart demands the lowest prices. There's also no auction option, only fixed price listings, and the startup cost may be higher. For example, you'll need a barcode to sell your own private label products. And in general, it's a pain to set up your account and get approved compared to eBay. So is Walmart right for you? Well, to succeed on Walmart, you have to be in a position where you can offer competitive pricing and still make a decent profit. Because the Walmart third-party seller marketplace isn't fully mature yet, I would focus my efforts on Amazon and your own shop first. But if you're tapped out on Amazon and eBay and looking for more growth, you should definitely give Walmart a shot. Just be prepared for some headaches as Walmart works through some growing pains. eBay alternative number 5 is Bonanza. Bonanza is an online marketplace that specializes in selling quirky and extraordinary products. They pride themselves in offering over 22 million unique, one-of-a-kind products ranging from parts and accessories to furniture and pet supplies. Now, from a seller's perspective, Bonanza is very similar to eBay in that you can sell a huge range of different products worldwide. But the main difference is that Bonanza actually encourages you to establish a relationship with your customer. As a result, you can actually build your own customer list on their platform. They don't charge any listing or monthly fees, and they only make money when a sale is made, and they offer different commission-based tiers depending on the level of advertising that you want Bonanza to take with your products. For example, you can pay a fee of 9%, 13%, 19%, or 30%, and higher rates mean more buyer visits from Google Shopping and other advertising sources. Now, if you decide to opt out of advertising, you just pay 3.5%. Now, overall, I love Bonanza's business model because they encourage you to build a brand. And unlike Amazon, which hides your customer data and uses it to compete against you, Bonanza strikes a great balance between sales and branding. Now, the main disadvantage is that Bonanza is still relatively small, and it's safe to say that they're over 100x smaller than eBay. Here are the pros of Bonanza. Their selling fees are extremely low at 3.5%, there are no listing fees, and they send every item listing to Google and Bing, and sellers have the option to get more exposure through their affiliate advertising program. They have an easy-to-use import feature for listings where you can just import your eBay listing right over, and the ratio of shoppers to sellers in Bonanza is much higher than eBay. 1,300 to 1 on Bonanza versus less than 10 to 1 on eBay, which means less competition for you. And finally, you can build a brand and customer list at Bonanza. Here are the downsides. Bonanza is significantly smaller than eBay in terms of sales and traffic. They also offer limited customization in the layout of specific items and listings. So is Bonanza right for you? Well, if you have something cool to sell and you want to expand your reach to as many customers as possible, then Bonanza is a good option to try out. And over the years, Bonanza has made it a priority to build platform-specific tools to make selling online as easy as possible. And the best feature of Bonanza is the ability to build customer lists within the platform. Now overall, I don't see Bonanza as having as much revenue potential as Amazon, eBay, or Walmart, but it's worth a shot to diversify your sales. eBay alternative number 6 is the Facebook Marketplace. Facebook Marketplace is a feature of the Facebook app that lets you buy and sell items in your local community. Now you can list items for sale, and you can search for items to buy based on location and category. Now the Facebook Marketplace reaches over 1 billion monthly users worldwide, and there are no listing fees, and the product listing process is simple and straightforward. Once a sale has been made, Meta takes a 5% fee and releases your payment after your customer has received their products. Here are the pros of the Facebook Marketplace. You get access to a large customer base of over 1 billion visitors. The marketplace doesn't charge any listing fees, and Facebook's 5% fee is much lower than eBay's final value fees. You can also communicate with your customers directly through Facebook Messenger. But here are the downsides of Facebook Marketplace. Only Facebook users in the US have access to the online checkout feature. Facebook also does not vet buyers or sellers, which increases the chance of fraud. Now, is the Facebook Marketplace for you? Well, if you're active on Facebook, then you should definitely list your products on Facebook in addition to eBay. By sharing your listings with your own community and related Facebook groups, you can drastically improve the visibility of your products. You can also run Facebook ads to improve your sales further, and overall, Facebook has a much larger built-in audience than eBay with greater potential for your products to be shared online. eBay alternative number 7 is Wayfair. Wayfair is one of the largest online home furnishing marketplaces in the world that caters to the US, Canada, and the UK. They attract over 80 million visits per month, boast over 19 million active customers, and generates over 8 billion in sales every year. Now, compared to eBay, these numbers may seem low, but Wayfair caters to a very specific clientele that loves to buy home goods. In addition, the Wayfair marketplace has grown 40% year over year compared to eBay, which has largely been stagnant for many years. Also, unlike eBay, Wayfair does not take a percentage of your sales. Instead, they operate on a wholesale cost model, which means that they pay sellers the wholesale cost for goods and they set the retail price. Here are the pros of selling on Wayfair. You get access to a huge customer base that specifically caters to home goods. You get real-time analytics of your revenue and sales, and there's custom onboarding to their platform. Here are the downsides though. They pay for your goods at the wholesale price, which could be significantly less than eBay's marketplace fees. Also, the goods that you can sell are limited to the home category. So is Wayfair right for you? Well, if you sell products for the home, then Wayfair should definitely be on your radar screen. Overall, Wayfair's revenue numbers are in line with eBay's, except that 100% of the customers are in the market for home goods. As a result, you can potentially make a lot more money selling home goods on Wayfair compared to eBay. In addition, Wayfair is growing at a much faster pace than eBay, and I wouldn't be surprised if they overtake them in the next couple of years. So what is the best alternative to eBay for you? Well, the best alternative really depends on what you sell. For general merchandise, I recommend selling on the following marketplaces in the following order of priority: your online store, Amazon, Walmart, and Facebook. Overall, building a strong brand with your own website should be your top priority, but if you're looking for the best eBay alternative marketplace, Amazon will give you the best bang for your buck. Selling on Amazon will almost always result in greater sales and profit and should be the first marketplace that you focus on. But after Amazon, it's a toss-up between the rest depending on your specialty. If you're on the home goods sector, then selling on Wayfair is a no-brainer. And once you've maxed out on Amazon and eBay, Walmart is worth a shot if you're looking to reach a huge consumer base and are already an accomplished business with a solid brand.
Hope you enjoyed this video. Now, if you like what you saw, there's actually a lot more where that came from if you subscribe to my channel below. And if you are interested in learning how to sell physical products online, then click over here and take my free 6-day mini course where I'll walk you through everything that you need to know to get started in e-commerce. Thanks for watching.
What's going on, everyone? Welcome to another video. My name is Ryan Root, and in today's video I'm going to be giving you a full step-by-step guide on how to start and run an eBay store in 2024. I've done a couple of these guides in the past. This is an updated one for 2024. Some stuff has changed, and hopefully this guide helps as many people out as it possibly can. I know that starting on eBay can be a little bit daunting, and the goal of today's video is hopefully to make that process a little bit less daunting. And again, this is going to be eBay specific, so this really isn't going to apply too much to other platforms like Mercari or Amazon or Poshmark or anything like that. It's going to be eBay specific. One other thing before I jump into today's video, I feel as a seller myself, I feel it's important to really only take advice from people who are active on the platform, so who are actively selling on eBay and who have a track record of actually making sales and doing things the right way on eBay. So just a little bit of background about myself. I've been selling full-time on eBay for the past 8 years. We've made a minimum of 6 figures every single year since we went full-time on eBay. We've put millions of dollars and thousands, tens of thousands of items sold through the platform. And again, I say that not to brag at all. I just want you to know that The person you're listening to, the person you're getting advice from today, is somebody who has done this. We've sold millions of dollars through the platform, and the advice that I'm going to give you in today's video is based on our actual knowledge of using the platform, of selling on eBay, not hearsay or just stuff that we've heard. We do this every single day. To this day, we actually just finished shipping our eBay sales from the weekend, and I figured it would be a good time to make an updated 2024 how to sell on eBay video. So if you do pick up any solid information, if you learned something from today's video, how you can show your support is by subscribing to the channel. We put out information on reselling all the time. So if you want to subscribe to the channel, subscribe to the channel. But better yet, just hit the thumbs up button on this video, and consider sharing it too if there's anybody who you feel this information could benefit. And keep in mind, we do offer additional training on how to succeed as a reseller. We have a group of hundreds of other resellers, from beginners to people doing hundreds of thousands of dollars a month on these platforms. So if you're interested in joining that group, just go to rallyroots.com or click the link in the description of today's video. All right, guys and girls. So like I said, I've broken this down into 9 steps. So the first step that I'm going to share with you is really just getting started on how do you create an eBay account? Where do you go? What do you do? So back in the day, you actually had to create an eBay account and then also go and create a PayPal account. Well, that's changed, and a lot of people who haven't done the research don't know that eBay and PayPal are now completely separate. So eBay has taken all payment processing in-house. They have their own system. Everything's all in one location. So you actually don't have to have a PayPal account at all anymore. You can just have an eBay account. So step number 1 is just to go to ebay.com or whatever eBay platform you're going to be selling on. So like there's ebay.com.au if you're in Australia. So just make sure you're going to the correct website and just click on create an account, create a seller account, and create a seller account. One thing I will say as well is if you're going to be taking eBay seriously and you want to sell like a lot of stuff on eBay, you might want to consider getting an eBay store subscription. You don't have to do it when you first start. But I would say if you think you're going to be listing 50 things or more a month on eBay, it does make sense to at least get that like basic store or that starter store subscription, because it gives you access to things like running store sales that could help you sell more stuff. You might also want to get some sort of a basic tracking software. You can just keep track in like Excel or in numbers if you have a Mac, or even Google Sheets, totally free. But you might want to just keep track of the items that you're buying and how much they're selling for. Eventually you'll want to get something like QuickBooks, for example, and go talk to a CPA, so you know that the money that you're making, the profit that you're making, you know that you're getting taxed in the correct way and that you're doing things the right way on eBay. This isn't tax advice, but keep in mind, anything that you sell that you make a profit on, you have to pay taxes. So if I sell this, what is this? If I sell this for $50 and I only pay $10 for it, I have to pay tax on that $40 profit after eBay fees and all that stuff. Just keep that in mind as well. So you don't want to go into eBay thinking, hey, I'm going to make $100,000 and it's just money in my pocket, right? There are costs associated with doing that, which we'll talk a little bit more about in today's video. So again, step number 1 is just going to eBay and creating your account. Step number 2, or really the second thing that I want you to be aware of, is that when you create a new eBay seller account, there's going to be seller limits. There's going to be restrictions on your account when you first start. For most people, it's going to look something like you can only sell 10 items this month or up to $500. So you can sell 10 items that equal to about $500, or you can sell 1 item that's worth $500. And that's going to be your monthly seller limit when you first start on eBay. Now, I've heard of people signing up for accounts and they automatically get like $10,000 in selling limits, but most people, when you first sign up, it's going to be something like that, like 10 items and $500 worth of money you can sell on eBay. Now, you can request to have your selling limits increased. I think it's once a month you can go in and hit the request button, and eBay will increase. Usually they'll increase your selling limits as long as you're being a good eBay seller. You're shipping on time, uploading, tracking, you're getting good feedback. They will start to increase those selling limits. It will also happen automatically sometimes. So as you sell more, eBay will automatically increase those selling limits. We personally actually never requested to have our selling limits increased. It just happens organically. So as you sell more stuff, as you ship and get good feedback, eBay will automatically look at your account and go, okay, this person can now sell more stuff. The one thing that I will say, having an eBay store, so going and signing up for a store subscription, will not increase your selling limits. So even if you go into eBay and you sign up for an anchor eBay store, and pay a large monthly fee to do that. Doing that at the beginning doesn't make sense because it's not going to increase your selling limits. You're still going to be limited with the amount of items and the dollar amount that you're allowed to sell. So really just focus on, when you first start on eBay, you don't need to get a store subscription. Just focus on listing your items, getting them sold, shipping on time, and getting good feedback. So step number 3, and this probably is a very important step. Once you have your account established, once you know your selling limits, now it's, well, what do I sell? And we tell people the best way to start on eBay is to just go around your house. Like, look around your house for something that you're not using anymore, that is desirable, so something that people want to purchase. Look out for items that you know are gonna sell quick. So types of items, examples like that would be like old electronics. If you have a GoPro that you're not using anymore, that's probably gonna sell really fast on eBay. Video games, if you have video games that you're not playing anymore, those sell really, really fast on eBay. What we tell people too is when you first start out, shipping can be a little bit hard to manage when you first, start selling on eBay. So try to look out for smaller items that are easier to ship, not fragile stuff. I wouldn't, suggest listing a plate, like a china plate for your first item on eBay, because it might break and you'll get discouraged. So look out for items that are going to sell quickly, but that also are easy to ship. And that's usually small, lightweight items like those little electronics or video games. But most important by far is you want desirable items. So there's a way to check to see if something is actually selling on eBay. It's called the sell-through rate. So on eBay, I'll try to pop up and show you an example of this. But on eBay, in the app, download the app to your phone, by the way. Just download the app to the phone. You can do this on desktop as well, but it's really easy on the app. So in the eBay app, you can type in what you're looking for, and then on the right-hand side, there's a little drop-down, and you can sort by sold. So what that does is it'll show you the items that have sold on eBay, the exact item that you're looking for, what items have sold on eBay within the last 90 days. The color will switch from like blue to green, and the green ones are items that have actually sold. Now the easy way to look at this is if you look at what's active, so the blue ones, if you look at what is active on eBay, not what's sold, if you look at what's active, and let's say there's 100 items that are active, and then you click on sold, you make them turn green, right? You click on sold, and let's say there's only 2 now that are showing as sold. 100 listed and only 2 sales in the last 90 days. Take 2 and divide it by 100, and that is not a very good, what that's called is the sell-through rate. So if there's 100 items listed and only 2 sales, that means that that item is probably not in very high demand. But now let's reverse that. Let's say there's 2 active on eBay, and when you look at the sales, the 90-day sales, there's 100 sold. That is an extremely high sell-through rate. That means that that item is in very, very high demand, and the likelihood of you selling that item is very, very good. Even if you have 0 feedback. If you have a 0 feedback score, because a lot of buyers will look at your feedback score and they might look at you and go, okay, this is a new seller with 0 feedback, I'm not buying from them. But if you have a desirable item and you price it at a fair price, it will still sell. Even if you're brand new on eBay, if you have desirable items, they will still sell. And then as you ship on time, you get the right item to the right buyer, they will leave you positive feedback, and then that'll boost that feedback number up, and then you just become a better and better eBay seller. And the likelihood of someone purchasing items from you just increases more and more and more and more. That's how you build your eBay account. So the next thing I want to share is how should you list your items. There's many different ways to list stuff on eBay. So, back in the day, auctions used to be the best. That was actually the only way you could sell stuff on eBay. It had to be an auction. Auctions right now, not so great anymore. Are they still a viable way to sell stuff on eBay? Sure. But if I list something for, a 99-cent auction and it sells for 99 cents, then, it might not be the best way to list it. But if I take the item and I list it as a buy it now for $5 and it sells for $5, that's more money. That's better. And 99.
AI never sleeps, and this week has been absolutely insane. We have a new open source AI that can upscale videos by 4 times, making it way sharper and more detailed. We have a new AI that can colorize line art consistently, and it has a lot of flexible features. We have a new top text-to-speech generator that's blazing fast.
It can generate an hour of audio in less than a minute.
we have not one, not two, but 3 new video generators that are really impressive. One is super realistic and consistent, and the other one is super versatile, allowing you to do things like this. ChatGPT has released a really useful feature, plus Microsoft releases a tiny model which is world-class in math, and a lot more. So let's jump right in. First up, this AI is very powerful. It's called Spatial Temporal Augmentation with Text-to-Video Models for Real-World Video Super Resolution, or STAR for short. And this is an open source AI that can upscale videos by up to 4x. So you can take a blurry video like this and make it look a lot sharper. So again, here's the before, here's the after. Here's another example, so here's the before, quite a blurry video of 2 cheetahs, and then after you plug it into this AI, look how much sharper it is. Very impressive. Here's another example, so here's the before, here's the after. Again, it makes just everything in the video a lot sharper and more detailed. And it even works for AI-generated videos as well. So here's a video that was generated with Kling, here's the before, and here's the after. Again, it just makes everything a lot sharper and more detailed. Here's another one, which you might have seen before. Notice the details of his skin and hair. It's a lot more defined after you plug it into this AI. Here's another really impressive example of this panda playing a guitar. Before, you can see the video is quite blurry, but after you plug it into this, note how much sharper the video is, especially the panda's fur and the guitar. Very impressive. Now, if you compare various benchmark metrics for video quality and accuracy, and if you compare this with other existing upscalers, note that STAR outperforms the other ones in most of these benchmarks. So if the value is in bold, that means it has the highest value out of all these options. And here are some examples of STAR compared with other video upscalers. Notice the details of the dude's face and his helmet. The other 3 existing upscalers, it's not really consistent and it's not sharp, but STAR is able to make this really consistent, and there's no like warping or deformities around the edges. Here's another example. Note that for the other 3, not only do the edges of the car warp over time, but also the text in the lower right corner also warps a lot over time. Now if you look at STAR, everything is just a lot more consistent, plus a lot sharper. Here's another example. So the other 3 upscalers, you can see it's just not as sharp, plus it can't really handle higher action movements like this. There's going to be a lot of noticeable inconsistencies, but again, STAR seems to upscale this very smoothly. So really quickly, here is how STAR works. The architecture has a few main components. So it has these VAE encoders, which basically helps compress and reconstruct the video data. And then we have this text encoder, which takes in the text description of the video and then turns it into data to be fed into the AI. And then we have this control net, which helps control the generation of the new video and makes sure it aligns with the original input video. And then finally, we have the most important component, which is this LIEM module within this text-to-video generator. So LIEM stands for Local Information Enhancement Module, and this is used to generate the upscale video. This helps to add more details and reduce errors. The nice thing about this project, if you scroll up to the top of the page, is the code is already out. So if you click on this button, it takes you to their GitHub repo, and if you scroll down, note that it already includes all the instructions on how to download and run this locally offline on your computer. Anyways, the link is up here, so I will link to this main page in the description below for you to read further. Next up, this AI is so useful. It's called Manga Ninja, and this can colorize black and white comic images based on a reference image. This ensures that the characters are colored consistently across all frames in a comic or a manga. So here are just some examples. Note that depending on your reference image, it will colorize your line art image accordingly. But here's where it gets even more impressive. This also works for multiple characters. So if you have a line art image like this, you can upload multiple reference images of how you want to color the characters, plug it into this AI, and it would color all of them for you. How insane is that? Plus, there's even more you can do with this. It has what is called point-driven control, so you can click on specific points on the image to tell it exactly where you want to colorize the image. This helps the program get the colors just right, even in tricky or complex areas. Plus, you can also transfer the colorization of one character onto another completely different character, as you can see here. Again, using this point-driven control method. This allows you to color characters really quickly. Here's an example of using multiple reference images from different characters to colorize a line art image. How insane is that? So, I've featured other colorization tools before, but this one is a lot more flexible and powerful. You can do a lot of things with this, and it's really accurate. And not only can you colorize images, but you can also get this to colorize entire line art videos, as you can see here. So a really powerful and flexible tool. And if you compare this new Manga Ninja with other existing colorization tools, note how much more accurate Manga Ninja is. So let's say here is the reference image and you input this line art. So the AI's job is to color this line art based on this reference image. And then here are previous colorization methods. Here is Manga Ninja, and here is the ground truth. So here is what the frame should look like. So note that if you compare, all these colorization methods, this Manga Ninja is by far the most accurate. And the awesome thing is, if you scroll up to the top, the code is already out. So here on the GitHub repo, if you scroll down a bit, it contains all the instructions on how to download and run this locally. Plus, they also have a really nice and easy to use interface, so you don't have to work with Python code. Anyways, I will link to this main page in the description below for you to read further. Next up, we have a new top open source text-to-speech generator. And not only is it the best, but it is also super tiny and blazing fast. So it's called Kokoro TTS, and here it says it's only 82 million parameters. And if you check out this text-to-speech leaderboard, you can see that Kokoro is indeed ranked at number 1, ahead of all these other text-to-speech models which you might have heard of before, such as XTTS and Edge TTS. Now, the impressive thing is, like I said before, this AI is super tiny with only 82 million parameters, not billion. And if you compare this with other leading text-to-speech generators, for example, like XTTS, this has 467 million parameters. And then MetaVoice has 1 billion parameters. So relatively speaking, Kokoro is really tiny, and this makes it super fast. Like, you can generate a sentence in under a second. So this works really well for real-time speech generation. Or you can also generate like an hour of audio for an audiobook or something in under a minute. So let's actually try this out. You can use it on this free Hugging Face space, and it's pretty self-explanatory. So here at the top is where you can select the model. Of course, we will go with the latest version 0.23. And then over here is where you can select the accent or language. And then here's where you input the text. So I'm just going to write, remember to subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with AI. And then here is where you can select some predefined voices. So let's try US Sarah, and then click generate. And as you can see, for just a simple sentence like this, it generated the audio in under a second. So blazing fast. Let's hear what this sounds like.
Remember to subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with AI.
So you can see it's really consistent and realistic. Sarah, let's try, let's try Sky and see what that sounds like. So again, I'm not pausing the video. It indeed can generate this audio in under a second. So here's what Sky sounds like.
Remember to subscribe to my channel to stay up to date with AI.
Again, a really clear and realistic sounding voice. Now, there are some limitations to this. You can currently only use this with these preset voices. Plus, you can't specify emotions or expressions in the speech. So, for example, if you do like crying, and then, maybe I'm suddenly really sad, and then now I'm really happy,